der Livestream der Nürburgring Langstreckenserie. Präsentiert von Falkenreifen.
Herzlich willkommen zur Nürburgring Langstreckenserie.
Welcome to the Nürburgring for the NLS, the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series.
Und jetzt ist das Rennen freigegeben. The red lights are out now. Fans sind wieder da.
I would think that's very, very close.
Jetzt kommt er ran, zieht sich ran.
A very, very good morning to you. Welcome to the start of the broadcast for a super special round of the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series here on Radio Show Limited. We have a 6-hour race ahead of us. My name's Bruce Jones. Alongside me is my partner in crime, Peter Snowden. And snowy it is not. It's beautiful sunshine on the Nordschleife.
Well, snowy it is and snowy it's not. You're absolutely right. Sitting in the seat maybe, but not outside. Yeah, fantastic. And our first, we've had 4-hour races. We've had a 24-hour race. And now we get 6 hours of this.
Well,
aren't we lucky?
Well, indeed, but really, it does seem that there is more and more appetite for the longer races. And later this year, of course, we've got the 12 hours as well. So something to look forward to. But really, what you get is this weather roulette across the course of the season. You can have snow at the start of the season. We have races cancelled because of it. But you go through the sunshine of summer. Not always guaranteed. Often we have rain. But here we look fairly set for the full 6 hours in bright sunshine. The scenes as we look at the grid at the Nürburgring circuit are fantastic. You know, a couple of years ago, the last 2 years, you think about the pandemic, how it affected racing carried on thanks to the fantastic organisation. But today, this is back how it should be. Sunshine on the Nordschleife, a packed grid of cars, and an awful lot to look forward to.
Well, absolutely. And regarding the packed grid of cars, I was going through the entry list earlier this week, and I was musing that the teams always say that the 24-hour isn't the big event. Well, it is. You know, before that, normally it's all the track time, it's the data, it's the pick and board, the bits need for that. And then afterwards, it tends to drop off a little bit and then picks up again sort of autumn. That tends to be the sort of the curve. Not so this case. We had one race, we had NLS4 after that, NLS5 now, this 12-hour race. We've got 133 cars in the entry again, and 19 of those are the top SB9 GT3 category. So, you know, there's obviously a huge appetite for it. And why wouldn't you have an appetite to drive around the Nürburgring for 6 hours in the sunshine? I would. Well, I have.
Exactly. So, I mean, if ever you look at these races, if you just stumbled across us for the first time, well done for finding this. What you'll see is any race on the Nordschleife has a lot of variety in terms of corners, different speeds you can take your cars around, different classes of cars. Every race is an adventure, but the appetite for GT racing in particular is growing and growing and growing. And that is why the sort of shortfall after the Nürburgring 24 hours is far smaller than it has been in previous years. Excuse me, a car leaving the pits just had its bonnet flap up onto the windscreen.
That's one of the Renault Megane by the look of it, yes.
Well, so it is, and luckily going very slowly. The second Renault Megane coming out is absolutely fine, but I know the drivers say they know the Nordschleife, but that's a bit of an ultimate test. But again, looking at the group of cars that come up behind, the diversity of machinery is absolutely extraordinary, and that has been one of the essences of the Langstrecken series. Of course, we've got the SP9 cars. They're the top class. They're the GT3 cars. And of course, GT3 is beginning to slightly conquer the world at the moment in terms of its spread and its reach. But certainly, all is looking very, very good here. So, taking a look at the highlights of qualifying, and remarkably pleasingly for all the drivers, the conditions were perfect. A scramble out the pits. It's an early morning qualifying session because one of the elements of the Nürburgring Langstrecken series is you get it all done in a day. And so you get your practice, you get your qualifying. There was practice yesterday, and it really was a case of picking your way through traffic as always, and riding on board the number 16 Phoenix Audi. Of course, they've had great success recently, took victory last time out, and really seem to be riding high. Falcon Motorsports mixing and matching and bringing in 2 new drivers this weekend, Joel Erickson and Tim Heidemann, and the aquamarine cars, always a feature here. But while the conditions were remarkably cool, it was a case of finding a little bit of space out on the circuit, and then you could really let rip. But you know every lap is going to have traffic in front of you, but the Huber Motorsport Porsche was going very, very well indeed. In fact, looking back just makes me realise how that it was a little bit darker first thing this morning, but the sun has been burning off the clouds. Walkenhorst Motorsport, always such a strong presence. That number 34 shared by 4 drivers: Christian Cronjes, Andy Soucek, Ben Tuck, who's going better and better, and Henry Walkenhorst himself. But as qualifying went on, it got brighter and brighter, and Walkenhorst Motorsports, with that ever more popular BMW M4, came out at the top of the table there with Cronjes, Soucek and Tuck just by 0.126 of a second, next to nothing from that number 25 Huber Motorsport Porsche. Third place, Phoenix Audi of Kolb and Stippler. And then behind them, Ellis, Marchevitz, Born and Berkman, car number 11. So 4 different makes of car in the top 4 positions, with Schnitzellaum Racing rounding that group up. Now, the clouds have burnt away. Beautiful views from a high position, looking down at the pit entry, swinging round to look back from the first corner, from the grandstand by the first corner, back to the grid. The grid thronged with people. Impossible to see the cars thereupon. Cars still exiting the pit lane. This is the vibe has come back. I think from the outset of this season, Peter, it was really looking very, very good indeed. But more and more cars out here, and the track today looks in fantastic condition. Perfect race conditions.
You say there's been a different feel to it this year. It's grown. We said this series, didn't it, back in 2020? 2 years ago now, Bruce, when we were first covering this, and they set the bar for how to go back to racing and how to do this. We had this strange, we thought at the time, pit lane that was almost empty. A lot of it in the paddock come in. We had what we called the carousel, if you like, obviously topical for Germany. But they came in through the pits, drove in down the back, all had their spaces, but they set it all out. But they gave us the template, the ADAC, how to run races and endurance races still, and it was brilliant to see at the time. It gave us hope, and look at it now, 2 years on, and I'd almost say it's better than before, if it's possible. Not just getting back to normal or good again. It's almost better than it was, let's say, 2019, pre that word I don't want to keep using anymore, because I want to stop talking about that. We want to get on with the world going forward.
Well, let's hope so. And I must say, just looking around the world, we are very, very fortunate indeed in Europe that our racing scene is back to full strength. Still slightly problematic to travel around some of the other areas. Southeast Asia is still a little bit tricky, and then some to go to. But right now, let's focus on what we have ahead of us. If you're accustomed to these races being a certain length, well, we're giving you more today. 6 hours we're going to be out here playing. And just as I pointed out with the highlights package there, we have 4 makes of cars in the top 4 grid positions. We've got a BMW from a Porsche, an Audi and a Mercedes. So all set, plenty of variety down there. Schnitzellaum Racing, their number 2 Mercedes, just coming into our shot, Carrie Schreiner and Peter Turning. So we've got lots of different driver combinations, very much a feature of this championship, Peter, that very few teams are sort of static in terms of the drivers they have on board, because of course if you're a top GT3 racer, you could be pretty much anywhere in the world on any weekend, and some semi-works drivers are picked out of one championship, put into another. When can they come back here and go racing? And it's again great to see, new names being given a chance, because everybody who races a GT car wants to be out on the Nordschleife.
Yeah, but they can be, as you say, they could be at Monza, they could be at WEC. Some of these drivers don't forget drive different disciplines. They go off and drive LMP cars as well, and then come back to the GTs, but on a different circuit. And it's absolutely great. And I think there's 4 places this weekend where they could be racing these things. But personally, unless it was Le Mans itself, or maybe Spa 24 Hour, I'd want to be on the Nürburgring. There's something about this Nordschleife. It is difficult to convey. It is so different to anywhere else in the world, and in every level, from literally the moment you arrive, for the teams, logistics, mechanics, technicians, the car itself, let alone the drivers. You always focus on the drivers, but there's always this massive infrastructure behind the scene that we don't think of. The strategies that go on, things we saw on the 24-hour race, when it was the last NLS race. They changed tyres with last stint. Do we go on to an intermediate type hand-cut slick or not? And it cost Walkenhorst BMW the lead.
On these tiny little things, if it is understanding the Nürburgring, a circuit that changes almost more than anything else. It is making me smile. Out on screen at the moment, Patrick Seymour, racer commentator, is doing that hard thing. He's interviewing members of the public about why they're delighted to be back, but he did just pick on a 4-year-old boy, which you may be lucky, but invariably it's stacked against you. We all know there's a saying about that, do not, etc., with pets and children. But he's with his bonhomie and his style, he's pulled it off very nicely. But what I love is the fact some great camera shots with the reflection of sun off sunglasses. This is proper sunshine at the Nordschleife. It's almost always with us. Comes as a caveat, doesn't it?
It's very Top Gun, isn't it?
Yeah, I see they're moving on. Yeah, I must get round to watching that. But
well, there's the first one in 1986 you need to watch first, Bruce. Then there's a new one.
Oh, you just hit me with news every single day. New thoughts. But what I love is the mix of cars up at the front and the fact that grid keeps on going back and back and back. Just glancing at the entry list. When it was issued a few days ago, we had 133 entrants. Yes, I did say that right, but obviously with a lap as long as the Nordschleife, there is plenty of space for them, but sometimes it rather comes in across their nose. So 24.358 kilometres.
33 of those were SB9 GT3 cars. 124 qualified this morning. But news straight away, Bruce, that the car that qualified in second place, which is the Huber Motorsport Porsche 911, driven by Nico Menzel, has had a penalty for speeding. And will be starting from the pit lane, plus a static penalty from the pit lane. So it'll be dead last in Group 1.
Well, that is hampered and then hampered a shade more. Still cars coming out onto the track. It's the work of more than a moment to get 100. Well, obviously, the entry adjusted down to 124. That's quite something, isn't it? 124 cars. Just think about that. But across many classes, one I haven't seen before is it's quite hard to say. The Klick Verischung team Porsche, white and blue. Very attractive indeed. Blue lower half, white upper half on that. But Klick Verischung doesn't run off the tongue particularly smoothly. That's Robin Chernowski, Kirsten Jodexnis and Peter Scharmach.
Sorry, Bruce, we've got slightly bit more information on that number 25 car. The reason why its speeding was 116 kilometres through a code 60, so it's been handed a pretty severe penalty, which is start from the pit lane plus 120 seconds, so 2 minutes static before it is. So it'll see its starting group go through and then have to sit there waiting for 2 minutes, and they will be the two longest minutes of that starting driver's life, I can assure you.
Well, all I can say is for the crew of that Huber Motorsport Porsche, they're going to have to, dot every T. No, better dot every I and cross every T, because, they made it hard enough for themselves already, but at least for them, it's a 6-hour race. There's more scope, but it doesn't mean perfection is required to come away with a decent result. Yeah, 6 hours, that's what we're looking forward to in this, the ADAC Ruhr-Pokal-Rennen, one of these long-standing races embraced by this series, and every race run with a different name, and many of these names go back a very, very long time indeed, many years and decades. But the main thing one needs to remember, it's 6 hours of racing.
Now, we did lose one of the Schnitzelbaum Racing BMW M240i's in qualifying with I say quite a big off. We don't know whether he hit the barriers or not, but certainly there was a very, very long code 60 during qualifying this morning. This is the 673 Schnitzelbaum Racing entry. And that, I'm not sure whether that car will be taking part in the race or not. So just keep an eye out whether that appears on the grid or not.
Well, it's always a problem with this qualifying and racing on the same day. If you drop it in qualifying, unless it's something fairly minor or obvious to fix.
That was the problem. The incident happened with 11 minutes of qualifying to go. And basically there wasn't sufficient time to get everything out again, so that actually took away the last 11 minutes of qualifying.
And which number was that?
673.
673. There we go. I better just make sure. And if anybody, you can go onto the VLN.de website, go to the appropriate race, and you will find these entry lists.
A further layer to that is delaying it with 11 minutes to go and not restarting quali means that it may not be that accurate, the qualifying. It may just be that all those that were going to go in those last few minutes, there's another lap or two there to do in that, or start a lap and do another one. So you never know. It may not be reflective of what other teams had in strategies, which just adds another layer, and we'll see at the start.
Okay, well, let's just talk about this. 24 kilometres around the circuit, 24 and a bit, to be honest. If you have an incident, you don't have many more laps to recover it. So it really is always a story, I think, about getting close to your very best. Because if you risk all and then really fluff it, but then if you've done your banker lap, you think, well, I can actually take 4 seconds off that, 5 seconds even, and then you don't get that chance, then very frustrating. So maybe the bold rewarded, but you sort of feel over the course of a season across the NLS, maybe the bold sometimes don't come out on top.
But it's changed, hasn't it, Bruce? And we were talking about this as a group, the whole team of us on the commentary team at radio show at Le Mans, of how the things have changed, this modern GT racing and LMP racing. Didn't affect those here. But the cars are so so much more efficient now technologically than they were even 20 years ago, where it used to be, when we first started sort of covering and reporting on this and working on this, you'd nurse the car at the beginning. It would be run cooler at night. That was fine during a 24-hour. Obviously, didn't affect us on this 6-hour one. But you still got the middle bit. So let's say the middle 2 hours, 2 to 4, you'd just be nice and relaxed. And then the last 2 hours, you'd build up to it and maybe a sprint or consolidated enough already. That's all changed now because the cars are so reliable, technically, with all materials and everything. They're just sprints. They get in the car. Every driver gets in the car. And this goes from GT3 right down to TCR. It gets in the car and they just go for it. Hammer time, if you like. And it's a flat-out sprint. So it's totally different. Therefore, the risk ratio goes up with it. Therefore, your quality of driver needs to go with it. And this is the point. The whole thing has just moved on so much. In the last, I would say, 10, 15 years even.
Yeah, I would only go 10 years on that. I think it really has come on. It's changed in front of our eyes, it has. But it is a point. But around here, the things you tend to have to nurse is if in a stint you've managed to be the bozo who's flat-spotted the tyres. Until the end of your stint, it's not worth coming in to change those, or you've got to decide if it is. That is the sort of thing you have to nurse. Of course, you may get mechanical maladies, but as you pointed out, those are few and far between now. And but then again, what is the constant around the Nürburgring? Not the weather, that's never constant. The constant is the fact there could be someone who does something surprising in front of you because you've got this multi-class format. And so you could be going great guns, car perfect condition, and a moment's inattention, or a driver doing something you didn't expect, and you could be on the grass. And let's not just beat around the bush here. When you're on the Nordschleife, it's narrow, you've got a grass trim just to make it look pretty, but it doesn't do much to stop you between leaving the circuit and the barriers either side. So one little moment could have a huge outcome.
And that's relatively easy to do if you're running on your own. Let's say you're in a GT3 car, SP9 as they're called here, NLS, and you're coming up behind another category car. You have to decide where to go, as you say, narrow, not, which ways you're going to go, etc. That's all well and good if you're just sitting there on your own. If you've got another peer group car behind you, possibly 2, 3, we've even seen 4 or 5 car trains here, you then, what do? You've got to make a split-second, nanosecond decision of which way to go. And as you can go from 0 to 0 very, very quickly. And it's frustrating if you lift and hesitate. All of a sudden you've got cars behind, they take the advantage. And we've seen it before, haven't we, where a SP3 car SP9 car, sorry, combination of SP3 and GT3, SP9 and GT3 there, hesitates for a moment, just blends out of the throttle to sit behind, let's say, a Megane or a 240 BMW, who's got every right to be there, doing their own thing, and you think, oh, do I, don't I? And all of a sudden, 2 cars have gone past you, and you've suddenly gone from first to third to fourth, and then you've got to get it all back again. And then they're wise to it. And it's where do you do it on the track? Where do you make the decision? Where do you go? And that doubt, and this is where the top drivers stand out, it's that element of doubt of, do I, don't I? Well, the real top ones don't do it. And I think the best one I saw, or you and I saw, was when Nicky Thiem drove the Aston Martin last year at one of the NLS races. And he crossed the line with sub 10 seconds to go. And we both commented on, if he just blended out of it, he could have just done that and completed the lap and taken the flag. He didn't. He went across the line, so he had another 25 kilometres to do. So what did he do? Took the fastest lap of the race on the final lap of the race, just to prove, because he's Nicky Thiem. And that's the level of quality of driver that can do that.
No, he was just quite embarrassed that he made that mistake, and he had to get back and apologise to the team. And being the gentleman he is, that was his approach. But entirely that. And one thing that always stands out, whatever happens around the Nordschleife, when they go through Galgenkopf and get the long, long run through Dottinger, we have had some incredible slipstreaming battles down there. And what you see in that moment where someone has to hesitate for a second, and suddenly it's not 1 or 2 cars coming past, it can be more. We've seen some brilliant, even treble toes down that long, long straight. And then this year in particular, we've been spoilt by action through that final sequence of corners. We've had super, super close finishes, but it really goes to prove it's not just, as you say, nurse it through the first 4 hours of this 6-hour race, then see where we are. It's flat out, flat out, flat out. There is no change, nothing asked, nothing given. And the very best drivers do tend to rise to the top. So anybody who wins in the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series has a story to tell, but the fact is we've had 3 races, 3 different sets of winners, and I'm fairly confident we'll get a 4th here in the 4th round. This, of course, should be the 5th round, but one fell to the weather early this year and is going to be held
November the 5th.
Date, November the 5th. Yeah.
It was a spare date they had, so they used it there. Yes, because it was going to snow. Remember that round, because we've had it last year, didn't we? Round 1 was cancelled due to snow as we'd gone on air. We were there, and it just didn't happen. This time round, they were a little bit more circumspect and more projective. And on Wednesday, I was looking at the webcams on Wednesday, and so you and I were talking, just saying, but it's absolutely fine. Saturday morning, they were right. They could not have gone out and qualified. So it was a good call. That was NLS2 officially. It got moved. It's now NLS2. Will still count. It's still going to be called NLS2. Just takes place at the end of the season on November the 5th.
Well, we can forget the numbers, just watch and listen to all of the rounds here with us on Radio Show Limited and the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. And I'm just delighted to see its bright blue skies above the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And, you know, also looking at the calibre of the teams that are competing in the championship, you know, the Hout Racing team has really stepped up in recent years. And they've got a new crew this weekend. Lucas Auer is joined by Arjun Maini and Australian driver Jordan Love, who's gaining more and more GT experience around the world, come up from Australia to take part. And, of course, whatever championship you're in, you do want to come here to play. And Arjun Maini's been doing lots more racing at this level too. It's just, again, Peter, we talk about it race in, race out. It's about the different drivers who come to play in GT racing that in, you know, a decade ago would only have been doing single-seater racing. And it really is such a draw these days.
Luckily, I live in the UK now.
It is. I mean, we looked at it with the BMW Junior team. You were talking about that drafting we get on the Dottinger Camilla Galvenkopf, that long run down there where they're doing 285 clicks. You know, that's a serious bit of speed. And we had three BMWs, three rival teams, Valkenhorst, Rover and the junior team. Dan Harper was in the junior one, remember, at the back. Simply because he had this great toe, and even he doesn't post a great deal of stuff, but hi for listening, Dan. He posts this great video from him on board of getting a draft on one of those cars and getting the run through the kink on the Dottinger Hoer. But of course then the car on the inside is getting a better toe off the lead car because they're both punching holes in the air. So the third place car then becomes second place car. Dan Harper decides, this is all three equal machinery. Dan Harper, 20 years old, decides, I'm going to go through at Tiergarten, and gets it. And then gets, that's the second, then gets the job done for the lead at the end of that, well, the start of the next lap, into the first corners. And you said, we don't see racing like this normally. It's absolutely brilliant on the circuit, and you couldn't have got it better explained there. Three equal bits of machinery. Each team's got their own individual way of running it. Each driver's got a way of driving the car. And they went 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, 2, 1, 3, and they all just swapped around, and it just settled out in all in the space of three corners, as it should be.
But it's also, what I really love about the run down Dottinger Hoer, it happens in almost seemingly slow motion. It's such a long straight, so a little incremental gain. That wouldn't be much on a normal circuit, but this isn't a normal circuit. It's completely abnormal. So that carries on, that incremental gain, almost becoming exponential as you reach towards the kink. It's absolutely superb. Do your maths lessons at school, children. You'll start to understand this. I've long since forgotten. But, you know, it is just a brilliant place for racing. But, yes, we've got it in fabulous weather here today. Probably going to be quite warm in those cockpits, I'd suggest. Certainly, I remember last weekend I was down at Imola. It was 35 degrees outside. In the cars, luckily the drivers are doing stints about half an hour. 55 degrees. It's tiresome.
Yeah. The thing that I see when I see those onboards on the Dottinger Hoer, when you see three or four of them just drafting one another, I sit down and think, I want to be doing it still. I want to be in that car doing it. Sad, isn't it?
Not at all sad. If you can't feel sad about not being in a race around a circuit like this, which provides challenges, even if you're doing it all on your own, around the outside, you know, imagine a sprint around the Nürburgring. But I was having this conversation with someone the other weekend. They were saying, well, some of the hill climb drivers have got incredible skills. Why don't Formula One teams poach them? I thought, well, they've never actually raced against someone else. Imagine that, driving in the perfect conditions. You can always have your own line. But here, quite simply, you'll see around the opening lap, drivers try and be sensible, try to remember it's a 6-hour race. It's not just about them and getting around the first few corners super fast, but it's we have some specialists. We shall name no names who in recent years have been just absolutely mighty in overtaking around the opening few sequence of corners, even before the cars get to turn left through the double left-hander Sabine Schmidt onto the Nordschleife. Certainly there is racing to be had, but a little bit of caution from time to time. Ben Tuck will be starting from pole position. I just noticed that, just checking the start drivers. They get named quite late, but spotting a driver doing his helmet up is always a bit of a clue. And he'll be kicking off from the front row. Andy Soucek will be running there. So whenever I look at Andy Soucek, I still sort of automatically think, where's your Bentley? He was so long with Bentley, had so much success in that, but very popular, half Spanish, half Austrian driver, so he's got a foot in several camps, but good news for him that Christian Cronjes, Andy Soucek, Ben Tuck will be sharing the number 34 BMW starting on pole position. And conditions fair. Now starting to see the cars because people, even the team personnel, are now starting to leave the grid. And just to reiterate, outside of the front row is the number 5 Audi from Team Phoenix, Vincent Kolb and Frank Stippler. Frank will be starting that. And of course, it should have been the number 25 Porsche from Huber Motorsport, but speeding by some margin in the Code 60. 116 kph means that their Porsche will be starting not just from pit lane, so we'll be last in class, but we'll have to stand there for another 2 minutes until it will be flagged away. So a big ramification for a moment's inattention, no doubt. No malice or forethought, simply how it shook itself out.
What a great spectacle to watch that car coming through the field, though.
Well, to be honest, I always quite like a little bit of a side story. And
I'm also just trying to think, Bruce, off the top of my head, and I can't recall, what is the gap between the groups when they start? If he's going to sit there for 2 minutes, surely that's not going to put him into Group 2.
Well, that very thought was just travelling through my grey matter. And that could make it interesting. But he could even be almost...
I thought it was wind.
Not yet. But, at this point, actually, there's a thought. I think it might put it out behind the second group.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because I thought there was a 30-second gap between them.
So you've got the 2 minutes. You've also got an extra 45 cars to pass. Who wants to start? Oh, I'll go second if it's okay with you.
Yeah.
So here we are, the grid now starting to clear. The race is almost upon us. And if you're just joining us on Radio Show Limited, the 4th round, effectively the 5th round, but we'll call it the 4th round because one of them was cancelled, of the Nürburgring Langstrecken series. We have 124 cars coming out to play. We've got subplots already with the second fastest car having to start from the pit lane. It's the 25 Huber Motorsport Porsche, plus an extra 2 minutes before that we flagged underway. But we have a 6-hour race, an unusual length, and certainly the popularity from the teams. They'll vote for this every time, I think. But again, we have that wonderful NLS concoction, not just cars and classes. We also have the sliding scale of how long your pit stops can be at the front and back of the race. Do you do according to when you come in to make that first pit stop? We'll cover that later. But right now we've got an amazing grid of cars. We did have 4 makes in the top 4 positions, but with the Porsche in second place going down to the back of the grid, it now reads BMW, Audi and Mercedes. It's still not too shabby. 3 makes in the top 3 positions. Fans now making their way back to the grandstands. Cloud base actually building up a little bit, but it's a warm day at the Nürburgring. That is the main thing you need to learn. And cars looking fantastic, and Peter will point out there were 33 cars entered in the top class. Not just Porsches, Audis, BMWs, but also an Aston Martin in there. Just looking to see if we've got a Ferrari this weekend. Certainly the Aston Martin I saw a little bit further down that pack. And then you've got all the other classes of cars, all different performances. But I think the stage is set for what should be an enthralling race. So looking to see if Ben Tuck, young British driver, can stretch his legs for Walkenhorst Motorsport in that pole sitting BMW. It's white with black and red flashes, should pick it out. And I must say, a lot of the crews really do present their cars beautifully. We've got the Lamborghini, of course. Sorry, how did I skip over that? I'll tell you why, because it was just running off the grid behind sport Porsches that are running in their sort of turquoise and dark and mid-blue livery, and immediately behind is another car which is turquoise, which I mistook for one of them, which is the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini that, as we watched over the years, has offered a lot of promise and doesn't always come away with all that it deserves. And that's starting down in effective 10th place.
Just have a very quick look at the rules, because I'm sad like that. But
you're good like that.
starting groups from the formation lap will be, so the Group 1, the SB9 category, goes at 11:42, and the second group is released at 11:44 and 30 seconds, so 2 minutes 30 seconds later. So that number 25 car that's got the penalty will literally just be out ahead of that group.
Nip and
They've
tuck.
got 2 minutes catching up to do as well.
Yeah, well, then he will be doing the effective run of a Nürburgring sprint. Simply nobody should be in front. But one thing, if you've never watched these races before, never listened to them before, is the fact that it's unbelievably soon into the race. It's only a short distance before the front runners catch the tail enders. They're the tail enders, not of their group, but of Group 3. And there you have the biggest performance differential. And then for the next handful of laps, in fact, thereafter, the fastest drivers on the track will be overtaking every single lap many, many times. Keeps them on their toes. 6 hours of racing lie ahead. The stage is set. The track conditions are perfect. It's hot, but not as hot as it was feared it would be, because these race cockpits will be very, very uncomfortable indeed. The second batch of cars now being waved away on its formation lap. Still no sight of that Huber Porsche sitting at pit exit. They probably want to keep it in the garage as long as they can on this warm day. Drivers on the grid, Snowy had the doors open, wafting, trying to get any heat out from the cockpit. But once those doors get closed, then that's it. You're locked in. And you just have to sit in the bath, effectively. Conrad Motorsports. So I'm just looking to see.
Yeah,
I think they're running a little bit out of position down there. Hold on, I'm trying to find them.
And I was just checking that Huber Motorsport car as well, just to make sure that 1/22 penalty. That's definitely the penalty. How it's served is the issue. Is it a hold at the beginning of the race, or is it a stop-go, or is it added on to the end? I believe it's a hold at the beginning of the race.
I would think so. I mean, that's the easiest to orchestrate. As you pointed out, the possible problems within that is if it didn't get out or then got held behind the second group as well by dint of a couple of seconds. So hopefully that will run smoothly. They'll get out just ahead of the second group of cars, which comprises largely Porsche Caymans. They're certainly at the front end, but we have TCR class cars in there as well. VWs, Audis, real mix of cars. And one of the things there in those classes is just the way in the second group the cars go about putting their performance down in a different fashion. The TCR cars are absolutely fantastic through the corners with those great big rear wings, those great big splitters at the front, but the Caymans are a little bit more nimble, so they're sleeker in a straight line. So around the course of a lap, it's real nip and tuck stuff.
I should imagine there's not a great deal of difference between those two cars in terms of performance. It's just the way they deliver it and the way they handle it. The Cayman's very much a sports car, quite low centre of gravity. A TCR car, naturally being a hatchback-based or drive car, is going to be slightly higher. Therefore, in theory, higher centre of gravity, it should roll a bit more. Obviously, that'll be compensated for in damping, etc. But it'd be interesting. Maybe we should go and do a back-to-back test and see what they're like. There's a thought.
There is a thought, isn't it?
Come back with real information rather than speculation. How about that? I'll never catch on, Bruce.
No, I can't see that happening. No. But good news, I don't know how many of these races I've commentated on. All have been a joy, but in some of them, as I look out across fine weather over the Eiffel Forest, one is aware that one does spend an awful lot of your time discussing the merits of the weather. How much can I see? How much can I not see? Is it wet on the grass? Is that snow on the grass? Are they making snowmen in the pit lane? Yes.
We've had that. If you put the binoculars down from the window and squint, you can just about see Spa.
You can, literally.
Yes.
Almost, but not quite. But yes, they effectively share the forest. They share the topography. And to me, topography is what makes a great racing circuit. Even circuits that are seemingly flat until you get there. Even, we've been talking earlier this morning about Goodwood. Has little undulations and it just changes the challenge of a circuit. But that is one of the flattest circuits you will find. But where there is gradient change, in an appreciable fashion like the Nordschleife, it's magic. That's why so many people want to come and play.
Trust me, Ford Water at Goodwood, in something like a GT40 on crossflies, isn't flat in any sense of form at all. Whether it be topography or throttle, it's not flat. I can promise you.
It is a fearsome bend. But, one of the things about racing fans around the world, some people like to collect racing circuits they've been to. It's not about numbers. It's about experiencing the different challenges that they offer and also just different ambience. And the Nürburgring has ambience coming out of its every single pore. It's got history, it's been around.
Der für die allermeisten nie Realität wird, mit dem neuen Gran Turismo 7 aber ein ganzes Stück realistischer. Mit der neuesten Auflage des Kultspiels für die Konsole fahren wir zu den wichtigsten Streckenabschnitten der grünen Hölle. Die AMG Arena. Erstes Nadelöhr nach dem Start und durch die unterschiedlichen Linien ein toller Ort für Positionskämpfe auf der Grand Prix-Strecke. Auffahrt Nordschleife. Nach der Vidol-Schikane biegen wir ab vom Grand Prix-Kurs. Hier beginnt der 20 Kilometer lange Ritt durch die grüne Hölle so richtig. Fuchsröhre. Mit Vollgas bergab, durch die Kompression und den Berg wieder rauf. Wie so oft auf der Nordschleife, kein Platz für Fehler. Breitscheid, der tiefste Punkt der Nordschleife. Die Brücke über die Hauptstraße von Adenau ist ein Zuschauermagnet. Das Karussell, benannt nach Rudolf Caracciola, einem der ersten Heroen des Rings. Die alten Betonplatten der Stallkurve sind Kult. Brünnchen, der Zuschauer-Hotspot. Ob beim Rennen oder bei Touristenfahrten, Ob bei brütender Hitze oder im strömenden Regen, hier ist immer etwas los. Die Döttinger Höhe. Windschattenschlacht bei 270 km/h und die Überholmöglichkeit schlechthin am Ende der Nordschleifenrunde mit dem neuen Gran Turismo 7. Und damit von der virtuellen wieder zur realen Nordschleife.
Können wir progressiv beschleunigen? Schön gefühlvoll, wird eingelenkt.
Falkenreifen.
World's First Asphalt Watch. Die ersten Zifferblätter aus echtem Rennstreckenasphalt. Auf dem Asphalt wurden Legenden geboren und magische Momente erlebt. Cobbler.
Liebe Fans,
besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle
von Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen zu NLS.
Trees, the Eiffel Forest in its magnificence, crests, falls, twists and turns a guarantee. I mean, there's the eternal debate. How many corners are there on the Nürburgring Nordschleife? No one can agree. What's a corner? What's just a little kink? Doesn't matter. We have nearly around 170 or thereabouts. More than enough to keep
und du bist zwischen 14 und 18 Jahren alt? Dann mach jetzt mit bei der DNLS Junior Sichtung. Der Sieger startet zusammen mit Mercedes-AMG-Fahrer Adam Christodoulou in der digitalen Nürburgring Langstreckenserie 2022 und 2023. In der Nürburgring eSports Bar kannst du dich jetzt parallel zu jedem NLS-Lauf von 13 bis 18 Uhr beim Shootout qualifizieren. Vielleicht bist ja du der nächste Sim-Racing-Shooting-Star.
See you then.
And people that then sat there and went, this actually happens? And then put real cars in. I think you coined the phrase after DNLS, didn't you, of full metal racing, going back to real cars on the track, on this place, that really does exist.
I thought it was going to catch on, and thankfully it has. Not the phrase, real racing again. But this is why we love commentating on car racing, but somewhere with so many variables as well. And also the fact, Snowy, around the Nordschleife, you can be the hunted or the hunter, and the hunter doesn't go next corner, I'm going to overtake. A lot of these moves are planned 10, 15 corners further back, plus the variable that we might catch a back marker who is appreciably slower than us, and it could change the whole dynamic. But right now the cars are weaving around. We can see them in a long straight line because it's on one of the main straights. It's the run from Galgenkopf along the Dottinger back towards the final tricky sequence of corners. Great sight to see so many GT3 cars running in the SP9 class at the front of the field. But it's not all about them in the Nürburgring Langstrecken series. We have many other classes running down a huge scale of performance back to the Renault Clios effectively at the back of the field. And hopefully that one that came up with its out of the pits with its bonnet flapping on the windscreen is having repairs effected as we speak. Hopefully, in fact, no. Hopefully they're finished and that will be able to start from the pit lane. 3 groups of cars are going racing, but right at the sharp end, it's Ben Tuck on pole position in the number 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW, starting alongside Frank Stippler. He's done it before. Phoenix Racing Audi right alongside, and the rest will follow them thick and fast on that run to the first corner.
BMW obviously got a little bit of revenge there. The car that's dominated the season this year, but not in the big one, in the N24. All cars failing for one reason or another through no fault of their own, some of it. So BMW really want to get this M4, get it back on target, as it were, back on track, no pun intended, winning races. So it's out there at the front. Ben Tuck, you say, starting that car?
Unless someone else is wearing Ben's helmet, and Andy Soucek was not wearing his race suit, so unless Christian Cronjes has swapped over. Yes, you get this. You sometimes think the person who qualified would do the racing. But anyhow, through the kink before that final sequence of corners, the left, right, left combination of the last 3 twists onto the start-finish race. And bear in mind, they're not just any old corners. These are corners where we've had the outcome of the race sorted on the final lap early this year. So it's not over until you've got onto that start-finish straight at the end of the race. But normally a 4-hour race, but this weekend it's a 6-hour race here on the Saturday. And the grid is set, the scene is set. The cars coming into the last sequence of corners. Then they get onto the start-finish straight. Look as the Porsche Safe Pace car peels off into the pits at the lights on the starting gantry. Will it be Tuck into the first corner first, Stippler, or one of the other challengers? Third on the grid is the Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes. Fourth on the grid is the second team Phoenix car. That's the green and white one, shared by by Kuba Gemaziak, winner last time out, and Kim Lewis Ram onto the start finish straight, and the Mercedes from second row is almost wiping its paint down the pit wall as he tries to dive inside and gets his nose in front. In fact, the whole car in front of the Ben Tuck BMW, which made a perfectly good start, but a slingshot getaway by the Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes into the first turn first. One of the Falcon Motorsport Porsche shoved a little bit wide onto that little stretch of tarmac, a little cut-through road, uses it well. All's third position is being very fought, very hard indeed. In fact, the Phoenix Audi that started from fourth has got ahead of Frank Stippler, who started third, and one of the Falcon Motorsport Porsches is now also demoted Stippler. Brilliant racing action, nice and clean, but what a rocket start from Schnitzelarm.
But it wasn't. The two Falcon Porsches, they sort of squeezed. I think it was the Haupt Mercedes there on the run down to turn one, but they sort of got away. There was a little bit of contact and bodywork, so we'll keep an eye on whether that manifests itself in any other way there. But BMW not quite getting the start. Two Falcon Porsches in third and fourth, sorry, and 3 and 4 as well. Sorry, second and, yeah, they are third and fourth, aren't they? Yes.
Yeah, the big loser there was Frank Stippler. He is down into, I think, 1, 2, 3, let's do the maths, about 6th or 7th position. He started second. He is now being chased by the Haupt Racing Mercedes, which I think has got Lucas Auer at the wheel. So, very, very strong start. And it's Ellis who pushed so hard. Philip Ellis who took the lead in that Schnitzelarm Mercedes. That was super impressive, and certainly wasn't taking no for an answer. But once he committed himself to go up the pit wall side of the pole starting Ben Tuck BMW, had to stay there. But I mean, there was literally a few centimetres at either side of his wing mirrors.
I say you couldn't get much closer. I'm really surprised if you'd caught the wing mirror on the wall there. It was that close. But fortune favours the brave, and Philip Ellis certainly subscribed to that theory on that side, and it paid dividends by getting the lead of the race. It's a Schnitzelarm Mercedes AMG. So great, brave, bold start. The two Falcon Porsches now down the Hatzenbach hitting Linus turn, third and fourth, cars 3 and 4. That's easy, we can relate to that. Ben Tuck it was in second place, not quite converting that pole position in the Falcon Horse M4. Courtesy of Philip Ellis, just getting a snapshot. Now, we should have had the Porsche start from the pit lane by any second now, because Group 2 is about to start, Bruce.
Absolutely is. So just looking up the track ahead as we swing round to look at the lights on the starting gantry. 6 hours, or a little bit less for them, of racing ahead of them. The safety car pulls into the pit, the pace car, and very tidy start from the Caymans. Clean and tidy down the pack. Didn't get to see whether that 25 Huber Porsche got out ahead of them or not, but they have a clean start. In fact, much more 1 by 1, 1.5 by 1 really, rather than 2s and 3s abreast down to the first turn, and a very clean start from the front of that group. Only a handful of them deciding to use that cut-through road as a little bit of extra tarmac as they turn out to turn 1, but the driver at the head of that pack has got things very nicely under control. Just looking up down the timing screen, still no evidence about that number 25 Huber Porsche that qualified second, had the time disallowed for speeding in code 60, almost double the code 60 speed, so very much a slap on the wrist, and possibly offer the other one as well for further chastisement. But up front it's Philip Ellis, brilliant start, Ben Tuck, Kim Lewis-Schramm, Sven Muller and Alessio Picariello. They're running fourth and fifth in those Falcon Motorsport cars, and for Frank Stippler, confirmation down into 6th place ahead of Lucas Auer, who kicked off in the Haupt Racing Mercedes, and the top 8 completed by number 55, Sandro Lucy Treffs, Lucas Sandro Treffs, used to be known as Luki, Mercedes Landgraf team. So plenty of variety between the manufacturers at the front end. Porsche Caymans behaving themselves very nicely. They really have had a much cleaner start. It's much more one after the other as they feed their way through the Vidal chicane and turn right into the countryside. I would say the countryside, it's not any old countryside, it's the epic countryside of the Nürburgring Langstrecken series.
Doesn't get more epic, does it?
It doesn't. Every time I watch it, it gets more epic. It's extraordinary.
World-class race circuits to go on. That's got to be one of the absolute best. So I think we've got our third starting group about just arriving at Tiergarten. So this is our third and final. We are already nearly 5 minutes into this race before the third group even get started. But of course, they'll get probably 5 minutes at the end as well. Think about it. So they still get 6 hours, don't they?
That's true. They're not shortged, and of course, as we mentioned just in the run-up to the programme,
I want a refund.
Well, exactly. Yes. Some fantastic racing between the Phoenix the first of the Phoenix Audis. It's the one that moved up the order with, and it's got the two Falcon Motorsport Porsches all over its tail. But at the moment, Kim Lewis-Schramm doing a fantastic job, sharing with Kuba Gimasiak, but Kuba looking on in the pit garage going, he's doing really well, holding down that battle for third position, but he's still got those two Falcon Porsches behind him, Sven Muller and Alessio Picariello. But it's the Philip Ellis leading the race from Ben Tuck. It's Mercedes from BMW, then Audi, Porsche, and another Audi, Frank Stippler.
Now, as we say each time, Bruce, if you think about it, looking at where the three groups are starting, this third and final group just starting now onto what we call the Grand Prix circuit. They're not even, well, they're sort of halfway around that. So not onto the Nordschleife yet, whereas the leading group are just at the highest part of the circuit, Hohe Acht. Then we've got the run down through Wipperman, Brunchen, Flansgard, Schwalbenschwanz, and that onto the Dottinger Hohe to come up. So it isn't long before they get about a lap and a half. They don't quite get 2 clear laps normally of the Nordschleife, which is the bit every driver wants. And of course, that's where you get the chance to make it, because you're just with your peers, you're just with your equals in that category. And then all of a sudden, you get a break for that first lap and a half, and then, right, we've now got the slowest car to go, and that's where it all starts to come multi-layered, and where the work as a driver really starts to kick in.
And it really is where the track starts to narrow, because we've got another vein of cars running on maybe only a quarter of the width of the track, but they provide their own variables. But anyhow, what we have to say, getting to the front is what you really need to do at the start of the race, and that is very much with serious intent. We saw for Philip Ellis, he decided, slightly better start than Ben Tuck in front of me. He's first on the grid, I'm on third, but I've got more traction. I've got to go for the gap. There isn't much of a gap. It's between me and him and the pit wall, but he stuck it up there anyhow. And for Schnitzel Alarm Racing in the black and lurid bright yellow livery. Looks fantastic, by the way.
Just looking down the order very quickly, Bruce. So we've got Team Sorg Rennsport 514 appears to have stopped, but there's nothing it might be a glitch in the GPS, but there's no code 60 or flag at the moment. But 514 appears to have stopped, and that's one of the leading cars in the VT2R four-wheel drive category. Team Sorg Rennsport, the NW330i. I'll keep an eye on that for you and keep you posted, but it may just be a glitch as they all settle down.
Right, just running down the classes very briefly. 112, that's the Porsche Endurance Trophy Cup for GT3 Cup class cars. That's being led by in 13th place overall by number 112, which is Christopher Brook, who always goes so well, so give them a bit of a shout out. But as the cars are herring down the Dottinger Hohe, it's very close indeed. It's still just Philip Ellis from Ben Tuck, a little bit of a gap, and then comes the first of those two Phoenix Racing Audis. Kim Lewis Schramm behind him, being pushed really hard by Sven Muller, and Alessio Picariello is being pushed about another second, half a second further back by Frank Stippler, who's fighting back, and then 7th and 8th, Lucas Auer from Lucy Sandros Treffs in that number 55 entry, the Mercedes Landgraf team. But first to second, I reckon it's only about a third of a second, because Ben Tuck is right in the slipstream now of Philip Ellis. What was it on the line? I slightly exaggerated, a whisker under half a second, so very, very close indeed. Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini is in there too. Down through the first turn for the second time, and really at the moment after that great start, Kim Lewis Schramm is starting to delay the first of those Falcon Motorsport Porsches, but that has a look up the inside to go through turn 2, doesn't quite make it, noses up the inside, pushes that a little bit wide and effectively turn 3, and the sister car is coming through, Alessio Picariello in the number 4 Porsche, both that run wide on the exit of the corner, and that was a big mistake from Kim Lewis Schramm. Just came across on the first of those Porsches, got pushed wide, and he's lost 1, 2, 3 positions. He was third, he's down in 6th, because teammate Frank Stippler was looking very handy, went, well, they've put the gap there, I'm coming through as well. Unfortunate for Schramm.
Well, the two sides of the race coming into play almost straight away on the first lap. Schnitzel Alarm Racing Mercedes in the lead with Philip Ellis there at 8:07.8, which is a pretty good first lap. I know it's a rolling start, not a standing start, but that's a pretty impressive lap. On the other side of the coin for them, though, their M240i, number 666, Sign of the Devil, has had to go into the pit lane literally from the starting group, from the third group. It never actually got any further, so we'll see if that car rejoins. So mixed emotions there for Schnitzel Alarm Racing on lap 1.
Yeah, really, really unfortunate. What I like to see is other names coming to play there. I was just looking down, some of the SP9 runners have been overtaken by as many, half a dozen, if not 8 of the Cup 2 Porsches. So they're in the Pro-Am class. They're not running, and they've often put their AM in the early stage. Jörg Breuer's down into 20th position. Number 14 Audi is down to 23rd. That's the Racing Engineers entry, Bernard Hensel. And behind him, Jean Glorieux. We get more accustomed to seeing him in the sort of Michelin Le Mans Cup, but racing for Pro Sport Racing. There in that Aston Martin Belgian crew. Maxime Dumaret and Christophe Breuer as well, but Jean Glorieux at the wheel at the moment.
Dumaret out running at Le Mans Classic last weekend, so in a different type of car. We talked about going from GT3s to LMP cars, but sometimes they go to historic cars as well.
It's not easy to like people all the time, is it, really?
Interestingly, first sector of the first flying lap. Often overlooked car, the Lamborghini of Conrad Motorsport. Maximilian Hacklander set the fastest sector on sector 1 of the first flying lap. Sector 2 goes unquestionably to Ben Tuck in the BMW Volkenhorst car. So all start to play out already, and it's only lap 2.
Is it?
They've got 5 hours 40 to go. It's 9.
Haven't they just? But the first two really making quite a good break. But now that the Kim Lewis Schramm Audi has been cleared, the Porsches from Falken Motorsport running 3rd and 4th, but more importantly, clear track ahead of them up to that lead group. And at the moment, Ben Tuck pushing very hard indeed, almost the equal of Philip Ellis. Ellis, at certain points of the circuit, just getting airborne in that traditional Nürburgring Nordschleife style. But
saves tyre wear.
Well, it certainly does. And, yes, why wear it out on an abrasive circuit? But it's all right going up in the air, but it's what it does to your suspension and your tyres in the long run. But, of course, around the carousel, at the exit, the cars come out low. They get spat up high. That's the point at which they don't necessarily have 4 wheels off the ground, because the front wheels are just about landed when the rear ones go over the graduation, or the slope on the inside of the track is steeper than it is higher up the slope where it flattens out. It's all relative. It's all still steep.
It's actually slightly more side to side, Bruce. It's the offside wheels go airborne and the car rotates and lands. Then the near side wheels become airborne. Then it becomes flat. It's more that way across the car than it is front to rear.
Don't listen to us. Go and try it. Of course, the Nürburgring Langstrecke Series is one way to race here, but anybody with a road car with a license can report to the circuit office on days when the circuit is open, which is almost 365 days a year. And yes, they can drive this fabled stretch of tarmac. It is something you need to do many, many times. Even if you only do it once, you will have new respect for anybody who races around here and the precision they require in a field of 124 cars. Now, I'm going to set you a little task, Snow. The number 25 Huber Motorsport Porsche, if I draw my eyes away from the timings...
Running 26th already.
There it is. I see it. And it's got Tyson at the wheel. Not Frank, but Joachim Tyson. So he's picking his way up the order.
Mike then, sorry. Muscled its way through. See what I did there?
Yeah, I see. Knock him over. Knock me down.
Any sport we can cover.
Yeah. Open to offers. So, front battle. Battle for the lead. Ben Tuck might have fancied his chances from pole position. Didn't make a bad start, but it was a rocket start from the Mercedes behind him, the Schnitzelam racing car. Philip Ellis, he's got a lot of experience here, and he really just got the most brilliant of getaways. In fact, Peter's already had a photo sent to him showing a front-on shot of the pit wall, enough space for a layer of paint, and then the wing mirrors of that Mercedes, and then about the same gap on the other side to the pole starting BMW, but the Mercedes got its nose in front even before they got past the end of the pit wall. And now what's happening on this lap is suddenly Ben Tuck has fallen back right on, or not quite on the nose. He's about half a second clear of those Porsches, but he's fallen back rather than the Mercedes pulling clear. But the Mercedes at the front is really now starting to stretch its leg. I wonder if there was a slight mistake. That's all it takes to drop back by the equivalent of a second.
Just noticed there was something off on the track on the left-hand side there. Just saw that bit of footage of those. It is about half a second, isn't it? It is certainly close. Those menacing Falcon Porsches running line astern, and you get that feeling psychologically that in your mirrors you shouldn't do, but you look in the mirror and it's a team effort. It's like they're coming at you with a team effort. You know they're going to work together.
Well, exactly. They are prepared to use the slipstream, which is a mighty, mighty tool. Not around most of that, but when you get on that run from out of Galgenkopf along the Dottinger Höhe. But you know, who's the wise one? They're in traffic now. They've reached the traffic for the first time. The back runners are being passed, and suddenly there is less space on the track. The Falken Motorsport Porsches getting very close indeed to one of those Clios, but they negotiated. When you're driving the Clio or the Dacia Logan, have a shout out for them. But I think it was one little slip, but we had a shot of the cars in super slow-mo coming out of the carousel. The Mercedes with Philip Ellis leading the race looked absolutely on it, and there was quite a lot of understeer. I know it's an unusual corner on the circuit from the BMW, didn't seem as happy at that point, but then again it's about trying to balance your car at a point where you know it's going to go 2 wheels off the circuit. We've got a course vehicle flashing yellow lights, an intervention vehicle. drivers dive past it. Obviously, we've got to be aware. We've got to look at the flagging situation. That's the situation. The flag's being waved. Can't see yellows for them yet, so they're still running at unabated pace. But what is clear to see, and now I think they've slowed down. Yes, I think they've gone into a slower zone. Is that Philip Ellis is looking very comfortable in the lead of the race, but Ben Tuck is now being caught by those two Porsches from Falco Motorsport with a Wiley. I'll call him Wiley. He's had success through being Wiley. Frank Stippler tucking onto their tail in his Phoenix Audi, and the sister car of Kim Lewis-Schramm has fallen way back. Don't forget, he was second earlier on in the lap. In fact, at the start of this lap.
I think the car that's parked at the side of the track is the QT Cube Race Performance BMW 325i, number 703 of the V4 class, and that's parked on the right-hand side of the track at Exmoor, I believe. We've got no code 60 or...
No, I thought there was. I tell you what, it was a high-up shot. Now, Kim Lewis-Schramm has suddenly got company. He fell back from that battle from second. He fell to third, to fourth, to fifth. He's back in sixth. He's about 2 seconds down on his teammate Frank Stippler, but he is being pushed very hard by Lucas Auer. Right, as overtaking happens, more cars being passed. Starting lap number 3. Remember, the gap between Ellis and Tuck, between the Mercedes and the BMW, was 0.456 of a second, and this was a good lap for Philip Ellis because, just wait for it, we'll get confirmation. 2.6 seconds. He gained 2.2 seconds on that lap.
Falcon boys trying to get them sort of involved in broad in a little battle. Team effort don't want to be doing that. We've got a strange yellow flag situation on the NLS cut through between the GP circuit and the Nordschleife, involving cars 605 and 490. So whether they've come together or not, I'm not sure. 605, I can tell you, is the BMW M3 of Hoffer Racing, the Swiss entry.
Okay, at that very point, double waved yellow flags, and Alessio Picariello almost caught the tail of his own teammate Sven Muller. High shot doesn't show me where the cars are.
And you mentioned GT time VW Golf as well, 490 is involved in that. Well, they are together there at that part of the track. I'm hoping they haven't come together.
Okay, now what's just happened there? The waved yellow flags, it seems that Phil Ellis backed off a little bit more than Ben Tuck, because Ben Tuck looks a little bit closer in second place. And then comes et al., that famous race entry, but it's still those two Porsches with...
Porsche in the pits, though, already. Tyson in the pits with that number 25 entry.
Okay, now is this a masterstroke? Well, they've got to do something fairly desperate to achieve the goal of catching up those ahead, because they started with one hand tied behind their back, started from pit exit and 2 minutes behind the last car in the pack going through, so just in front of the second group of cars. Right, but since taking the lead at the start, Phil Ellis is stretching his legs, but they just slowed down a little bit more than the cars in front. So when they got to the double waved yellows, as they were turning right on the shortened version of the Grand Prix circuit that they use before they go to the Nordschleife. But let's just explain how much they do use. First corner, you turn to the right. Second corner to the left. Third corner to the left. Fourth corner to the right. And then instead of going on down a longer straight and turning left and right to go down to the Dunlop Kehrer, the hairpin at the bottom of the hill, they turn right. They use effectively half of the Grand Prix loop, and then they go in the stretch through the Vidal chicane, and then instead of turning right behind the back of the pits and starting all over again, they go to the left to the Nordschleife. So half of the Grand Prix loop is what they use, and it was there the problem was with the two cars that had elements that slowed them down. Now the car's almost coming to a complete standstill. The Porsche Cup cars came in to the very point I was talking about. Still can't see the cars that are off the track. They might be away from our vision, but one of the Porsches, the class leading car, the GT. Okay, facing backwards, effectively on the exit of that tight right-hander.
So this is the 490 GT tyre Golf. Looks like there's some front right-hand damage to that car. I think it may just be the colour, or it scraped the barriers, got tired sort of data marks on it. What is interesting is, though, that there's also, just before that, there's slippery surface flags.
Yeah.
Red and yellow stripes. So I don't know whether it's brought debris onto the track or it's car debris. These days, it isn't just, it used to be the oil flag when I first started racing. Now it's slippery surface. It can mean gravel, detritus, grass, you name it, on the track.
Okay, and that also explains why different people have been slowing down more than others. And certainly race leader Philip Ellis would have seen the slippery surface flag, would have seen the double yellows. Others maybe thought, it can't be that slippery, and they certainly second, third, fourth and fifth closed in on our race leader. But having seen the pace that Phil Ellis can manage, you know, the previous lap he gained over 2 seconds. This time around, let's see what it will be. He's worked the traffic very well indeed. In fact, looking down the Dottinger Höhe, he's managed to, I think, stretch his legs. But you know what? It's glorious. The fact is, trying to pick out the cars in the bright sunshine with the headlights on as they come down that long straight. Wait to see what the gap is. But certainly that fight between Tuck, Miller, Picariello and Stippler remains very, very tight indeed. Shadows across the circuit, shade on a very, very bright day. The Porsche Cup battle raging really, really strong. Doesn't matter, you can say Porsche Cup battle or just Porsche battle because you have Porsches running in different classes. Right, the fastest lap of the race last time, 7 minutes 57.5 seconds or thereabout. Is that going to be beaten this time around? Probably not, because the drivers had to slow on the cut through on the Grand Prix loop. But I guess what we have to see is how Phil Ellis's lead expanded or contracted, because certainly those behind seem to be settling into a very, very handy bunch for slipstreaming. And of course, slipstreaming really helps cut your lap time down that long run. Great battle in the cars with the highest numbers in the field. The 9.5, it's the really well supported Porsche Cayman class, GT4 level Porsche 718s, and they are very close indeed. Now what's happened is that we have a change for second place, because one of the Falcon Motorsport cars, presumably Sven Muller, waiting for identification, has got through, and they're much closer to race leader Phil Ellis. It's now Falcon Motorsport no longer third and fourth, they're second and fourth. 5-car train for the lead. Going through the carousel, it's still Phil Ellis leading the way for Schnitzelarm Racing. In behind though, Ben Tuck's fallen back into third place. Will it become fourth? The second of the Porsches from Falcon Motorsport getting closer and closer, and in that watching brief, not risking too much, sitting at the back is Stippler. In the pits, however, is a rather tattered and battered Renault. Sorry, VW, Sirocco. Quite hard to tell. A little bit of crumpling around the right rear corner.
This is the 498 entry. I thought it was going to be the GT tyre car, but it's not. It's Sirocco. You're quite right. It's the 498 entry. And I'll just look that up for us.
Okay, just waiting. Driver out of that car, earplugs out, so that's not looking like...
That's a Matilda entry, Matilda Racing entry, Team Larvo car wash. This is also from the VT2 front-wheel drive class. 498 is the entry, and it's not impact from another car by the look at that. That's tyre wall damage, I say. So I'm surmising, don't know yet, haven't seen or heard it verified, but I would surmise that car's lost it, gone off for some reason, and collected the tyres. It's done soft panel work, tyre mark, lights, that kind of thing, hasn't it?
As you were just saying that, I absolutely concur. My face sort of contorted yet again, because it was a very close moment for the second of the Falcon Porsches. Thought one of the back markers, running his own race, keeping out of the way, was staying one side. It started to drift back towards him. He had to come off the power a little bit, and guess who's gaining? Frank Stippler in behind. Thought, great, you've lost a bit of momentum. I can use it, not necessarily straight away, but if I can get back on your tail, then when I get down the run out of Gaukenkopf, up that long straight to Dottinger Höhe, I may be able to pounce. But second and third running together, tiny gap, then fourth and fifth. But I think if the second of those Falcon Porsche drivers, which I think is Alessio Picariello, waiting for our ID, can get a bit closer, then we'll have a 4-car trade. But certainly Phil Ellis, having got away, is no longer totally clear. Still leading, but the gap is coming down. Maybe give them another lap, they'll get onto his tail, then the whole complexion of this lead quintet can change.
Now, we're talking about strategies and stints, weren't we, Bruce? And the Tyson-driven Huber Motorsport 911 Porsche that did come into the pits. This is the car that should have started second on the grid, had that penalty for speeding at 116k or something through code 60, hence the brutality of that penalty, and quite rightly so. We started from the pit lane and with a 2-minute delay, so it only went out 30 seconds ahead of the second starting group. That got up to 25th overall. It's still been listed as 25th overall, but it has pitted. This is the SB9 Pro-Am entry, and as number 25. I think it will settle down when we see this lap in a minute. I think it'll be a bit further down. But have they pulled a blinder and done something slightly different, done a very, very early stop? I'm intrigued to why they've come in so early. It's all to do with the way they've started the race. So I'm guessing obviously they're thinking long term. What they're trying to pull into play by doing such an early stop. No driver change. Tyson stays in the car. When it comes past the pits very shortly, the time screen will settle, We'll just see exactly where that is.
Okay, and just had confirmation. It's Sven Muller, the number 3 Porsche, that's giving chase to race leader Phil Ellis. The advantage was 2.6 seconds over a different driver, but now it's 0.85 of a second. And then Ben Tuck, it's not gone from bad to worse, it's gone from very good to not as good. But as they come out of turn 5, suddenly they have to go down, looks like there is a code 60 there, down to almost no speed at all. We're looking from the Rover live helicopter as they go through the cut-through on the Grand Prix loop. There has been definitely a lot of liquid dropped on the outside of the circuit. We've got a couple of cars parked in the infield. You've got the
intervention vehicle towed the
yeah,
out the
and
way.
they've clearly put a lot of powder down to dry up that spill. But the
Hence the slippery surface flag.
Exactly, but that goes straight ahead as if it was continuing on the Grand Prix loop. Luckily, the driver had the prescience to consider that. The field really bunched up as soon as they could be released again. Phil Ellis blasted away from Sven Muller. Then there's a gap, and now it's Alessio Picariello, who early in this lap, they'd only done 4 corners by the time they had slowed down, has gained that 3rd position. So Falken Motorsport feeling very proud of themselves at the moment. Ben Tuck back to 4th, Frank Stippler in 5th. Then a gap of about 5 seconds to Kim Lewis-Schramm, who ran 2nd after a really good start. He's now on the nose of the yellow and blue Mercedes of Lucas Auer, with Lucy Treffs tucked in behind. And Heckländer, we talked about Maximilian Heckländer in the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini. He's doing a good job and running right behind them in 9th place overall.
2 confirmations, the 490 and 605, the GT tyre and the BMW did get together at the NLS cut-through. Hence we had that little code 60 there for a short while, which is now clear, which you just explained, Bruce. But also just clarification on the number 25 Huber Motorsport car. The reason it came into the pits was it served its penalty of 1 minute 20 seconds, 120 seconds, sorry, 2 minutes, for that start infringement in qualifying. So it didn't start from the pit lane and wait 2 minutes. It's come in and served it.
Okay,
that's why it's in and out.
That also clarifies. When I was looking down the timing sheets trying to find it, the grid, it was much higher. I didn't expect it to be up in 25th or whatever position it was when you identified it. Now, this race is starting to settle down. I think every time it closes in a little bit, Falken Porsches look very good, but now Phil Ellis is settling down. Battles further down the field, the Aston Martin going very well, Jean Glorieux, but he's got company because he's got one of the Porsche Cup cars right behind him. Great to see manufacturer variety. We'd like to see an Aston Martin closer to the front, but great that supporting this series. And just checking on the positioning, Jean Glorieux down in 32nd position at the moment. So looking for the team to pick itself up, but great to have the variety. 0.85 of a second. I think Phil Ellis is starting to stretch his legs again at the very front of the field. But certainly those when they hunted together, those Falken Motorsport Porsches look very, very handy. But I think now that Sven Muller's got a bit of a gap back to his own teammate, I think he's going to, they no longer can hunt as a slipstreaming pack. But certainly for the driver of the second of those cars, in 4th place overall, Alessio Picariello, he's got Frank Stippler shadowing his every single move.
Well, I'm going to add this with a caveat that I hope it is a GPS glitch, but I've got the number 17 Pro Sport Aston going very, very slowly on the Dottinger Hoa on my GPS. And in fact, I think I've got confirmation. I think there it is, indeed.
Yeah, so, good spot. I was just looking for that on the timing screens, and
it looks like it's slightly down on the offside. So I'm suggesting there that that's going to be a puncture. Front right puncture, I'm guessing. Doesn't look to be any damage on the car. It's certainly a lot lower ride height on the front right than it is on the front left. So that car being limped back. Yes, I can see the tyre. Yes, we've got a right-hand tyre failure front on the number 17 Aston Martin Vantage GT3 with Glorieux at the wheel. This is the number 17 entry, SP9 Pro-Am. So just simply a tyre failure. The carcass hasn't delaminated yet. It's at the Tier Garden, so we should be able to get that into the pits, but not what you want at this part of the race. Gutting for our only GT3 Aston we've got at the front.
Yeah, that also explained while I was looking at it, it was disappearing down the timing screens. You know, sometimes you think, hold on, that should be higher up, and then down it tumbled. But, you know, always easy to get a puncture around here. However well you're racing, it could be a tiny bit of debris, it could be whatever, it could be a little stone that just happens to have been brought back onto the track. Of course, good thing about the Nürburgring, they don't have so many gravel tracks. Obviously, they've generally got grass and then barriers around the outside, around the Nordschleife, but certainly cars that get it wrong can, on the Grand Prix loop, bring gravel onto track. In fact, when we had that leading quintet blasting through after that slow period, I noticed that about 3 of them ran wide at the one of the right-handers, the right-hand kink before the Vidal chicane. They punched up the dust, and that's the moment where, of course, a little stone or two can come on. So for Gloria, that's very unfortunate. But at least for them, it's a 6-hour race. There is more chance to work their way back up to the top.
So our fastest lap of the race so far, I said those Falcon Motorsport Porsches were looking a little bit racy, weren't they, working as teams. Sven Muller in the number 3 entry there, 3 and 4, those two. Car numbers, that is. He's set the fastest lap of the race so far, an 8:02.1. Bear in mind, nobody else has got below 8:04 already. So, and it's an 8:02.1, so it's nearly an 8:01. It's pretty impressive. It's significantly quicker than anything else on track at the moment. Sven Muller. Because he's got absolutely no experience with that Porsche and none on the Nordschleife, let alone the two combined, has he? Correct me, Bruce.
Do you want me? Do you want me to correct?
Absolutely. That's why I set you up.
No, but you see, the two new drivers in that team are Joel Erickson and Tim Heinemann, who are taking over. But for Sven, when you're in a lead group here and you can find time here, then you're really pretty special. Because these drivers know the ring, they know the cars. It's all about behaving, how they can achieve all they need to in the pack. But certainly at the moment, Phil Ellis is looking quite comfortable at the front, but simply because he hasn't had to fight people. Ben Tuck, unfortunately, started on pole, immediately pushed back to second, held second, then it became third, and unfortunately for him, that BMW going back a little bit at the moment. He's not only behind Alessio Picariello, who therefore moves up to third, but he's also behind Frank Stippler, who moves up to fourth. And for Ben, that's now 5th place for him. But he's still in a 4-car battle for 2nd place. Let's just not hide the fact that we've got these 4 cars covered by, I would suggest, about a 1.5 seconds. It's competitive, and one little slip up, and you can see that those behind will gobble it up. But they're close enough to gain a bit of a slipstream down the Dottinger Her. And that's precisely what Sven Muller is trying not to allow. He's trying to get enough space ahead of his own teammate Alessio Picariello, and the slipstream is actually working in favour of Frank Stippler. But can Ben Tuck behind him use the tow from Stippler's Audi, the Phoenix Audi? Headlights ablaze. No cars in front of them for the first time in a while, but behind it looks as though we're going to have positional changes for Kim Lewis Schramm and Lucas Auer. Looks so Lucas Auer in the background of the shop may be about to move up to 6th place overall. But this is what we want. It's the Nordschleife. It's sunny, it's bright, it's dry, and there's cracking racing.
Exactly, it should be. Those two Porsches, the Falcon, line astern still. BMW dropped a little bit back there. The Lamborghini, I would still want to see a really good finish result for this Lamborghini. Conrad, it's always there. It's always the bridesmaid. It's got the pace, and it's just had the most silly things. It was a wheel bearing failure in one of the races, but just unheard of. Just from I feel like a sporting point of view, I'd love to see the Conrad Lamborghini. Franz Conrad, a legend in motor racing in his own right, and still probably quite capable of jumping in that car and doing a decent time in it himself.
I feel the helmet is probably locked away at home to stop him doing such a thing. Yes, exactly. I have the key, I have the power. But the driver at the moment, Maximilian Heckland, at 9th overall still. He's nearly 3 seconds down on that brilliant battle for 7th, which is Lucy Treffs in the Landgraf Mercedes and Lucas Auer now. And they're just in behind Kim Lewis Schramm. So effectively it's the battle for 6th. Then just 3 seconds back on that. No disgrace at all. But if Maximilian can have a rub of the green, get the run of it in traffic, he might be able to catch the tail of that group. And then life will be a whole lot easier. But it's also about learning, how to make the circuit work for you, how the traffic works for you. And this, we talked about it before the start of the race, Snow, is where the experience really comes to tell. Many a time you go, I just gave them too much space. I came off. I didn't maximise the moment. But certainly Maximilian, still young in years, still learning as he goes. But he's running in 9th overall in that Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini, just looking back down the track to identify where they are, but not a million miles behind this great group in front.
I mentioned in passing the fastest lap of the race from Sven Muller, NATO 2. May I just also mention in passing that the person who said had quite a bit of experience around the Nordschleife, some man called Ellis, is at the front, isn't he?
Doing quite well.
He's just thrown in a 7:57.49.
That was his second flying lap.
Yeah, no, mad.
Bonkers. I mean, to me, anything under about 12 minutes would seem quite impressive, but obviously for racing drivers, anything under... It's always good when you can just go into the level below. So 8 minutes stands there as an impressive lap time, and his fastest lap. In fact, the fastest, I think 6 drivers have got under 8 minutes in this race. The top 5 runners, Ellis, Sven Muller, Alessio Picariello, Frank Stippler and Ben Tuck, and down, we were just talking about him, Maximilian Hecklander in the Lamborghini, also below 8 minutes. So he's going to see if he can use that speed to close in on Lucas Auer. But Auer's very busy on the track. He's fighting very hard with Treffs. So Auer in the number 6 Hout Racing Team Mercedes, and Lucy Treffs in the 55, another Mercedes, which is from the Landgraf camp. And that's got a very tidy crew. It's got Patrick Assenheimer, so many long-distance race wins here under his belt, and Julian Apostolos, young Porsche driver usually, but now moving around through the manufacturers. Nip and Tuck. The day was bright blue skies. Now there is more cloud.
Ben Tuck's teammate, is it?
That's right. Yeah, indeed. And the clouds started to come in, but, you know, for the drivers, that might make things a little more comfortable. Not so comfortable for the Pro Sport Aston Martin. In the garage, bonnet off, loads of gravel being cleared out from underneath. And
no sense of urgency there, is there, Bruce?
No, alas, no. So 6-hour races for some people, but not for them by the looks of things. Unless they go, okay, no, we might fix it and then go out. Could still have we could wait an hour and a half and still have a 4-hour race.
Now, what we're getting images of is the front right being worked on, which is the tyre identified was an issue, but there is a sense of urgency on that side of the car, so a little bit more going on. It looks as if there's some brake work taking place, so cause and effect, you never know what's caused what, and it's indeed the brake caliper being removed and put to one side. It looks like they're going to try and attempt to get this car out again, but I just wonder, is there an upright issue or something? That's good. There's no evidential damage to the front of the car.
Yes, it's always difficult when we're looking at the mechanics immediately around the car. You look at other people in the pit garage and you think, well, they're not that interested. What are they doing? No, they're from another team. Of course, many drivers and teams actually share the same pit garage. So I suddenly noticed, why would they care? They've got the four circles of Audi on their back.
The Audi tools don't fit the Aston.
Yes.
If they're Mercedes ones, they probably would.
You heard it here last. There we go. So Phil Ellis leading the way. It's 5 seconds. Well, it's 4.9 seconds is his advantage. And his last lap, he gained 4 seconds on Sven Muller. That is down to traffic, absolutely certainly. And then in behind, it's only half a second from Muller to his own Falken Motorsport teammate Alessio Picariello. Frank Stippler, it's actually an entire second back. That's the furthest back he's been in 4th place. But he's only half a second clear of Ben Tuck, who was 2nd, started on pole, back in 5th now in the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW. Then he's got still sitting on that comfortable buffer of 8 and a bit seconds over the 6th place Audi of Kim Lewis-Strand. But he's got company. He's got Treffs and Auer right on his tails, and Hecklander catching the lot of them.
Now, whatever's been cleared up on the NLS cut-through, as we put it, by that half of the GP circuit you identified earlier, Bruce, is taking a lot of clearing up still, because we've still got code 60 down there. And we'd seen the intervention vehicles certainly remove the GT tyres Golf. That was out of the way. So I'm not sure what the hold up there, unless it's quite simply putting down material to soak up whatever's on the track there. You commented before, but I'm going to call it cement dust.
I
operate, which is a different type of thing these days. But you just wonder what it is that's cause and effect there. You said gone straight up. I wonder if there was an engine failure.
Well,
therefore, a load of oil on the track, or coolant, or something of that ilk, liquid on the track, which caused one car and then 2 to go off.
I think it wasn't a little bit of a leak. I think it was a catastrophic failure, and certainly the way
it was a sump fault, not a thumb fault.
Yes, exactly. But the way in which everybody was really, really slowing down. You know, you can't visually identify how much grip people have, but clearly it must be, you know, like an ice rink down there, because it's been there for some while. They put a load of that cement dust, to coin the official term, down there. But the dark mark, in fact it's a lighter mark, it's a sort of brick coloured mark, goes straight on to the remainder of the Grand Prix circuit, but people being very, very careful there. Phil Ellis still comfortable in the lead of the race, just looking to see if there are any other moments, and good to see that the Tyson car that had its served its time in the pit is now really starting to get up to speed. This is the car, the Huber Motorsport Porsche, that qualified 2nd, but unfortunately was what we call marginally over the speed limit in the code 60 area. In fact, as close to anything as double the speed limits. They've been hit with that starting at the back of the pack in the lead pack of the race, the first of the 3 classes, and then having to come in and serve a 2-minute stop and then rejoin. But since coming back on, at least the driver has been pressing on. Joachim Thijssen pushing very hard. So look out for the story of the 25 Porsche through this race. 6 hours of racing, so still time to be regained, but it's going to be a real story of doing things the hard way after that initial upset. Looking at the gaps, car 102 going very well indeed, still in Cup 2, leading that class in 13th position overall. That's the Porsche Cup class. And Christopher Brook sitting on an advantage of, well, not too much, in fact, just over a second. So this one sees how he's going around the fact we know that he's got close company. Car 120 is next up in line. That's Tim Shearbart. Again, often find his name at the sharp end of the grid in the Porsche Cup class car, and it's such a well-supported class. You can see why these cars are just feel as though they're made for the ring. The 911 GT3 Cup class car.
Absolutely. We concentrate on these GT3 cars, the SB9 cars at the front all the time. Quite right, because there's nothing. That's what a lot of the coverage is about. At the very front, we've got. Is that our race leader into the pits? I think it's Ellis into the pits, is it not?
Well, that's a very early pit stop. So that's 5 laps on the board. Ellis pits, okay, doing things differently. Now you can do things differently in this championship because there's a very crafty sliding scale. I have to find my file. I thought I'd memorised it by now. If you pit early, then let's just go through this. If you, for example, pitted after 5 laps, which he has, your pit stop can be 306 seconds. If you pit, it must be a minimum. If you pitted after 6 laps, it's another 22 seconds. So coming in early, you get a short first pit stop, but it does mean you'll be making your final pit stop a bit earlier, and then you get a sort of commensurate punishment by instead of gaining time in the pits, you lose it because your pit time is of a different length.
Personal feeling on that is they've reacted that given the start he made. He wasn't up at the front. He did that skirmish down the pit wall, and boy did he get close to the pit wall, as we've seen. Into the lead, consolidated that, so take advantage of it. Change your strategy, as you say, adapt all the time. No driver change. Philip Ellis staying in this number 11 race leading car as it is. Schnitzelhelm Mercedes. Very calm there, just pressing a few buttons on the wheel, getting ready for the code, and they're going out to the pit lane, the limiter.
But I do believe it's actually part of his sponsorship. He has to come in and have a small schnitzel. Goes with the sponsorship. But I'm now feeling hungry. Every time I look at this car, I think about, oh, wouldn't it be nice to be sitting in one of the...
Over 5 hours to go, Bruce, I warn you.
Ah, damn. There we go. The pit stops seem, incredibly long, but that's simply a safety element. No point having drivers rushing in, and it's a standard nozzle fuel pump. It's not some of these quick feeds, so the fuel splashing out, not too bad there. Car's mopped up, neat, tidy, bright yellow and black. But, well, an interesting roll of the dice. Will the others react and come in next time around? Their pit stops will be 22 seconds longer, so it is a fact. So by doing this, he should have extended his lead, but the payback is at the tail end of the race when you come in for those final round of pit stops. But plenty of time between then and now. And a big change of lead, by the way, in the Cup 2 class. It might have been me failing to read the screen, but Christopher Brook had been leading the class. He's fallen back to second with Tim Shearbart behind him, but 102 is now leading that class. And when it says Muller on the screen, you have to just try not to use your memory. It's Tobias Muller. Of course, we've got Nico Mullers, we've got Sven Mullers, we've got Dirk Mullers, but Tobias is leading that Cup 2 class for the Porsche Cup class by 1.6 seconds now from Tim Shearbart.
Talking of different classes, the V4 class, great battle going on between the 701 325i and the number 1 325i. This is the BMW 325i class, unsurprisingly. The number 1, of course, is the winning car for the last 3 years, Brennan Motorsport, last 3 years of this series.
Okay, let's just explain this, Peter, because what we have is the many classes here, and you don't get a uniform number of points. If you have 20 cars in your class and you win it, you get more points than if your class only has 6 points. So often the drivers competing in the better supported classes have a chance of taking the title outright, because it's the number of points you score in your class, not overall positions. Obviously for the SP9 class, it is the overall positions because they're the fastest groups of cars. These are the GT3s. But many a time, there's been a well-supported class with cars that are, 20 seconds a lap slower than the very best. Maybe more than that, but they are racing in class. It's well-supported, and if you win your class, with a big field, then you're laughing. And that number one BMW is doing what it's done over the years. It's got a fabulous slipstream as it works its way back towards the end of the lap. The 701 BMW is in front, but for how much longer? This is a good move.
It is. I'm not sure you can carry it off. I think he's come out a little bit early there before the kink. He won't get it into Tiergarten. Not going to get to do that just yet. No, on this occasion. So basically, if you want to win the race, go GT3 SB9. If you want to win the championship, go 325i BMW V4 class. Is the difference, and it's a darn sight cheaper, but you get to the overall champions.
Apparently it comes down to reading the small print, something I've never tried in life. Keep your life fresh, keep it as a surprise, that's what I say. So, Alessio Picariello has moved into the lead of the race. The last lap, a real sort out at the front of the field. It was led by Sven Muller, with Philip Ellis, of course, came in to serve a pit stop, but now Alessio Picariello is the lead car. So, a change at the front. Volker Motorsport with the Belgian driver who's done a lot of his racing out in the Far East when that was open for racing. He is now the driver in front. Volker Motorsport, of course, a team set up to show the value of Volker Motorsport rubber, and certainly it's been staunch to manufacture. And in fact, in recent years, until this year, they've decided to show its the quality of their race rubber by running two different makes of cars. They showed it could work on a BMW and a Porsche. Running a team, Snow, with two different makes of cars in your camp can't be the easiest thing in the world, can it?
Well, exactly. There's different intel for both of them, and it's if you have let's say a GT3 and a GT4 are from the same brand, there's going to be parity. There's going to be certain things. One's going to be an evolution of the other. A different manufacturer is going to have different ways of thinking. So you've got to have probably a different set of tools, different set of tech, different set of instruments, you name it. So it's just another layer of work to do. But they must. Equally, you've got to go with what you think is the right cause. You're going to win the championship. Your GT3 contender might be at the front of its field. Your GT4 may not be, or the other way around. And these things change. It's cyclical, as we've seen it. What's quick now? If you'd have asked me at the beginning of the N24-hour race this year, what you're going to put your money on, more importantly, what would I put your money on? I'd have put your money on a BMW M4, and you'd have lost. Oh, I'd have lost some of your money. Yeah, because it didn't happen.
Now this an element that is in this. You've been around the racing scene long enough. So have I. Maybe not long enough. I still intend to go on for a long time to come. That is
absolutely.
Is when you're running a team and you've got a young racing driver, even an old racing driver. Maybe actually this could be the harder thing. Someone who's made their money, man or woman, and decides they want to come racing, and they've got in their mind they want to race a particular make of car in a championship. It's fine in a one-make series, there is no debate, but many a time it must be when you, with your experience, go, really the obvious car for this is insert name of manufacturer, and they want to race another, and trying to bring them round to the point of view, do you want to win, or do you just want to say you're racing a, insert name of other manufacturer?
Been there, done that, unsuccessfully in converting it to the thinking of the most competitive brand at the time, and they wanted to go with the emotional brand. Mm-hmm. And then we get 2.5 years down the line, but we're not winning. And it's like, at which point when they're playing, where'd you say? Well, I told you so. It was there, but it's a difficult thing because, as you say, you've got there. I don't like the word amateurs, but you've got gentlemen drivers. You say people that have made their money, and usually these type of people, they've made money for a reason. It's not by chance. So they're very used to getting not only their own way, but we're clear of thought and whatever. But then when they have a little bit of time to go and do something they want to do, it becomes emotional. And we see it from a business racing point of view. They see it from business having a bit of fun. And it's as you say, it's got that melting pot. You've got to find a middle there and get a synergy that all works together. You get the right kind of person, which I've had as well, where they're just like, oh, okay, I would have gone for this, but let's go for that. And all of a sudden, you're there winning, and the smiles on the face when you start winning, brilliant.
Now, just pleased to see waved green flags, which means that slippery area has now been cleared up. That's the cut through on the Grand Prix loop. Just a message on screen that has finally been made green. Of course, the flip side of that coin is us racing folk can look at how these people make their money and make ridiculous suggestions about how their business might work, but there's no consequence of that. We can encourage them to take risks and do things they might realise are completely bonkers. Another factor that needs to come in, of course, is the cars and how they change. Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. Sven Muller now leading for Volker Motorsport.
Wir progressiv beschleunigen. Schön gefühlvoll und eingelenkt.
Falkenreifen.
Gesangverein.
Liebe Fans,
besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle von Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen zu NLS.
Pit stops coming thick and fast. Sven Muller has not made a pit stop. Frank Stippler has not made a pit stop as yet. They're on their 7th lap. Their rivals are on the 7th lap, but by staying out, as has the 55 Landgraf Mercedes with Treffs on board, they've moved to the top of the leaderboard. But expect in the course of time to see the car, the number 11 Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes, work its way back to the front. It came in after 5 laps, some of its rivals after 6, and some of the rivals maybe after 7 will come into the pit lane. But right now, things are changing thick and fast at the top. But I think right now, maybe, I'm just wondering, Phil Ellis, he kept getting clear and then kept getting pulled back. It might have been, Peter, because of those yellow flag areas on the Grand Prix loop, that he backed off a little bit, let them close in. He slowed more than they did on the slippery surface. But he managed to get clear, but they hunted as a pack and they caught him down. I think maybe his lead was protected by the fact there were so many cars fighting for position behind him. Maybe they just decided, okay, let's see, it's a 6-hour race. Have you done the maths on this? Have you divided? It's not a 4-hour race. I told you it was a 6-hour race. Did you bring enough biscuits and all that? They will analyse, how the race is going to break down. I'm not so confident that they've got it all right, but we'll see. But obviously at the moment they're a long way down the leaderboard because a lot of the cars behind them, particularly the Porsche Cup cars, haven't made a pit stop yet. So I'm looking at a timing screen at the top. This is catchy, 43 positions all on one screen, which is quite good. But that number 11 Mercedes not to be seen. But of course, as all the others make their pit stops, he'll come firing back to top. He should be in front by that short first pit stop.
Precisely so. We've got just over 5 hours of this race to go, and we are 6 laps in, so we're going to be approaching the point of pit stops really quite soon. I think 8 laps is the max you can go around here in a GT3 car, thereabouts. So some are going to start doing things at lap 7. We will see.
Okay, so Phil Ellis stayed on board after that initial pit stop. Last time around was 17th, about 7 or 8, probably about 10 of the cars in front of him haven't served their pit stops. Others have, and they're in that artificial position there. Their pit garage was towards pit exit, therefore past the start-finish line, so they're still listed ahead of him, but we will see as he works his way back up the order. Maybe, just maybe, today is going to be a Falcon Motorsport day.
As it comes into the pits, as you speak.
Oh, well, there we have it.
Sven Muller brings the Falcon Motorsports 911 into the pits, and right behind him, Frank Stippler in the Team Phoenix Shearbart Audi, and right behind him is Trevs in the Landgraf Mercedes. It's almost like you scripted that, Bruce. Did you just pause the timing screen and wait, let's finish your bit and then bring that in?
No, I wrote that yesterday. It's
brilliant. Oh, that is prep. You wrote it yesterday, full prep.
Sometimes
full marks.
Falls into place like that. Not often, I can tell you that for sure.
More than you give yourself credit for, I think, old boy. So Fetzer also in from 7th in the Line Speed by Car Collection R8. So top 3 and 7th into the pits. Now I said we were going to do about these laps to see what would happen. About lap 7 we would sort to have this. Okay, now Kuba Gamaziak has pitted already, as has indeed Alessio Piccarello. Carlton's in the Vulcan Horse BMW, Gamaziak and Miney in the Hout Mercedes. They've pitted, as in Von Berman in the Conrad Lamborghini as well. So this is all going to shake out really quite interestingly at the end of the, roughly going into the second hour of the race. And we're still a whole NLS round plus an hour to go yet.
Not complaining.
No,
not complaining.
No, it's brilliant.
It's been clear, brilliant. It's been tight.
Bring it on.
I just really, you get this after the first pit stops. I talk about this the whole time, but it's really, really relevant because your pit stop, if you did after lap 5, is 22 seconds shorter than if you come in after lap 6. You know what it's like? We've just had a group of cars coming in after their 7th lap, and their pit stop is another 23 seconds longer. So they're going to fall away in terms of their race position, their position on the track. But the payoff is they'll probably make their final pit stop in this 6-hour enduro somewhat later, and then their pit stop will be shorter in terms of minimum time. It seems confusing, and when people do things in a different way, it can for quite a while have the cars running more separately on the track than their overall pace will allow. And in many ways, you could say, you could throw your hands up in the air in horror and go, oh, well, we'll just have to see what happens after the final round of pit stops. Nonsense. We've got plenty of good racing in front of us, particularly when you've got groups of cars who came in at the same time. And just looking to see who's really pressing on in the Falcon Motorsport Porsche is Alessio Picariello going through at decent speed. He's really had a very, very good stint. Lights are flashing. Turquoise and mid-blue. Belgian driver diving past the back marker.
It is Piccarello in the number 4 car.
Yep. So he's sharing that with Tim Heinemann, who's new to the team this weekend, but on a race as long as this, you're certainly not going to be alternating between your 2 drivers at the end of each stint. So it'll be a double stint to start with for Picariello, who's really become a sort of regular with Porsches. He sort of made his name in the GT World Challenge in Asia, having done his junior racing over in Asia as well. Unusual for a European driver, but his money stretched a little further there, and his form since then in Porsches has been very impressive, and he's there on the works books now. Now,
interesting at the top, the change of the top 3 cars are back out of the pits, Bruce, and Falcon Motorsports in their number 3 entry have chosen to swap Sven Muller for Joel Erickson. Frank Stippler, however, stays aboard the Team Phoenix Audi, as indeed does Trefts aboard the Landgraf Motorsport Mercedes, but the number 23 Mercedes, sorry, Audi, my apologies, goes from Dennis Fetzer to Lone Curler. And of course, we've got our favourite driver in there as well.
We do, but we're saving him for later.
Indeed.
More later.
We've got 5 hours, no rush.
No.
Well, not our favourite driver, we don't have favourites, but one of our favourite names to say.
It is, indeed. You have to have a little bit of magic to keep your day on the rails, so we will save Lorenzo.
Another reason to stay listening is if you need anything for the racing, that's enough, but just for that alone.
Joel Erickson, this is his first stint. He's just moving out onto the track in this Nürburgring Langstrecken Series race, and certainly I would say really over the course of years now, Falken Motorsport run a lot of drivers through their books. And great to have another young driver, Joel, known for racing in the DTM. Frank Stippler, known for racing absolutely everything everywhere, but you keep coming back to the German veterans' experience at the Nordschleife. He's been there, seen it, done it, won the 24-hour race back in a bit of a year, 2012, 10 years ago. He won the same year the Nürburgring 24 and the Spa 24. That was really quite a record. He won the Nürburgring 24 hours again 3 years ago, so there's nothing he doesn't know about. The dips, the hollows, and again, just the ability to make a car even faster by using the opposition and using their toe. Phil Ellis, though, back in the groove. He was the first driver to pit. He came out of the lead in the Schnitzalarm Mercedes. 5 laps in, he brought it into the pits. He served that short first pit stop, shorter than the others by coming in early, but he's already back under the 8-minute mark, his first flying lap after that pit stop. 7 minutes 59, nobody else on that pace at the moment. So for Schnitzalarm, it's looking very, very good indeed. Still haven't had a chance to see if that, I presume that Aston Martin is still in the pit garage. Just having a quick look to see. That was Jean Glorieux brought that in with the problem. Yes, it's still there. The Pro Sport car still in the pit garage, down in 115th position. 121 cars listed. 133 on the entry list. You often get this fluid thing. We had some cars having problems in qualifying, and clearly not all of them managed to go out into the race. One we know had a collision with the barriers, and quite simply in a championship on a day which has a format of all on one day, when you do your qualifying, if you drop it, then you've got precious little time before the race to get it all prepared and get the car back into racing. But what we can tell you is Phil Ellis is on a real flyer for the Schnitzalarm, the number 11 Mercedes. But both the Falken Motorsport cars looking great, 3 and 4. 3 just been taken over by Joel Erickson, having been started by Sven Muller, but Alessio Picariello has stayed aboard number 4, and also setting some pretty good sector times as well. I think we'll probably be in second place when everything settles back down, when the field closes up. Great news for Dacia Logan fans. The car number 261 running 6th in class. There may well be only 6 cars in that class, but we sort of had sight of the Dacia Logan, one of the least likely racing cars, but it's been a real sort of firm favourite here for quite some while. And it's a class, the GT86 Toyotas tend to be leading that class, and 286 is doing precisely that at the moment. Great little car, the Toyota GT86, and certainly one of those cars that didn't come blessed with enormous power, but really, really good handling. And certainly the ones I see on the road don't have rear wings like the one that's going around the track leading the SP3 class. But you know, I'm almost surprised that more people aren't racing those.
Well, it depends what part of the world you live in, that some of those cars on the road do have rear wings like that. I just had a slight incident, I'm not sure what it was, yellow flags at Bergwerk for a few minutes, but nothing off. And it's also, as I'm talking about it, it's actually gone back to green. So I don't know whether somebody just ran a bit wide and brought some detritus onto the track and cleared it or not, but it was there. I thought it was going to develop into something, but it hasn't. So, and we can calm down again and carry on.
Well, there will be more incidents. There'll be more moments that it's just very hard to identify what has happened. The championship organisers do a fantastic job, the TV crew setting up cameras around the circuit, but you cannot have a camera on all 172 or so twists of the circuit. And the camera crew is working really hard, a lot of them I know full well. When you look at a cameraman's note, the camera person's notes, they don't just tend to look at one corner from their position. Here you have to be able to swing and pick up another corner, possibly in a different part of the circuit, maybe hidden by trees here, but the camera crews have to really multitask, because with 120 plus cars starting the race, there could be something happening behind them just as much as in front. looking to see where the pace is coming from. Phil Ellis, I pointed out, first driver to pit. He's running very, very strongly since he's rejoined, and the people around him in the overall order also settling back down to pace after their pit stops, but their pace is not as good as his. He came in a lap earlier than some, and in fact 2 laps earlier than some of his rivals who pitted after lap number 7. And they will take longer to get up to speed, but certainly Phil Ellis is flying. One of the front runners is only a front runner by dint of not pitting as yet. 7 laps on the board, and the only one of the cars in the SP9 class that hasn't pitted is car number 50. It's SP9 AM. Of course, we've got the AM class in SP9 as well, and car number 50 is the twin Busch by Keep Vitesse Audi. That was started by Arno Klaasen. So obviously they decided, well, let's have a really, really long first stint and hope we're around to reap the benefit at the other end of the scale in the final pit stop in the race. So they're running, despite the fact they have had rivals take a pit stop, some still ahead of them, but Arno Klaasen running their own race. Because it's easy, Snow, to focus on just the fact we look at SP9 at the front, we look at the Porsche Cup class, but when you've got the sub-classes, we've got SP9 Pro-Am and AM. And now, as I say that, okay, it was a long way to the end of the 7th lap. In fact, the pace was such that they are pitting after 7 laps, but just merely was so far behind, I thought they'd gone on to lap 8.
Yeah, talking of which, I was looking at the Pro Sport 176 number, Aston Martin Vantage. It just made me think of the other car they've got, the GT3 version, number 17. We never saw that reappear from the pits, have we?
No, I just checked. And
yeah,
it's still listed as being in the pit garage, unless it's happened in the last minute or two. No, it's just come out. The bar across the screen, timing screen's just changed from red to green. Jean Gloria listed at the moment is still being on board that. And number 4 in for the second time for Alessio Picariello.
Having a penalty.
Oh, okay.
Serving a stop-go penalty at the end of the pit lane, which is immediately below the podium as you come into the pit lane, so that nobody's allowed to touch or work on the car, though. But of course, the technician can go around and with a laser gun, which doesn't physically touch the car, can just measure brake disc temperatures to know how the car's performing, what the brake's like, how they're going to life the pads and discs on that. So I'm not quite sure why the number 4 Falcon is serving a penalty.
Well, the driver who must be blamed is the only driver who's been it so far, which is Alessio Picariello. But this is the car that I reckon was likely to be coming back into second place.
I did have the strangest thought for a moment there. They looked in through the driver's window, and I could see a bare arm and sleeves in a short sleeve shirt. I was thinking, what? Inside the car?
Is it Fangio?
No, well, exactly. No, it was Gonzalez. But it was simply because it was the reflection on the window of the official outside. It was his arm, but it really looked like it was the driver. I was thinking, you can't not wear overalls, surely.
That was a really good pickup by it was indeed the Pampas Bull Gonzalez, who was a fairly hefty man and clearly used to sweat quite a lot. So a short sleeve Airtex shirt, or the Argentinian equivalent. I've forgotten the name of the make. There is a make. They still make them now. Used to race. It seems extraordinary. Those big burly Grand Prix cars with a big burly driver back in the mid-1950s, racing short sleeves. Of course, safety levels have dictated against that happening these days. But there'll be a lot of drivers on board these cars, probably, even though the day has gone from bright blue skies to overcast now, will be very hot in the cockpit, and really thinking I too would like a short sleeve shirt. Now we suddenly have a whole host of cars in the garage. We've got the meatball flag, which is the orange and black circle flag, the black flag with the orange circle, and into the pits come, well, no, the others are just the late pit stoppers. No, in fact, what's happened on the screen, the Cup 2 class car, the Porsche Cup class cars suddenly filling the top 10 of the timing screen, but of course this point they then dived into the pits for their pit stops.
Right, the number 4 Falcon Porsche got a penalty for changing tyres on the starting grid, which is a breach of the series regulations. 18.1, if you must know. But yeah, so they changed tyres on the start grid, which you're not allowed to do.
Well, that's particularly surprising from a team like Falcon Motorsport, with year upon year of experience in this championship, and a real shame because they've been going so well in this race, running second and third.
But interestingly, they've not contested it in any way, shape or form. They've served the penalty. Maybe they can argue it later, but you can't give time back.
No.
You can't do it at the end. Well, you can take time away, but can't time back. This meatball flag, which is the orange circle on a black background, is hence it gets the name meatball. is usually, it is displayed to a car because there's something on that car that's awry that you, the driver, may not be aware of, i.e. it's leaking fuel from the back or something, bodywork's flapping that might be considered a danger to other people, etc. on the track. So you've got to come in. You've got 3 laps to do that normally. Now, that can't really apply here at the Nürburgring because 3 laps around here is 30 minutes. It's a whole stint. What I'm slightly concerned about is I can't see the number of the car it relates to at the moment.
No, I was desperately looking when that was filmed. We could see the flag was out, but we'll take a look on timing screens and see if anything is changing. But right now I can certainly see nothing of the sort. Phil Ellis now declared back in the lead of the race by, well, the next driver in class would be Alessio Picariello, but he's had to serve that penalty in the pit. So it'll be the number 34 BMW, started by Ben Tuck, now in the hands of Christian Cronjes, which will move into effective second place. And I would reckon that in behind him, next in queue, would be probably one of the Phoenix Audis. I thought it might be Frank Stippler, but I think it actually might be the sister car handed over to Kuba Gimasiak, but no, I think that's just waiting to complete another lap. Then the timing screens will go back the other way. But Frank Stippler continuing in that number 5 Audi, always in the mix here, and using all his wily ways to eke the most performance out of the car. Under his breath, he'll probably be going, "What do you mean the Falcon Motorsport car? They know about the rules here. Why did they change tyres on the grid?" Anyhow, it's a helping hand for him. Phil Ellis's pace, by the way, he came out from his pit stop, was almost immediately under the 8-minute mark. He just did an 8-minute 3-second lap, just looking to see if we've got any yellow flags anywhere. No, I think we're all clear of all of that. So it's looking very, very neat and tidy. Who else is lapping at decent pace? Christian Cronjes down to 8 minutes 2. Kuba Gimasiak, actually in the sister Phoenix Audi to Frank Stippler, is down very close to the 8-minute mark. So Phoenix Audi looking good at the start of this stint. But right now, after that brilliant start from the second row of the grid into the lead, Phil Ellis, through the smallest of gaps, led that first stint, was the first driver to pit from the top class after only 5 laps. But since then, his pace has been very good, and his advantage, we'll see what it is at the end of this lap, but I think it's actually going to be really quite chunky, particularly after Alessio Picariello, who would have been second following that first round of pit stops, had to serve a stop and go. In fact, a stop and hold in the pit lane. That would have cast it way down the top 10, one would suggest.
You were talking earlier, Bruce, about the drivers in the front-running cars in terms of pace, so the SP9 GT3 cars, and we just saw the number 3 Porsche there of Falcon Motorsport car having to go all the way around the outside of the back marker at Klostertal. As in, the back marker quite rightly took his, as back marker, it's unfair to say that, it was a Cayman, took the correct line, and one of the things you do want as a driver is for a driver in front to stay on the line and you get round them. It is always your responsibility, and he did exactly that, but it just meant the GT3 Falcon car had to go all the way around the long way. And the danger of that, of course, that you run onto marbles and things, and you do the right thing and you arrive at the situation, you think, he's got a right to take the line, he's taken the line, I'll go around him. You run offline, and all of a sudden, you suddenly got that twitch of understeer, and the next thing you know, there is a nanosecond at the Nürburgring and places like that where it goes from a twitch of understeer to being the barriers, because the strip of grass is barely a car width wide at some point, and there is no margin for error, there is no safety net around so much of this circuit, and it can be all over that quickly.
It's still a warm day at the Nürburgring, Nordschleife. As we go through this race, it won't just be marbles they're getting on the outside, it will be great clumps of rubber, and rubber pickup, tyre pickup is the beast of all beasts around a circuit like this, where you absolutely need your car to be on its toes around the tighter corners, and suddenly with somebody else's rubber now meshed into your own, then it really makes it very, very difficult indeed. So that is the other enemy about having to go around a back marker. Peter very much enjoying the cornering capabilities of the Dacia Logan at the moment on the screen. The driver turns the wheel and at some point the car turns in, but it'd be a huge heap of fun. But there must be times where you think, really, how much understeer can you possibly fit into a car?
It did remind me of watching a lot of historic racing, that you saw all the action from the driver with the steer angle and steering input, and then there was a delay to anything actually happened to the chassis.
Yes, there is. Program, go ahead of yourself. Right, who else is starting to pick up the pace? I'm just waiting for Phil Ellis to complete this next lap. That would be 9 laps on the board. As I say that, he crosses the line. He's moving on to lap 10. What will the gap be?
Dasher Logan just shot into the pits, actually, through the shortcut.
The shortcut?
Yeah, coming back in through the back of the GP circuit. You don't have to go onto the Nordschleife if you've got a problem. You can take the pit entrance there, which you have duly done so. So, obviously, issues for the Dacia Logan, which is a great shame.
Yeah, no, it really, really is. But it's more sensible than heading out onto the Nordschleife and having a small mechanical problem becoming a large one. You don't get a lap credited to you if you do that, by the way. You don't go, haha, I just cut off 23 kilometres of a twisted, difficult tarmac, but you do at least get back to the pits to sort your problem. Falcon Motorsport cars, I think, are still looking very strong, but just bear in mind, after its first pit stop, the number 4 car, Alessio Picariello, had to come in to the pits to serve a stop and hold. And that will really, really cost it. Right, Christian Cronjes has indeed come through into second place. That's the Norwegian driver in the number 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW. But get this, 34 seconds in arrears. That sounds absolutely dreadful. Race over and out. No, of course it's not over and out for the driver in second place, because he knows his first pit stop, the pit stop for that car when he took over from Ben Tuck, was 22 seconds longer, mandatory. Not because the pit crew was slow, by coming in a lap later than the lead car did. The lead car came in after 5 laps. They came in after 6. You can cut 22 seconds off that advantage, so it's only a dozen seconds real time. And then at the end of the race, presuming that Phil Ellis's car, the number 11 Schnitzelarm Mercedes, comes in a lap or so earlier than the opposition, that 22 seconds will be given back. More of that later, because it's not a 4-hour race. It's much later. It's a 6-hour race here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. This is the 4th round, was due to be the 5th round, but snow forced the postponement until November of one of the rounds. I think it was the 2nd round, wasn't it? Snow.
It was, yeah.
One down to be NLS2. Anyhow, later in the year we will get that action. It does mean you'll be another race where there's quite a possibility. It's not unknown for snow to fall in November in the Eiffel Forest. Just putting it out there.
Yes, clement weather, a high possibility, I'd have thought, at that time of year, but we will see. It will still be called NLS2 as well. They've kept the names of them same. They've just dropped NLS2 to the end of the schedule. A bit of close-up on the Conrad Lamborghini for a few minutes there. I think it's because something was our TV director just showing us that, just so you can understand what's happening. I think it was just a bit of loose tape flapping around on the back of it. I don't think it's nothing like bodywork, so I really would not want anything to befall that. That Conrad car, yet again, it's currently running in 7th place, car number 7. That is the Conrad with Jelmer Berman at the wheel.
Yeah, you get accustomed over the years to seeing Jelmer largely in Mercedes, but a bit of cross-pollination, always good for a driver. Up front, though, Phil Ellis, metronomic. He got into the, I think it was 7-minute 59, then he did an 8-minute 3 second lap, followed by an 8-minute 3 second lap. I think he's actually even within 100th of his previous lap time. That's metronomic. But in 3rd place, almost dipping under 8 minutes flat and closing in on Christian Cronjes is Kuba Gimasiak. That has been had the better pit stop and in and out than the sister car that Frank Stippler stayed on board. So they're 3rd and 4th, but Stippler is 6 and a bit seconds back and not lapping as fast as his teammate. Oh, dearie me. Now, one problem is when a driver is in one of the SP9 class cars, the GT3s that set the pace in this championship, is trying to overtake one driver from a junior class. When they find 2, the track can be very narrow indeed. Right, Peter, here's the competition for today.
More to the point, though, two different classes there. So we had a BMW from the V4 class, and then the Aston Martin Pro Sport Aston Martin 176 from the SP8T class.
Yeah, now here's a little competition. We don't like calling them.
Distract you.
We don't like. Yeah, you did well. We don't like talking about back markers. They're drivers in junior classes, necessarily slower classes. They might be driving just as well as the drivers in the SP9 class cars. So through the remainder of this 6 hours, we've got 4 hours, 40 minutes to run. We'll try and come up with a better term, because we don't want to be derogatory. I mean, in any group there are back markers, but for someone to be in a slower car that is being driven superbly, they almost don't deserve that term. So answers on a postcard, or better still on Twitter.
No, I'm with you. I'm never comfortable when I use the term, but it's a bit of parlance. I use it all the time, and I don't like it. So if we can find something different that's appropriate, great idea.
Yeah, if you want to throw in your thoughts on RSL_studio, and we'll have a little look at those as we run along. But I'm sure they deserve better, because certainly some of the drivers, particularly the car with number 1 on the door that's been driven so well over the years, not only winning their large class, but their ability to stay out of trouble by putting their car in the right place is really, really enormously appreciated by the SP9 drivers as they come herring through the pack.
No, I just saw something going up towards Carousel there. It looks like there's, I think it was a McGann or something, dragging a whole load of its rear bodywork, I think, along the track. So, unless our eyes completely deceive me, which has been known before when all's said and done, don't agree too quickly, Bruce.
I just happen to be nodding. Cup 2 class.
I thought you were, I was trying to keep you awake.
No, not at all. No, I'm absolutely fired up. No, Cup 2, that's been changing the order, the Porsche Cup class car. One of the drivers who did really well in the first part of the race is all smile at the moment. That's Tim Shearbart, who was, I think, second at the time those cars came in for their pit stop. That class is now led by the number 111 with a driver who just loves the Nordschleife, Fricadelli Racing Team's Felipe Fernandez Laza, who also has done a fair bit of driving of late with Glickenhaus. And Glickenhaus, of course, for many years supported this series with their fantastic looking racers, and it's great to see him. In fact, the last time I saw Felipe Fernandez was a few weekends ago at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, and he was taking a Glickenhaus up the rather short but very tricky hill there. So he gets about, but he's been racing with Klaus Abelin for a long time, and of course Fricadelli, such a popular team. We don't only mention teams that Meatball Flags and Schnitzelarm Racing and Fricadelli Racing, but around lunchtime it seems fairly appropriate. But I wish I didn't do that. It just makes me feel even more hungry, knowing I've got some sandwiches, but I can't possibly get to them. So I'm looking forward to the end of this race. My stomach would have eaten itself. I'd have lost about 5 kilos. And that's not because it's hot in the cockpit.
It's very meat-based commentary, this, isn't it?
It is. It is. But I'm only trying to get into, some of the people will have their barbecues out around the length of the Nordschleife. I mean, not to the extent that they have in the Nürburgring 24 hours. But, if you're going to the Nordschleife, it's great looking down across the pits and looking down at the sort of complex at the start of the lap. But for me, there are certain points where I would far prefer to be out around the tricky bits at the back of the circuit. Whipperman, S-Bash, places where you can get and watch the cars, to me, in their natural habitat, really being worked around the topography of the circuit.
Well, it's like a festival, isn't it? And they do indeed have a music festival at the Nürburgring, don't they? So it's Rock in the Ring, isn't it? Rock am Ring, I think they call it. When we were out there for the 24 hour, that was all being advertised then. So,
Orion Maiden top of the bill this year? I don't know.
Oh, Bruce, it's going to be that hand on the shoulder and a look into the eyes, isn't it?
Just wondering. Pace is coming from Kuba Gimasiak. Great to see the Pole, who's been recently really in tune with this championship, hunting down the second place car of Christian Cronjes. Trouble is, you get such long laps, it's a long time to see around the course of the lap if they're gaining. In fact, as I look at the sector times on this circuit, the Walkenhorst BMW is actually trying to make its escape to hold on to that second place. And as I say that, if Christian Cronjes sets the fastest lap of the race, I said he was picking up his pace. I do pick out things occasionally. 7 minutes 57.1 seconds. A tip of the hat to Christian Cronjes there. So he's opened out his advantage by, well, he gained 3 and a bit seconds on that lap. So he's 8.3 seconds clear in second place. And importantly, he actually closed a little bit on the race leader, but he took 2 and a bit seconds out, but it's still north of 30 seconds. But bear in mind that first pit stop for the race leading number 11 Mercedes was 22 seconds shorter, so really only 10 seconds between them on time at the moment. So we've got 4.5 minutes, 4.5 hours, and a little bit of small change in hand. BMW looking very grubby in second place, all the way up its side. The exhaust has marked that car. It looks like it's done 24 hours already. This isn't a pristine looking car that's done just an hour and a half of racing. It's looking really on passenger's door, really rather marked and stained.
Well, that's where the silencers are on that car, and it's right in front there. They're mounted vertically right in front of the A-post. The exhaust system comes out, turns up, goes up to the top of the engine bay, drops down, does all that muffling it needs to do, and then goes out through the bottom there. So it's no wonder it's an extraordinary piece of design, rather than going out through the back of the car. But that way they can't catch it on curbing, can they? It's driver proof.
Well, there is a thought. That's why we need a driver alongside me, because I'd have said, well, it's just an interesting place to put it, but I hadn't thought about, particularly here, some of the curbing on the Nordschleife is very, very aggressive indeed, and I've said it before and I'll say it again, there's many a time where you end up in one of the quicker cars taking a line you didn't want to take, and often the only opportunity to get past and not clatter the barriers is to clatter the curbs, and certainly, if you've got low-hanging fruit, it could be a problem. Just looking to see if there's any change. Cup 2 is still being led in 11th place overall, which is really very impressive by Felipe Fernandez-Laza. Next in class, David Jahn. Oh, we have a bit of an off. One of the Porsche Caymans. It's bright pink and it's off the circuit. It's turning around and coming back in, and very kindly. One of the better drivers there. That's Jacoma couldn't find his way back onto the circuit.
969.
969, and even Jacoma sharing with Mauro Calamia, normally very good indeed, but this is on the Grand Prix loop, but he rotated and tried to drive one side of the barriers, realised it was the wrong side when he was on the grass, and he had to do further turning and back round and back into the mix. So I
think Satnav hadn't caught up. That's what it was.
Well, he was running well in the Cup 3 class. He was having a real battle for second place in class. In fact, the top 3 cars were covered by 1.3 seconds. At the moment, the class being led by, when they crossed the start-finish line, by 9.59. Oh, it's in the heat of the battle. He was the second car or third car in a 4-car train, actually, when he got spat out, went down the escape road. There are arrows pointing to the right of screen. He's going towards the left of the screen until he turns the car around. Oh no, the barriers are in front of me, and then had to jink his way back around. That's what happens when there are 2 ways out of the escape road, and the one he wanted was one side. And it's a compromised corner there. It's a regular part of track, but you go through a gap in the barriers, and he luckily had that runoff to go through. But actually, now I look at it, it was a 4-car battle for class.
It was actually great thinking, wasn't it?
It was very, very good thinking.
A lot of it was left-hand lock to avoid that barrier, which showed the first rotation we saw.
Yeah, Fiedel Leib leading that class. The Dacia Logan is in the pit lane at the moment. Sorry, no, beg your pardon. It's not a Dacia Logan. It's white and blue, and it's not a Dacia Logan. I'm still very, very impressed by the pace we're seeing from Christian Cronjes. 7 minutes 57.1. That is a really, really quick lap. That's why he's dropped Kuba Gamaziak. Just looking to see Kuba Gamaziak and his own Phoenix Racing teammate only half a second apart in pace. But Gamaziak I was impressed with. It's 8 minutes flat. His teammate Frank Stippler, 8 minutes 0.8 seconds. People behind them are all doing 8:05s at the very best. So the first 4 cars, Ellis, Cronjes, Gamaziak and Stippler, on the money at the moment. And Peter Terting, who took over from Kari Schreiner in the second of the Schnitzelam Racing Mercedes. That's car number 2. Has just set that car's fastest lap. So he's picking up the pace. He's down behind the Cup 2 class leader, but at that rate should get past it within a couple of laps. So he's doing a great job. But Kari Schreiner, she's stepped up. She hasn't been racing at this level. She, in previous years, we'd find her in one of those GT Racing VW Golf. So another driver just finding out what it's like in that top class. Can't believe that our producer Rob told me that Iron Maiden weren't at Rock am Ring this year. Green Day, Muse and Volbeat were headlining.
Oh, he's just a mood killer, isn't he?
You live and learn. I just honestly put it out there for a bit of fun, hey?
Exactly. Just can't go with it.
But I can tell you, that would be an amazing event to go to. Same sort of level of catering as the Nürburgring, any event on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. But the crowds, it really would be very, very vibrant atmosphere, I'm sure. Another car that's starting to pick up its skirts and make more progress than it did in the first stint is the Racing Engineers Audi. We saw that in the pits early on. I think it had a bit of a problem. Bernhard Hensel on board, but Nick Wustenhagen has taken over that and is really starting to make it work. And just looking to, we've got yellow flags at MP13. That's the Valvoline corner. So that's after the corner where we saw even Jacoma go off. It's effectively come back onto the circuit and you go up the slight rise, then the left, then the right. So I think Marshall's Post 13 might even be just around as far as the chicane, or it may be at the little flick before you get to the Vidal chicane, but waiting to see when that's cleared or why it was there. Yeah, no sign as yet on the screen. Right, 10 laps on the board, 32 seconds between our race leader, which is the number 11 Walkenhorst Motorsport, sorry, Schnitzelam Racing BMW. Second place is the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW. Sorry, let's get this right. Schnitzelam Racing Mercedes. Should be simple. I'm 4.5 hours into the road to go in this race, 1.5 hours in, and I can't get the make. That's pretty disappointing. So the Mercedes leading from the BMW with 2 Audis from Phoenix Racing, 3rd and 4th. And again, not much change given between them in terms of their lap pace. Then Joel Erickson settling in very nicely for his first run with the Falcon Motorsport Porsche crew. The sister car with Alessio Picariello is 5 places further back in 10th, but bear in mind that had a second visit to the pits because it had to serve a stop and hold penalty for having its tyres changed on the grid before the start of the race. So a transgression in the rule book and a big punishment. Right, if you want to know what's happening in the BMW 330i class, well, that's certainly the class that has those in the top 5 positions. It's car number 500 that leads the way at the moment. That's 330i from Adrenaline Motorsport. Daniel Zils, Oscar Sandberg and Sindre Setsas. But again, great close racing in that class. VT2R plus 4-wheel drive. Not the catchiest of class titles, but certainly a bit of a catch-all, a cover-all, and BMWs as far as the eye can see in that class. 11 laps on the board for Philip Ellis. He's clocked another one up and another lap very close to a very decent pace. 8 minutes 1 seconds for that lap. He is really so consistent, and just the possibility of being interrupted by other traffic can easily send your lap time up by 1.5, 2 seconds a lap. 30.9 seconds is the gap now. Christian Cronjes took just over a second off him, so he's chipping away. The Norwegian driver, the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW, he has now actually been closed in on by a little bit, by 1.5 seconds by Kuba Gimasiak, that number 16 Phoenix Racing Audi, still going very, very well indeed in 3rd place, and just gradually dropping by small margins his teammate Frank Stippler. Still, is there enough duct tape in the world to strap up the back of the stricken VW Sirocco? It's been in the pits before, but they must have been to Walmart or somewhere and got an industrial box full of sticky tape. The back end of the VW Sirocco, they've used all the black tape. Now they're onto the white tape. I reckon they're going up and down the pit lane begging for more from other teams.
Well, indeed, and they probably will be helped out with that. But the 2 things that concern me with that is that I'm not sure that tape will hold on the rear window, because there is no rear window. Tape will hold things in place, but it's not a structure in its own right. It's not going to create something to hold that. The concern with that is, of course, that they've got to tape up that rear window that's gone, being smashed in that incident we had earlier on, because the fumes will come in otherwise, and that's going to cause a problem with the driver. That's why you've got to have that taped up.
And that almost ensures there is a problem. The driver is driving with his window slightly ajar, but actually to stop the problem, that will stop, it will let some of the fumes out or stop them, but it does also mean there's going to be pressure coming through the car onto that hastily fixed rear window. He's got both windows open by a small margin, but not a dream situation.
Which, of course, under regulation, you can only have open by a very, very small margin. You've got to have a window there and a window net. You can have it lowered to a certain amount, so you don't want to fall foul of the regulations on that. But I'd just be surprised at some of the speeds that tape will bow out, and it just might well be sort of pulled out.
I was just checking who was driving the Matilda Racing VW Sirocco. I do have to laugh. One of them, his surname is Highwind, Timo Hochwind, which will be a high wind going through that car. But we don't do it for effect. We just look for little laughs here and there.
We only repeat what's there.
Well, indeed, you just can't stick it out there. Just waiting to see the lap time of people who've stepped in as the second driver in the car and making gains. And certainly it looks very good for Peter Terting. I know he's still down behind the best of the Cup 2 class cars, even though he's in an SP9 Mercedes, but his last lap was one of the more competitive ones. I'm just waiting for him to complete the 11th lap of that car and see if he's continued. But Peter, really made his name in GT4 racing in Porsches. Now he's in a GT3 Mercedes, so stepping up the power range and doing a very, very good job indeed. Peter Terting, no, not so good. The traffic maybe got him this time around. 8 minutes 9 seconds. But for the front runners, it's just so constant in the lead of this race. Overtake a driver from another class, settle down. How far have I got up the track ahead of me before I get the next car or gaggle of cars? And certainly for Kuba Gimnaziak, who set his car's fastest lap last time around, 7 minutes 59.0. Very, very impressive run from the pole. Fastest driver of the lot last time around, in fact. Pit stops coming. You can say that from the end of the first lap of this race. Even some cars are already in the pits before the start because problems we had in this morning's qualifying, some not quite repaired. And that element, Peter, when you're going around a lap as long as this, you've got to be confident that your car is good for 25 kilometres. So if you've got some niggle around the formation lap, many a time drivers just come into the pits, they'll sort of scupper their start, but rather than go out and have it trickle to a halt, you know, around Bergwerk or Exmuller, where you're miles from help, miles from anything.
Yeah, you've got to identify that, haven't you, on the Grand Prix circuit, and make sure you make a decision with it there and then. Otherwise, you say you're stuck out there, and that's not what you really want. Pasha Nightclub in Cologne, on the back of the overalls and arms of this Bitburger also sponsored. So nightclub and beer, what can possibly go wrong in Germany? It was a great combination.
Well, it's very important. I've always felt that, you know, about 30, 40 years ago, you looked at championships that were really successful. And you looked at the NASCAR in the Winston Cup. Almost every car was sponsored by a company that produced products you could pick up down the aisles of your local supermarket. And, you know, for a lot of fans, you try and support the teams that, you know, they've made the effort to go racing. And for 508, I'm just looking at a particular brand of beer that's been around motor racing for a very long time. And you know,
I should have said other brands are available. My apologies.
That's fine. We'll let that slide. But I've moved on from holding the image of a plate of schnitzel to a glass of cold beer. But
used to be on the side of Michael Schumacher's clothing sponsored car, didn't it?
Good memory. Good memory. You know, that's the thing about motor racing. We all realise we go back really quite a long way. But some liveries, though, they just stand the test of time and they're memorable. And I was following a car just a couple of days ago, and its number plate wasn't quite right. It didn't say toy, it said TJO. I thought he could have the Obermoser. You just remember these cars from, you know,
Todge.
The Todges, yes, until you heard a name pronounced for the first time. I too thought those gorgeous little cars, often in a Warsteiner livery. Oh, I've gone back to another beer company.
Well, I was keeping out of that one, but our compatriot and colleague, Mr. Andrew Marriott, was very taken with that exact car at Le Mans Classic last weekend. In the iconic, I hate that phrase because it's just overused, but well-known, recognised livery of the beer you just mentioned in mostly gold and black, which is the opposite of a cigarette manufacturer that was on Formula One cars, which was black with gold on.
That's right. Indeed. But no, I mean, some liveries just look absolutely fantastic. And again, it's down to the shape of the cars in question too. Where is the pace coming from? Right, we've just bear in mind that we're on lap number 12 now, and our race-leading car, I reckon, will come in at the end of this lap. It did a 5-lap first stint, and the bulk of its rivals did 7 laps, and about half of them did 6 laps. But I seriously think with the end of lap number 12, our race leader will come into the pits. That's Phil Ellis, who's driven just an exemplary race. He's sitting on an advantage of just under 31 seconds. His first pit stop, though, was 22 seconds shorter than his immediate rivals. So there is payback later. But for now, enjoy the fact that Phil Ellis has been able to make his pit stop, lap below 8 minutes. Then since then, he's been doing 8-minute 1s, 8-minute 3s, 8-minute 1s. Super consistent at the top of this field. Behind him, he is being caught, but only by small margins, by Christian Cronjes, the 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW, and Kuba Gimnaziak going better in the faster at the moment of the two Phoenix Racing Audis, sitting in 3rd and 4th positions overall. And Kuba was a victor last time out. So you reporting on that race? I was not. Peter, you shared it with René Rast, and that's never going to hold anyone back in life, is it?
Not really, no. I'm just trying to think what else Kuba Gimnaziak's driven this year, because he has certainly done that. Hasn't he been in the Conrad Lamborghini?
I think you might be going slightly gaga there, but
you could be. It wouldn't be the first time. I've just got it into my head somewhere, but probably not.
No, Michele Di Martino and Axel Jeffries in the opening round, where they actually took pole and fastest lap. Who else has had a go in the Lamborghini? There have been others. Let's turn to page 3 of my analogue notes, and I'll get back to you.
Conrad Motorsport 2021.
Last year?
Yeah.
Sorry, I talked about this year.
No.
Yes. Okay.
Pedant.
I'm just emphasising it to clarify.
Just because you're wearing shorts today.
I changed on the grid. I hope
I know
I
you
don't go.
did.
I
You did.
literally was. I arrived in trousers.
You should be fined like Falcon. There you go.
Yeah.
You changed to different leg wear on the grid.
Oh, maybe in my stop and
And
go
most
penalty.
disturbing it was too. I have to.
I can put in and have a full lunch on the terrace. We'll go for that.
All I can say is thank goodness it's a radio broadcast, not television. We're okay.
Fabulous legs. They've kept me off the ground all my life. Better lap there. Oh, Phil Ellis.
Do you record these things, or do you just...
What things?
It's like Barry Cryer and one-liners, isn't it? Write your little book.
Right, Phil Ellis absolutely decided not to pay any heed to my suggestion they'd come in after 12 laps, so on to lap 13. So he's doing a 5-lap opening stint, followed by, do the maths, children.
One vital thing we haven't said about Kuba Gamaziak is, happy birthday. He's only 32 today.
It's past the point at which you celebrate, really, in so many ways, but...
On so many levels.
Right, Gamaziak, he's still stretching clear from Frank Stippler. He's now 10.5 seconds clear. Bear in mind, though, that the 16 Audi was not as well placed on the grid as the sister car, which started from third, but got ahead. Sorry, started from second in the end, but got ahead early in the sequence, then dropped back quite a long way back. It was about 8 or 10 seconds even back from Frank Stippler, but they've made a better run of it, and certainly working their way up the order. Just trying to look where that one served its pit stop. Right, Ellis, do not disappoint me. Next time around, you do need to report to the pits, or there will be trouble. Leading the race, though, actually gained a little bit back, took another second back off Christian Cronjes. But any race on the Nordschleife with 120 plus cars, you will get seesawing in the gaps. But it's once you start finding a trend that someone is just not achieving the lap time. They can't have all the bad luck with the traffic all the time. It's an excuse only up to a certain point.
Driver's excuse is surely not in the same sentence.
Okay, but the other way, you can pick out drivers that are actually not having such a good time. And I just suddenly saw the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini in, and suddenly Jelmer Berman was doing an 8-minute 20-second lap. That isn't on the pace. So, is there a problem there? Likewise, Joel Erickson, who took over the number 3 Porsche that was very well placed, I think it was running third before the pit stops. He just did an 8-minute 13. So I got a yellow, but that was now, not then. I'm wondering why their laps were so slow, because behind them in the order and catching them hand over fist is Alessio Picariello, who, don't forget, is only behind them. He came in from second place for his first pit stop. He's only behind them because that car was given that penalty for changing tyres on the grid before the start of the race, had to come in and have a second visit to the pits, park up and wait until it was released all over again.
I'm just watching the Lamborghinis, you've said, just to see what its sector timers are like, but it might just be a one-off lap. It had a little bit of an issue there, or caught traffic or something, Bruce, but it seems to be, it's on the pace okay for sector 1 and 2.
Okay, well, I think it could be one of those anomalies that come from having a yellow flag at a certain point around the lap that those in front of you did not have. It was thrown after, say, the first 5 runners went through, and then duly delayed the 2 cars we mentioned in 6th place overall, Joe Erickson and Jelmer Berman.
What's Julie driving?
If you don't know that by now, I'm afraid
okay.
I can't offer that.
I'll go and sort it out myself then, sorry. Back in my box.
So Phil Ellis again just checking his sector times around the circuit, looking very actually much slower first sector time for Christian Cronjes, who's supposed to be giving chase. The Borgenhorst Motorsport BMW lost a second last time around. He's lost 3 seconds in the first sector of this lap alone. But it giveth and it taketh. Yellow flags at certain points around the circuit, right at the end of the lap, and flanksguard. And so the final corner of the lap, that sequence, that left, right, left combo, clearly drivers having to slow through there, and that could be actually what
that's because
Berman
the 410 car is going through there slowly.
Okay, thank you. What is the 410 car off the top of your head?
Porsche Cayman.
Very good.
GT Tyre Cayman from the V6 class.
Yeah, we've got a couple of New Zealanders on board, Grant Wolford and Grant Dalton, and then James Breakel.
Just on the left at Schwalbenschwanz now, just trying to keep out of the way there.
Well, again, great to have drivers coming from all over the world to take part in this championship, and you can understand why, because it offers something no other circuit can possibly manage at all, which is providing so much variety and such an enormous field of cars. Great racing, and it's still Phil Ellis leading for Schnitzel Arm Racing in the Mercedes.
Können wir progressiv beschleunigen. Schön gefühlvoll und eingelenkt.
Falkenreifen.
World's First Asphalt Watch. Die ersten Zifferblätter aus echtem Rennstreckenasphalt. Auf dem Asphalt wurden Legenden geboren und magische Momente erlebt. Coblor.
Liebe Fans,
besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle
von Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen zu NLS.
Schnitzalarm been in the pits. The 16 Phoenix Racing Audi also in the pits. I expect Kuba Gimasiak to stay on board.
No, it's gone to Schramm.
It's gone to Kim.
Kimberly Schramm's taken
Swip back.
Yep.
Okay. I thought he might do a double stint and then, but maybe they're just going 1-1-1. Okay, and he comes straight back out into traffic, but importantly, he comes straight out onto the tail of the, guess what? It's the Schnitzalarm Racing Mercedes. They've served their pit stops. Hold on, just waiting to see another flash of image, but the number 16 Audi bright green with white and red flashes on board. Need a slightly longer shot, and I fancied the Schnitzalarm Mercedes, unless it's the second Schnitzalarm car. We'll take a look because they've entered two. They've entered the number 11 and the number 2, but waiting for clear line of sight.
Race leading Schnitzalarm Mercedes has swapped from Philip Ellis to Nicholas Bourne.
Yep. Down through the right-hander into the right-hand kink and then up the slope to the Vidal chicane, and the Phoenix Racing Audi is right on the tail. It's a second down, but closing on the Schnitzalarm Mercedes up the hill through the Vidal chicane, twisting one way, twisting the other, out to the edge, not beyond, very sensible indeed, don't want to go out over the curbing, and then turning through the double left. Dark clouds in the distance, slight tint on the windscreen making them look more than they were, and the Schnitzalarm Mercedes being pushed a little bit wide on the exit. All cars have understeer going through the two Sabine Schmitz curves, those tight left-handers, and then the drivers can stretch their legs, get the cars really rocketing through the twisters at Hatz and back. I sense the speed is with the number 16 Phoenix Racing Audi. If you can keep closing at this rate, then driver on board, Kim Lewis Schramm, will be able to get within the next few corners onto the tail of the Mercedes. Not looking comfortable at the moment. Nicholas Bourne just bedding himself in, but Kim Lewis Schramm, having done the opening stint of the race, has already got his feel for the track today and is definitely closing as they run through the open sections. Flugplatz tucks in behind. He's about 3/4 of a second down now. Still twists to come, and traffic, of course the traffic. They were clear for about half a dozen corners, maybe a dozen corners, but working the traffic very well. Kim Lewis Schramm almost close enough to get in the slipstream. Proper racing for the lead, effective lead. But we have yellow flags out on the track. I'll work out where in a second. Some of the rubber tyres that come off these cars. We were talking earlier, Peter, about pickup, and just been shown a car that the surface of the tyre looks like the surface of the moon. Craters here, pock marks there, and other people's rubber coated all over the top of it. So certainly, as you said, run a little bit wide, and suddenly you might not tire your tyres in terms of tyre wear, but in terms of putting other people's rubber, that does far more damage. And for those that have transgressed or just been forced into that location, that situation, you know, the price is really horrible for the rest of their stint.
It alters so many things. Ride height, bits come off, it can go into ducts and vents and damage things and do collateral damage on pipes, hydraulic unions, all sorts of things, whatever. If you just don't want it. The yellow flag is at Castleshell, Marshall's Post 127.
Oh, well picked out. Okay, excellent. It's not excellent, it's there, but it's excellent. You've managed to spot it. But battle for the lead. It's so tight. Nicholas Bourne settling down, the Swede. Oh. Kim Lewis Schramm just looking so much more comfortable riding on board with him. You can just see the twists and turns, but he's just more aggressive through them, and maybe the caution will go for Nicholas Bourne and he will feel a little more comfortable. But now there's only half a car's length between them. Goes out to a car's length. They go past an Opel at the back of the circuit, and really it is the hunter and the hunted.
Yeah, the reason that yellow flag is at Castleshell is for the, I was going to say the Porsche 964. It isn't. It's number 964, which is a Porsche 718, but it could be a 964, couldn't it? All these Porsche nomenclatures.
You got to squint.
Yeah, but it's car number 964, which is a Porsche 718, and that is from the Aim Point Racing by Rofus. And I'm just going to try and establish the driver in that, because I've got a slightly different on my entry list. So it gives me 2 seconds, and we'll tell you who's actually at the wheel of that car as it's pulled over to the side of the track and stationary at Castleshell which is currently only a code to yellow flag 120, and it's clear almost immediately after, so it may well just be parked at the side of the track out of the way.
So many places to take a look to find cars, but now let's see at the sharp end of the field. Walkenhorst Motorsport still pressing on and going faster and faster. Christian Cronjes has got the gap down to 20. Well, just seeing what it's down to, but the thing is, his lap is, he has the fastest lap of the race already, 7 minutes 57.1 seconds, and he's not going to improve this time around because he's just come into the pits, the curse of it all. So Christian Cronjes, after 14 laps on the board, slots into the pit lane, and there will be a change coming up very shortly indeed in that BMW from Walkenhorst. So he did the opening stint, and we'll give you a choice of drivers who could take it over. We had Ben Tuck did the opening stint, then Christian Cronjes, then Andy Soucek, but I reckon Cronjes is handing over to Soucek.
The reason I can't establish exactly the driver in the 964 Porsche is because there's two of them driving it, and there's Axel and Max Friedhoff. So it's one of the Friedhoffs, I can tell you that, but I can't tell you whether it's Max or Axel. Now, one of them started the car, one did 8 laps, and it doesn't tell us which one started the car, it's just Friedhoff on our surname, so apologies we can't tell you which of the 4 names it is, but therefore after the 8 laps when they did their first driver change, it became Friedhoff again. So was it a driver change or was it not? Because it's the same surname, but we don't know whether it's, I'm guessing it's father and son or brothers, but so I don't know who's that. That car currently is, there's an intervention vehicle there at the moment, so one of the Friedhoffs driving the 964 numbered 718 Cayman GT4 CS, which is parked at the side of the track at Kesselstone, and it has gone to a code 60 now, as predicted it might well do.
Yeah, just waiting. You see that so many a time. You get a yellow flag and you think, okay, they'll assess the situation, see what comes good. Frank Stippler must be coming towards the end of his stint. We've got the Walkenhorst Motorsport car in the pits, but bear in mind that's had 2 drivers on board already. And now, of course, Stippler's been in ever since the start of the race. And windscreen's being cleaned in the pit lane, and still things continuing out on the circuit, and it's just a really good little battle between Kim Lewis Schramm chasing down Miklas Born in Schnitzelham Racing. Of course, different speeds from different drivers, different experience around the course of the lap, and just simply their experience on the circuit. And again, when you're new to a team, new to something, you don't want to be the hero who goes out and throws it off on cold tyres after just 3 corners.
No, but you also want to make your mark as well. You're there for a reason, you're there on merit. But you don't want to become sort of quietly sitting at the back and be that wallflower. It doesn't really go with being a racing driver as well. And it's that fine line between taking a risk or not, and I can do this, and beating your teammates and whatever. And you've got to know what team you're going into and how well established the drivers are and get their history to make that measurable. Do you sit there and take your time and build up to it, and people say, well done, you're not the fastest, but you're a safe pair of hands? One of the worst things a racing driver ever hear is you're a safe pair of hands, because it's actually great for a team, but from a driver point of view, it just means slow. That's the interpretation. That's the translation. Whether it's accurate or not, it's not necessarily the case, and a team needs that as well. That's the whole point. But you don't want to be identified as that.
No, exactly. So, sort of, it's not even damned by faint, but it is sort of damned by faint praise in so many ways. Right, the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW back into the race. Just check the screen to see that I think we spotted the driver change. Yes, Andy Soucek has taken it over. We could see they've rotated through all of their drivers, so they'll get to point in the race. We're actually within a whisker of 1/3 distance in this 6-hour race. The number 7 Lamborghini from Conrad Motorsport is in the pit lane. Jelmer Berman brought that in. I think I spotted Michele Di Martino getting on board, but we'll wait to see when we get another inboard shot for that. So a bit like a sort of 400-metre race on an athletics track, the stagger is starting to unwind. But of course, we have this constant difference by the mandatory minimum pit stop time according to when you make your pit stops. And by coming in very early for your first one, you have a very short pit stop, and coming in very late for your last pit stop, which is the opposite way of doing things, then you are the one that gets the shorter length of pit stop. So you sort of rob the bank early on, or do you rob it late in the race in some ways? And the teams have to work out their tactics according to where they are in that opening stint in so many ways.
Terrible pun coming up here then. You rob the bank depending on how quick your getaway car is.
Yeah, that's true. And who you're cutting? No, I see. Right.
I hadn't realised the thing we forgot to mention was Jelman Berman in the Conrad Lamborghini, unless you mentioned it earlier and I missed you saying it, Bruce, of course was replaced on the entry list. Axel Jeffries was in that car.
Yeah.
And he hasn't been this weekend. Normally is.
Yeah.
And was on my entry list.
So it was Maximilian Heckleder who did the opening stint. Jelman Berman did the second, and therefore Michele Di Martino. Yes, so it is. He goes in as runner number 3. So we saw that driver change. I was just waiting. It looked like his eyes in the gap in the helmet, but many is an entry list here that gets changed, often on race morning, because just understand the top GT3 runners running in the SP9 class are in big demand everywhere around the world. There's I think an international GT Open meeting this weekend. Some of the regulars here might be taking part in that, and certainly let's think, where's next weekend? There's a GT3 race at Suzuka next weekend, the Fanatec GT Asia Series. That'll take some of the drivers from here, and so on and so forth. And then, of course, the Spa 24 Hours is coming up at the end of the month, and an awful lot of the drivers from here will be taking part in that. Julian Apostolos, by the way, has taken over the number 55 Mercedes. That's the Landgraf car that was driven so well by Luca Sandro Treffs in the first couple of stints. And then that will be driven later on by Patrick Assenheimer, who is... basically, there's nothing he's not won at this level in an SP9 class car, and so many successes in the long distance series races over here at the ring.
Tim Heinemann, it has, that's taken over the number 4 Falcon Motorsports Porsche. I was looking at some of his history a little bit earlier on. He's DTM Trophy champion back in 2020, 7 wins he had.
Well, worth explaining, DTM Trophy is not the DTM, it's a GT4 class category. But of course DTM really isn't the DTM anymore. It's not been touring cars for a couple of years now, and it still to me seems a bit wrong they're running in GT class cars, but maybe the pendulum will swing. But in terms of the diversity, as GT3 has grown and grown, and GT4 and its support has grown and grown, you know, we've sort of lost something there by not having a top touring car series.
Absolutely so. There's a place for GT3, a place for both across all categories. I know there's talk of them potentially coming into Le Mans, which I'm not sure is the right canvas for them, but maybe another time for that one. But one of the things I liked about DTM was they were different. It was unique. It was a standalone series, and it was something totally different. I appreciate the costs were ridiculous, but manufacturers either got involved or they didn't, and it's always cyclical. We see it in every category. We see it in Formula One, we see it in Le Mans, sports cars, single seaters. I'm trying to identify there. Manufacturers come and go. We've got Cadillac coming out in LMDH Le Mans. We've got Ferrari coming back, rather than just being Toyota. But Toyota's doing a great job and winning the last 5 years. Great, but we want some competition, don't we? That's the whole point. And manufacturers, there's a time and a reason on the balance sheet, and where it's marketing, where it's the right time to come in and do it. It's great when we've got 4, 5, 6 manufacturers, and that's what I loved about DTM was they were standalone cars. It was this unique, slightly crazy series called German touring cars, where they were like, hang on, they're totally different. We talk about these cars not bearing that much resemblance to a road car. Well, they do, very much so. Certainly the different categories down here, the SP9s, maybe not. But DTM was totally different, and I'm just not sure that should be GT3s, but another time, hey?
Yeah, absolutely. We could go on and on about that. So all is good, though. Now, a car that we saw in qualifying very well, qualifying second, the Huber Motorsport Porsche, just to reiterate, got a penalty, got put back to the back of the lead group. This race for 120 plus cars sets off according to performance in 3 groups. And unfortunately, that wasn't the end of their problem. They had to come in after a handful of laps and serve a 2-minute hold in the pit lane. But the Huber Motorsport car continues in the race and continues to pick its way up the order. And Enzo, as he's called in inverted commas, is now up to 20th place overall. Next target, he's setting off after the SP9 AM class leaders, which is the twin bush by Equipe Vitesse Audi. But when you set back that much before a race, it's a bad thing. But this is a 6-hour race, so there is time aplenty for them to pick their way up the order. But it was a massive deficit that crew had to face. And for Huber Motorsport, that's shared by Joachim Tyson, who kicked off, Enzo, who followed, Nico Menzel, and I think Stefan Aust as well. Just wanted for a bit of housekeeping. As I said, Miklas Born was a Swede. I thought, is he Swiss? I've just had a little check. Of course he's Swiss. The 20-year-old, really gaining a lot of GT experience at the moment.
Simple rule, Bruce, given your experience. If you've doubted your first comment and checked it, you're probably right.
Yes, I know.
Checked it. Yeah.
Yes.
Because you're good like that.
Well, you don't know my hit rate. It could be awful. Maybe I'm just lucky when I'm sitting alongside you.
No, I think you're underselling yourself again there.
Right, the number 3 Porsche's in the pits for its second regular pit stop, as that's the Falken Motorsport car brought in by Joel Erickson, and he will be replaced by the driver who started that car. Sven Muller will get back on board. Frank Stippler is in, and they'll finally say, Frank, enough for now. Come and have a coffee. They'll get him out of that number 5 Phoenix Racing Audi. And the Lion Speed by Car Collection car, which has sort of gone below the radar quite a lot. Dennis Fetzer kicked that off. Leon Kohler did the next stint. That is also in the pits. So they've managed, a lot of the teams managing to follow their first stint with of 5, 6 or 7 laps with an 8-lap stint. Bear in mind, a lot of these stints get affected by whether you've got a safety car period, whether you've got a lot of code 60. But actually, he says, touching wood, we've had a lot of clean running. We've had some little isolated areas. One very brief code 60 area. There's now a yellow flag at Brunchen. Don't know what's happened there as yet, but certainly we've had clear running. And actually, sometimes the only way you can stretch the difference between 7 and 8 laps is by having a code 60. But we know the teams are running right on edge, but you can't afford to be nearly right in this. You've got to be convinced that you will get the entirety of what you're trying to do. And then with a nearly 25-kilometre lap, if you've got enough for 23.5 kilometres, that's not really good enough, is it?
Not really. No, it's not. It's not really going to bring the result home, is it?
So Miklas Born, 7.3 seconds to the good. Kim Lewis Schramm, 4.3 seconds further back, waiting for them to go onto their next lap, but still with that early advantage that was handed over to Miklas Born when he took over, by dint of having their first pit stop before the others, being allowed a shorter mandatory pit stop by pitting after only 5 laps. They're sitting on that cushion, but it is something you're offered, and in the end of the race, effectively, you have to hand it back, because more than likely your final pit stop will be earlier than your rivals, and they're, by dint of pitting closer to the end of the race, their final pit stop will be allowed to be shorter. So a bit of a mathematical maze we have to work our way through, but it sort of becomes apparent right at the end. We'll keep an eye on it.
Vincent Kolb aboard the Shearbart Team Phoenix Audi now. We left the pits, and right behind it is the Falcon number 3, which has Sven Muller back at the wheel, does it not? Yes.
Yeah, we saw the driver change going on there. Now, at this point, it's a case of looking to see who is being quick. But for a lot of them, it's another lap until we can do that. After their pit stops, you get this very long lap time, if you look on your screens, for including the time of the pit stops, for example.
So the 964 Porsche, that was the 964 numbered, my apologies, Porsche, has now been removed. So we're back to a full course green, Bruce.
Good news. So I was about to say that you look at your timing screen, you see people have lapped in 11.5 minutes, and you think that cannot be so, but that includes their pit stop. And Landgraf Motorsport seemed to do a better pit stop chaining to Julian Apostolos than Di Martino's pit stop for Conrad Motorsport, where Di Martino took over from Jelmer Berman in that number 7 Lamborghini. But it's once they get down to full racing pace. Now, a little thing I just want to investigate is unfortunately back in the pits, but maybe this is a standard one. I wanted to see if that number 17 Pro Sport Racing GT3 Aston Martin Vantage, it was in the pits for ages after it limped in front right corner. We said, oh dear, we got a car crabbing, a Porsche Cup class car crabbing along Dossinger Höhe. Everybody else going by at rapid pace. 2 course vehicles have come up to close behind it, but it's about 10 degrees out of true. Hazard lamps on, flashing away. Still got a good kilometre to the end of the lap, but
massive right rear tyre failure. going to struggle to get that back, to be honest, 'cause that is now delaminated. What it needs to do is get that carcass off the rim completely and get rid of it. Stop it doing any more damage. It's better to run lower and catch a little bit or grind or whatever on the surface than have that tyre going around doing all sort of untold damage work there. It's everything that's under there. It's all the ducts and vents and things that are all related, and just stop things working efficiently. There's the 17 Aston GT3 out there, the Pro Sport car with a punch written on the rear. Not a suggestion, just an advertising slogan on the back of the car.
Well, just looking about the number 17 Aston Martin, it was a regular pit stop, so it's now in the hands. It started with Jean Gloria, had all the problems, looks fantastic in its dark green and yellow Skylux livery, but it's
Castrol colours, as I call it. Other oil brands are available.
Well, so they say, indeed. So that's now in the hands of Maxime Dumoret, another Belgian driver from Ghent. Good to have that back. We need the manufacturer variety, and Aston Martins have always been very popular. You think back to the sort of N24 model they had probably a decade ago now, good grief. And more.
Yes.
15?
Trike came out in 2005.
A couple of years ago, in my mind. Right, code 60 now at the Dottinger Her. Well, we know why that is, because of the it's just been put on the official screen for that Porsche limping its way, an odyssey of slowness as it limps back.
Is that the 57 car?
Yeah, could well be. That's yes, it could be. That could be in the SP7 class. RPM Racing?
I think it is.
Okay.
In fact, I think it's now stopped on the Dottinger Her.
Well, it was all but stationary when we saw it. It was really down to next to nothing.
So it got towards Tiergarten, hadn't it? It was nearly there on the rise up to Tiergarten.
But it's a long shot. It's a long shot. Foreshortens it. It's still a long climb. So, don't know who's on board. Milan Kodidek, Bob Wilwert, or Chris Cools. But for any of them, with that tyre, they wanted the carcass to actually get spat to the side. Then they could run on the wheel rim. But it was flapping around within that.
Of course, the other element of that tyre going, a front tyre, you lose steering and braking. The car's going slowly. It doesn't matter that much. But on a rear-wheel drive car, when you lose one of the rear tyres, you lose half the traction. So you've got to try and get up that hill on one tyre that's going to be at an angle anyway, and it may not like it. It may just say, no, thank you, enough.
Chris Cools is the one of the trio driving that car, and it started the lap in 39th position, probably higher actually, but now it's going another lap down. But is it stationary, or will they get it up the slope? But anyhow, going super slowly. So all the little corners they've cut and things they did to improve their lap times out of the window. Cup 2, haven't mentioned that for a while. Leading that is David Yarn. Driver who's done a lot of his racing in the ADAC GT Masters Series. He's for the Avia WNS Motorsport team, but just a team that's starting to spread its wings and running in other championships around the world. And, when you get the formation of a category, you'll find that more and more teams, if they can get a competitive car, will go into there. But you have this cycle, Peter. Let's just take the GT4 class at the moment. BMW M4 sort of seems long overdue. About 5 years ago, their car was one of the ones to have, and it's sort of fallen down the order. But the new M4 is going to certainly fill their order book. You can be sure of that. And then maybe next year, insert the name of another manufacturer. They will be the one bringing their new model. It's a cyclical thing. It's a development story. But right now, a lot of the teams like WNS Motorsport are going, we can try that championship. We've got a car that's good for that. We might have raced it in the German series. There is all sorts of debris across the circuit, marks on the barriers. Someone has clouted the barrier. Whether that, I can't tell you where that is precisely, but the number 112 Porsche has just worked its way through. That's one of the ones in the Porsche Cup class. Adenauer Forst.
Coming up the hill to that. It's on the right-hand side going into Adenauer Forst. Something's had a biggie, as you say, with a lot of unwanted connection with solid side elements of the track.
Yeah, immediately jumping onto an onboard with the number 112, I was talking about that. That's the Cup class Porsche from K. Kramer Racing. That's gone past. There was a GT4 class Mercedes going slowly, but I think that's actually the relative pace of the car. Now, there's a slow-moving vehicle on the circuit, white wave flags up ahead, and all the drivers are going to have to back off a little bit. Can't quite see it. It's another car limping around. Hazard lamps on one of another Porsche Cup class. No, but this white flag is still being waved. There must be a course vehicle going up towards another moment, or is it bringing something in from there? But the field really bunching up. Might be the worst time to make a pit stop if it's within scope of your cycle.
Well, just thinking that, looking at the leading cars that are on 15 laps, first 10, 15 or so cars, so perfect time to take a pit stop as you can, but I'm intrigued to see what it is. The Porsche that's got the flailing tyre is something 57.
It's 57 and it's almost back in. Chris Cools is in the final corner now. He's got a course vehicle behind him. He's going behind a bunch of trees and then he'll be on the pit straight. Then he'll see pit in. But bear in mind, I think it was last year we saw a car come to pit in and they couldn't negotiate it. They hit the end of the pit wall at pit entry. But for Chris Cools, finally, this has gone. The tyre carcass is flapping around the outside.
Lots of damage to the rear
Porsche.
PU on the right there, the rear bumper. It's yes, it's damaged the diffuser. See, this is what I said. This tyre flailing around. So bumper, diffuser, that's all around by the exhaust extract there.
To be honest, Peter, it's getting so close, that tyre carcass must be about a centimetre short of taking the right end of the rear wing off. It's flapping so high up the flank of the car.
So that's I wouldn't be surprised if that goes into its box to have some work on that for a while. So that's a 57 Porsche back in again. Meanwhile, we've got a whole ton of yellow flags from about marshal post 75 onwards through to about 99. Let's get a quick look where that is on the circuit for us. It's quite early on.
Right, and the thing that follows meanwhile is when you go, but in the lead of the race. Meanwhile, but in the lead of the race, the gap is down to 2 seconds flat. Andy Soucek closing in on Miklas Born. So still the Schnitzelam Racing Mercedes leads, and as it was on the opening lap of the race, in second place is the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW. So certainly Andy Soucek is settling in very nicely indeed. But just 0.3 of a second down behind them is third place Kim Lewis Schramm. He got very quickly into the swing of things. Julian Apotelos is 22 seconds further back. So we've got a 3-horse race at the front of the field right now.
So we've got a yellow flag starting at the end of Hatzenbach, which is a 120 zone there, coming through Flugplatz and becomes a code 60, and then clears quite quickly before Schwedenkreuz, and then it picks up again. So Schwedenkreuz is clear, Arenberg is clear. Then I get on to the long flowing part up towards Adenauer Force, which is what I said after Fuchshole. After the Foxhole, you come down to that dip there, rise up towards Adenauer. It's a very fast approach into Foxhole, the dip, and rise out of it. You come out of it, you spat out of it like a roller coaster. We all talk about the carousel. Foxhole, even more so, because it's also fairly straight. And you thread the eye of the needle through there, in theory. But other traffic may have different ideas on that. And that's where that car's got spat into the barriers at Adenauer Force. Hence, we've got all the 120s and down to a 16 yellow flags through there. I still can't identify 100% which car it was, but I just know where it was. That then clears for Metzgersfeld.
Yeah, I know, because we did see a GT4 class Mercedes going quite slowly, but whether they just had decided to back off, having been through the debris on the track. But the debris was from the bottom side of the track right the way up to the top where the car had come in, and then where to come down the slope again. So wait to see if that limps its way back, but certain points around the track. I must say, I did quite like your hybrid version there, the Fuchshole.
Yes, sorry, yes.
Anglo-Germanic.
You can have Franglais. We can presumably have Deutschglais.
Yeah, why not?
I was hoping you wouldn't forget you're quick like these.
Quick, I was nearly a lap down.
Story of my life, mate.
Right, for the drivers, course vehicles, Tuvos course vehicles, and a stationary white racing car on the right-hand side of the track behind them.
Now, Flugplatz, that's the 504, which is the Team Sorg Rennsport 330i. Now, that car had issues very early on, if I remember correctly.
Okay, well, that could be the one. I think that's the spot. I think we've got there. As long as that's white in livery, it looked exactly that body shape as we went past. So keep an eye on that. But what we can tell you, we've got a 3-way battle at the front of the race, covered by, well, I would say 2 seconds. And it's Miklas Born, the Swiss racer, not Swedish, Swiss as well we know, leading in the Schnitzelam Racing Mercedes. Second place, Walkenhorst Motorsport. Andy Soucek really been going well since getting on board. And Kim Lewis Schramm, having done the opening stint of the race before handing over the number 16 Phoenix Racing Audi to Kuba Gimasiak, has got back on board, and he's been the live wire in that mix. That's why he's up to third place and right on the tail of those in front. But with slow running cars, someone's just run off the circuit in front of Miklas. Right, there is liquid on the surface. The car in front of him slammed into the barrier. That's the second place. The first 3 cars have all gone off. They've hit the barriers. Miklas Born rejoins, but he's passed by the driver who was third at that instant. Kim Lewis Schramm saw the 2 cars ahead of him slide off the circuit. Clearly track covered in something very wet indeed. There were no cars in front of them. And suddenly,
over that. That's going to be too badly damaged the way it hit the barriers, Bruce. That number 16.
Going slowly, but he's okay now. Anybody else is coming through.
Right rear damage.
I think we've just lost the first 3 cars out of the race in the blink of an eye. They're all going slowly. None of the other two have not come past him. He was third going into the incident. All looked as though, all went off. Some slammed the barriers, and certainly the 16 car is still going, still in the lead of this race, but it's limping in slowly. When 330i BMWs are coming past an SP9 class car, you know all isn't right. But the fact that neither the Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes with Miklas Born, who was leading, nor Andy Soucek in the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW have come past this damaged number 16 Phoenix Audi that was third at the time, shows they too are either still off the track or are even more broken than he is.
Now, this may have all started with the 504 team Sorg Rennsport car that had Bjorn Simon at the wheel at the time. So that's the 330i.
Right, into the lead of the race, we've got, it looks like the other, well, I've just had the other Phoenix Racing Audi, I think, went through, but the next car through ought to have been Julian Apostolos. The race leader from early in the race is stationary at the side of the track. So his kaput is broken. One of the Falcon Motorsport Porsches goes through, but I'm not sure I've ever really seen the first three drivers in a race all go off at the same corner with no other car involved. The surface must have been so treacherous.
What happened to Nicky Thiem, didn't it, in the TF Sport Aston Martin and the 24-hour race? We can see the debris on the track here, on the tyre marks. There's something down there. Nicky Thiem was leading the 24-hour into the night. Exactly the same thing happened. Oil off, done. Swipe the barriers, car out. The way that Phoenix Audi hit, yeah, just look at the Kim Louis Schramm at the wheel of that. It swapped ends immediately, but it clouted the barrier with the right rear really hard, bounced straight again, and we just sort of saw the onboard, didn't we? And I thought it'll never get going again. He tried to get it back up to speed, went past the Mercedes, which has now parked itself on the track, our race leader originally, and that's parked at the side of the track. But I think too much damage on that Audi. I'd be very, very surprised if that Audi gets itself back to the pits, Bruce.
Well, I can't actually see any damage on the Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes. I wonder if its engine just blew and it went off on its own oil and the others just followed him in, because I couldn't see any other example. We can see a huge mark of darkness on the track. You can see the liquid sliding across the surface from one side to the other, but to have all three cars go bang, bang, bang off the circuit, something very untoward occurred down there.
But certainly the amount of oil on the track there, or what looks like oil, would indicate an immediate cessation of engine working, being operative, to say the least. But it might, I mean, the thing is, you hit the barriers, you can do things like toe links on suspension and not have a lot of bodywork damage, but it's just the bits underneath that are structural. But you may well be onto something there, Bruce, with the Audi, Team Phoenix Audi of Kim Louis Schramm being right behind, and that could have well caused it.
Well, I just think that Soucek was so close to the tail of Miklas Born that if anything happened to Born, he was going to be onto it. He was right in its situation. Kim Louis Schramm still limping in, running at a bated pace. We've mentioned
remarkably
that.
Undamaged, Bruce.
It looks undamaged, but as we say that, he pulls to the side of the circuit. He's spotted a gap in the barriers. He'll reverse it out of the way, which is very good driving from him. Car not leaking anything, but bearing in mind, we saw that right rear corner thump the tyre wall. I'm amazed the car is looking as straight as it is, but clearly the pace told us the story, or the lack thereof. And, could we actually have this race won by a car from the Cup 2 class? Here's a little factor.
Entirely possible. I just think I think King Louis Schramm's probably been told to park that car. Going to the rear wing was shaking a little bit, not in an askew angle or anything like that, but I suspect it's had some serious. If it's clouted that tyre barrier or the metal with the tyre and the wheel really hard, it'll take the forces down the suspension and probably done something like the gearbox. And the team will know that, and I suspect he's been told to park because he's got it all the way back to Dottingerhoe there. So yeah, not a place to give up there, but just a straighten tier guard to go. So what a shame. Gosh,
get a change of producer and suddenly everything goes on out on the circuit. So welcome Kerry on board. Kerry Cobb come to join us, all smiles, and bringing coffee, which is...
New strapline. We can, rather than hashtag blame Snowy, hashtag blame Kerry.
Yeah.
It's moved on. The world has evolved, you see.
So
come back, Rob, all is forgiven.
Landgraf Motorsports running fourth in class, fourth overall. Their Mercedes Julian Apostolos at the wheel ought to be leading this race, but I want proof of that. I want to see that he is the driver that's come through, who's fourth at the end of the previous lap. Miklas Born was leading the Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes. Right under his tail, Andy Soucek in the number 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW, and just under a second down in third place, Kim Louis Schramm catching the pair of them in his Phoenix Racing Audi, and then came Julian Apostolos. He was 24 seconds back. However, as far as we saw, he hasn't clouted the barriers, where all three went off in the blink of an eye. So just waiting to see. I can hear a rumble, I can hear a groan. It looks as though the Landgraf car is about to come through and become the new leader in this race. Julian Apostolos through the final sequence of corners. Car number 55, that's the one taking the lead of the race. So he will be the first to complete 17 laps, and we're fairly sure the trio in front of him will not have that honour. One parked to the side of the circuit, that's the Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes. We still haven't seen where the Walkenhorst BMW has got to, but we did see the Phoenix Audi being pulled off, nearly limped its way around the lap, but clearly running slowly and out of the race.
Now, Julian Popolox and the Mercedes taking a very cautionary turn 1, turn 2. He's just inherited the lead of the race. He's up behind a couple of different class cars, and he's just so carefully just I'll wait, don't worry, not a problem. We've just got the lead of the race. Let's not lose it.
Hold on, the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW appears to be running at full pace. It seems to have got going again, and that could be coming through. Well, the gap between first and second is 16 seconds, 17 seconds effectively between Julian Apostolos and the number 5 Phoenix Racing Audi that Vincent Kolb took over from the driver who didn't want to relinquish the wheel, Frank Stippler. Porsche number 3 from Falcon Motorsport, Sven Muller in third. Andy Soucek will not be in fourth because he hasn't completed the lap. Now he has. Andy Soucek has completed the lap. There he is, Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW. So I was just looking to see where it was. So we've got Mercedes, Audi, Porsche, BMW, Lamborghini. 5 makes of car in the top 5 positions. But doesn't appear to be any damage on this flank of that Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW, or on the other flank to my eye. There's tyre marks on the front of the car, but that must have been a very, very lucky mistake. But maybe there's a problem restarting the car because he's lost the best part of a minute as those came through.
Nice to see the Lamborghini up there in top 5. So Di Martino at the wheel of the 7 Conrad Motorsport Huracan. Great to see that. Friend, it's always there. It's always got the potential. But I just so want that car to deliver for their sake.
So Snow doing his best to put the hex on them. He's trying not to, but
well, no, it's moved on to blame Kerry now, so it's fine. Right. As long as Kerry doesn't start commenting, we'll be all right.
Okay, how much time do you reckon the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW lost in that incident? In second place, chasing down the race leader. When the race leader went off, so did Soucek giving chase, so did Kim Lewis-Schramm. But he's the only one of that trio to continue. But his lap time, 10 minutes 14. He lost about a minute and 15 seconds before he got the car going again. Let's hope the car hasn't suffered any damage that might manifest itself. But suddenly at the... Just looking, second place could be about to change because Vincent Kolb is being caught very, very rapid by Sven Muller, who's half a car length behind. They go past a driver from another class, and really the money is on the Conrad Motorsport. Sorry, again, it's that turquoise livery, the Falco Motorsport Porsche. But he's being careful here because he'll log it in his brain that just a little further around the lap there is an area that was suitably gripless and slippery. And that's why we lost 3 front runners going off into the barriers, not too far ahead of where they are now. So as long as he's remembered around 25 kilometres that there is a slippery road up ahead. Has the well, in fact, suddenly Vincent Kolb thought a BMW he was passing was coming across on him. He backed off the power, and then suddenly second and third were very close. Now slippery point, a high, coming to a slow zone, okay, or whatever it was, because suddenly that second place Audi got very, very twitchy indeed, as shown from a high-up shot. Car stationary in the road up ahead. It's a course vehicle. They put loads of concrete dust, cement dust down to dry the spill that pitched all those cars, the first 3 into the barriers.
What Vincent Kolb did there was very clever with Muller just behind him. What he did was then he actually slowed him up a little bit before the back marker and then accelerated away again. So he actually almost brought the Falcon Porsche into it, then accelerated away into the slow zone. So the Porsche's got to do the same. Therefore, you've got to go at the same speed. Created the gap already, so created a 3-car length gap between them. Very, very astute driving there.
Well, that takes the driver's eye. There's just passing, as they get back up to full speed, just passing the other car that didn't come good in the end, the Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes, pulled up at the side of the circuit. But you really feel that in the number 5 entry, Vincent Kolb is a sitting duck because Sven Muller looking far more attacking. But he's got to find his place in which to pass in this battle for second place. He's got the pace. He's been very quick in that opening stint, but Vincent Kolb showing, good battlecraft that Peter picked out. I thought he'd simply made a mistake, but Peter rumbled that one. But I think by a good exit from... And he might wait till Galgenkopf, the sort of final corner onto the long run along the Dottinger Höhe before he makes his positional move. But anyhow, if he stays where he is, certainly Sven Muller in that number 3 Falcon Motorsport Porsche is bound to get a fabulous tow along the Dottinger Höhe, and then the easiest place to pass on the circuit will be again, another slow period up ahead. Every time they get going again, they suddenly have to slow down. Just looking across the screens to work out where else we may have trouble.
Vincent Kolb's got to watch this, though, because that Porsche is quick at the moment. And to come out to Bergwerk in a minute, they're going that run up to, that really fast run up to the Caracciola carousel. And that's where he may well get the chance to pounce.
Right, they have to also identify where it goes green again. And
has already?
Has already indeed, but it's also experience that dictates the likely, the distance between marshals posts. You have to be aware of them because it may be, right, next one, show them it's green, but it could be 200 metres up the track, it could be 400 metres up the track, but, well, half a car length down, proper toe being gained, and Vincent Kolb pulls across the nose of the Porsche. You know what that does? It gives it even better drag, so there you go.
No, it doesn't. It disturbs the airflow over the Porsche.
But they were still cornering.
You saw the front of the Porsche. They're losing front-end grip. It had a little bit of understeer there because it was tucked up too close to the Audi wing.
Yeah, good point. I picked that up as I was saying that because I thought they were slightly further around the lap than they were. But again, going around a Porsche 17 came. And let's try both sides.
Beautiful job done by the Audi driver there. Absolutely superb. Stitched the Porsche up perfectly behind the back marker. Going up to the carousel where he didn't want to have that run now. He's got to get a run out of the carousel now, but the next bit's going to be the Dottinger Hurt. That's where it's going to be an issue for him.
Right.
So the Porsche's the quicker car of the two at the moment, but I've got to say that the Audi's doing a better job of the driving. Vincent Kolb, extraordinary, just outthinking him all the time. And this is what we said earlier on, wasn't it? It's all very well driving this perfect lap on your own, but you've got an equal peer behind you who wants to get past in a slightly better car.
Yeah, Sven
quicker car.
Sven Muller's looking the quicker of the duo, but certainly the brakes. And just to explain, there was a back marker and they ended up going either side of it, but Vincent Kolb in second place had worked out the shorter line was the inside line around the back marker, and unfortunately for Sven Muller, his ambition took him to the high side. Then he realised that was the longer line around a tight corner, and he lost probably 3 or 4 car lengths, but hey, he's caught them all back up again. He's just 1.5 car lengths behind and working it very, very well through the really tricky part of the track, through Wippen and Eschbach and then into Brunchen. But certainly when they get to the straight, you can be sure, unless there's a back market that interrupts both of them, then the Porsche driver is going to have a really good shot of it. But Vincent Kolb for Phoenix Racing doing a fantastic job to hold on to second place. But all along, one senses that the race leader, Julian Apostolos, who's having a decent run on his own, his sector times are... Actually, no, as I say that, they're swinging to and fro according to slower cars, but there's the others not gaining. There's 17 seconds or thereabouts down at the start of this lap, and I would sense it's probably gone out a little bit in the race leader's favour.
Watch this Porsche now, it's going to build up to it. This is where it's got the opportunities. Best chance to get the race lead is going to, sorry, the race position, second place. Forgetting it's not for the race lead, is it? But another intervention vehicle on track there, coming out of the junior carousel, the smaller of the two. Getting towards the end of the lap now. This is where he needs to be poised to get past the Audi. Back marker for the Audi. Both keep out of the way.
Such a long corner, Galgenkopf. You think it might just be a sort of 90-ish right, quite broad, but it seems longer than that. It's more like about 110, 120 degrees. But already sticking out of the slipstream, the Falken Motorsport Porsche is on the right-hand side of the track from the driver's point of view, and is absolutely alongside.
Too close, too soon,
handle. I think he's gone too early, but he's pulling just across in front when they get to the kick. He's got the job done, but I too thought he'd gone a little early. But at this point, there could be a bit of reciprocity, and there might be a bit more of toe coming back towards the Audi, but even with the toe, he's not able to close in. So the Porsche in a straight line most definitely is the quicker of the duo.
Yeah, they've got to get only through the Kent. They've got to Tiergarten. Actually, has got the job done, but there's 3 back markers at Tiergarten. This is going to put them all back in line again. Falken Porsche all very close around the right-hand park, coming to the last bit, right up against the barrier, down past the end of the pit wall. He's managed to get the job done. I was really surprised he managed to hold on to it. I thought the Audi was going to come back into Tiergarten, but the Falken Porsche does get the job done and keep the position, but the Audi is right behind him there. Let's complete the GP part of the circuit. Oh, let's hope the other Porsche sees him coming there. Running a little bit deep there. Audi. Oh, Audi's got quite a bit of understeer through the mid corner there. One of those front tyres is getting a bit exhausted. No pun meant.
Sven Muller certainly has decided he's taking no prisoners whatsoever there. I think he probably took a few risks that might have not been sort of what you'd want in any form of racing, but a 6-hour race. But anyhow, he's got the job done, so who am I to criticise? He's got a second advantage already. It was always clear that when he got ahead of the Phoenix Racing Audi, the number 5 entry with Vincent Kolb on board, he would pull away. But even just starting that most recent lap, he really stuck his car in a position where any compromise, and there would have been a problem.
Yeah, we've got the answer there though. Vincent Kolb's front tyres are they're just done. He just can't get that front end of that car turned in at all. He's not finding apexes, all sorts. He's really struggling to get the nose of that car into any of the corners. How many laps has he done on those tyres? Let's have a look.
Let me see. Hold on, wrong piece of paper. I write these things down. You know, they did number 5, Phoenix Racing Audi.
He's only 3 laps in.
Yep.
That's surprising, but he's certainly struggling now. Assuming they did a tyre change, they would have done, because it was Stilton did 7 and 8 laps on that, so they won't have put him out on 8-lap old tyres, I'm sure. So it must have had front tyre. So I'm just curious as to why Vincent Kolb's Audi, Phoenix Audi, is struggling so much with that front end grip.
Yeah, interesting one. Now, we didn't really talk about, as we were absorbed in that fantastic battle for second place between the number 3 Forker Motorsport Porsche, which moved ahead of the number 5 Vincent Kolb-driven Phoenix Racing Audi. While they were out there doing that, they actually took maybe got the better part of 13 seconds out of the race lead. It's down to 5.5 seconds now. Muller has the pace definitely to close in on Julian Apostolos. Julian's still leading the race, but I think maybe traffic affected him as well. We've certainly had a handful of incidents in the last few laps. We've had that the area where they're clearing up all the oil and fluids that got put on the circuit, where we think our race leader had his race come to an end. The first 3 cars just a lap and a half ago slamming into the barriers at the same point. We think on oil that came out of the Schnitzelarm Motorsport number 11 Mercedes engine, but certainly to have the first 3 cars covered by about a second and a half, and then suddenly see not 1 but 2 but 3 of them, all 3 off into the barriers. Extraordinary. Blink of an eye, your eye almost gets confused and think, am I seeing what I've just seen? But we were riding on board at the time with the car in 3rd in that group. That was Kim Lewis-Schramm in the Phoenix Racing Audi, but his car is now parked, didn't quite manage to limp back to the pit lane, didn't look too damaged from the exterior. Any shots we were shown, but it was running at a bated pace. Now Sven Muller all over the tail. He's caught 5 seconds out of the race leading Julian Apostolos in, half a lap. Apostolos hanging on for Landgraf Motorsport in the black, white and orange Mercedes, but the Falcon Motorsport Porsche looking super, super handy on its tyres. 2/3 of the way around the lap. Already fainting to go up the inside.
Got the job done.
Julian Apostolos saw it and decided, go through. You're way faster than me. I mean, way, way faster. Already accelerating away, clear in the lead of this race. Well, that was very, very gentlemanly, but first has become second. Give him another handful of corners at the rate that Apostolos is dropping back by, then the Phoenix Racing Audi might be coming through. But actually, he's got the Porsche in between them, which is not so relevant to the mix. But suddenly, you picked up on the fact that Vincent Kolb has no grip in the front end of the car. He really doesn't, does he? He is losing ground now.
You can see it's adding lock through some of the corners, adding extra lock on to get it to turn. There's just something not right with that Phoenix Audi.
Right, it's not just any Porsche in front of him, it's the Huber Motorsport Porsche. This is the one that Joachim Tyson started the race, was thrown from second on the grid down to the back of the pack for a transgression. And unfortunately, and then had to serve time in the pit lane, a 2-minute stop and hold, but he's going very, very well now. Now, there was another car facing backwards in the track, unfortunately. Didn't identify, but another area that is a slow zone. That is at X-Müller. So the driver's having to be very, very aware there could be something around the very next corner. That's halfway point in the lap. It's before you get to Bergwerk. And the drivers all being very good at standing on the anchors and not putting it off into the scenery. Well, things keep on happening. The first hour and a half of this race, remarkably incident-free, but now the race is gathering a pace. We've nearly done 2 hours and 40 minutes this 6-hour race. Yes, you get 2 bonus hours. It's not a regular 4-hour race. It's the full works, and it's being led by Falcon Motorsports. They look really good in the opening stages of the race. Their cars work their way forward up through the top 10 into 2nd and 3rd positions. The number 3 is leading the race at the moment, Sven Muller. The sister car, number 4, is back in 6th, but that, bear in mind, was brought in for having to be penalised and to serve time in the pit lane for having tyres fitted on the grid, which is a no-no. But Tim Heideman's going well in that, and certainly in Alessio Picariello, his teammate, who has far more experience. This is Tim's first outing for Falco Motorsports. Certainly you feel that car will continue to chip away. And about an hour or so ago, when it wasn't the Falcon Motorsport car in the lead of the race. I thought they stood a good chance, but suddenly to lose 2 of the 3 cars that were ahead of them in this race, that's certainly made it look far more likely that Falcon Motorsport could come away with a 1-2 here. It is still possible.
Not pulled away from the Landgraf Mercedes, I thought he would.
No,
got past it very easy and very cleanly and gentlemanly, as you put it, which I think was absolutely the right thing to do. The Mercedes let him through. You've got the lead for a minute. Don't get the glory of it too much. And
then the Mercedes had just been massively blocked by the 2 cars, the TCR Audi and a Porsche Cayman, and he wanted a gap between them, was provided nothing of the sort, and had to literally hit the brakes, and that's gained suddenly about another 2 seconds in the lead for Sven Muller. And behind in 3rd place and getting the better of the traffic was the Phoenix Audi, Vincent Kolb, who gained a bit of sustenance there, so he's got through those without being compromised. But really, unfortunately for Julian Apostolos, the doors closed in front of him, and he had to sit and just wait until 2 corners later before he could get on his way again.
I'm actually very impressed by Julian Apostolos. He's only 21, and he's got some experience, but not masses. Fair bit around here, but I'm actually very impressed with some of the driving he's done there. Yes, he did get balked by 3-4 cars there, but he, as you said quite rightly, hit the brakes and got out of it rather than trying to force the gap. But once he got into the middle of that pack, it was then, well, I'm here now. It's pretty obvious. I'm in a big GT3 Mercedes. You must all know I'm here. So he did then start pushing a little bit of, come on, get out of the way, because you're all holding yourselves up as well as me. And that he's got every right to do, rather than just sit there and acquiesce and wait. It's not a... It's called racing for a reason. It's competition.
No, absolutely so. But of course, he has experience of racing a car in a junior class here. He's competed in TCR. So he actually has that understanding of what it's like for them. But right now, he's got the understanding that he's got someone behind him who's catching him, who's worked the traffic a little bit better. It's Vincent Kolb. And again, both these cars somewhat compromised on their tyres, or so it seems. Certainly the Falcon Motorsport Porsches seem just more dialed in. And at any point in the race, they've looked very, very good indeed. But Julian Apostolos holding down 2nd place, started the lap in the lead, but that wasn't something that lasted very long. The Landgraf Motorsport Mercedes down in 2nd place at the moment, and being caught, but only just by the Phoenix Racing Audi. Well, one of the 2 Phoenix Racing Audis, the number 5 entry in 3rd place overall, Vincent Kolb. But behind them, just checking on the pace of Andy Soucek. Bear in mind, he went off the circuit when fighting for the lead on the oil that we think came out of the Schnitzel-Alarm Racing Mercedes engine. And he's fighting his way back. He's lapping very much at the pace of the front runners, in fact, closing them down. So maybe the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW will come back into the mix. In fact, I think I fancy, and I possibly saw it in the background of the shot as we looked at 2nd and 3rd across the start-finish line. Let's see if my eyes were with me. Yeah, 13 seconds further back. So he's closing in on all of them. The top 3 runners are being caught by the driver in 4th place. The Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini, has just moved ahead of Andy Soucek. Sorry, that's the one that's 13 seconds down, just half a second up. So he's passed just as we started this lap. Di Martino, number 7 Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini driver, just gets past Andy Soucek in that Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW. But even looking at those lap times, let's just check. So the time I thought had been set by... okay. So 8 minutes 17 with those slow zones for Michele Di Martino, the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini, quicker than the first 3 runners. 8 minutes 19, also quicker than the first 3 runners for Andy Soucek. But the big question to me, Peter, is there any damage being carried by Soucek in that Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW? It got involved in that lead battle where they all came to grief. He's got going again, but actually looking at it, that BMW looks pretty all square. Car number 34.
It looks unmarked, which is amazing. It's the greatest escape since the Second World War, isn't it? From cold hits. If it has missed everything, that's quite extraordinary. I really don't know how it's done that. It must have just rotated around on the grass and missed everything, because there isn't a mark on that car that we can see.
No, and certainly looking at its lap pace, if it's quicker than the first 3 cars in the race, slightly slower than the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini that was a bit further back down the track. But, we saw what had happened to the Schnitzel-Alarm Mercedes. We saw that stopped at the side of the track. We saw the number 16 Phoenix Racing Audi limping home. But it was an age before we saw anything of the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW, that number 34. And then we finally saw it running back at full speed again. But it lost, what did it work out, about 1 minute 15 seconds. Its lap time was that much longer. It's obviously got itself back on the grass, perhaps got itself restarted. But anyhow, that was the great escape. Checking the pace too of Tim Heinemann. He's going very well in 6th place. That's the number 4 Falcon Motorsports Porsche settling in very nicely in his debut for the team.
Well, it might be his debut, but he's not shy of the curbs, I'll tell you that. Down through Hats and back, he was using you can do a few bits of that there, but you've got to make sure there's some you can, there's some you can't. And you've got to memorise and sear into your brain the sequence of where you can and where you cannot. So you get one wrong, it's not good.
No.
It tends to result in ignominy very quickly.
Yeah, exactly. So that's where the experience comes around the circuit. So all is set, but at the moment it's Falcon Motorsport leading the way, and it's Sven Muller.
Können wir progressiv beschleunigen. Schön gefühlvoll und eingelenkt.
Falkenreifen.
Liebe Fans,
besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle
von Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen zu NLS.
Falcon Motorsport, another lap on the boards for Sven Muller. He's eschewing a visit to the pit lane, and now he's starting to have to look quite hard in his rearview mirrors to see the best of the rest. Who's giving chase? How close are they? They're getting smaller in his mirrors, and as he looks in his mirrors, he won't see the Landgraf Motorsport Mercedes because it's dived into the pit lane. Julian Apostolos pulls off the number 55 Mercedes from second in this race. So that means Vincent Kolb in the number 5 Phoenix Racing Audi goes up to the top of, up into second place. Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini's had a moment where it almost was the wall of death, running around the outside of the circuit on the grass. Michele Di Martino, that was a save and 3/4, and that has allowed Andy Soucek to close right in, get more drag and possibly move past, but maybe looking in his mirrors to assess how close Andy Soucek was getting as the Mercedes racer, the BMW racer closed in, and that was a scary, scary moment for Michele Di Martino. So, how is it unfolding? Let's see the pace around the last lap. Again, we've had so many slow zones and yellow flags that actually the race leader, Sven Muller, gained 7 seconds on that last lap over Vincent Kolb. There might have been traffic in there as well. So 11 seconds is the gap between first and second. And bear in mind, Julian Apostolos in the pits. That's the Landgraf Motorsport Mercedes, looking very smart. You can tell it's an Auto Arena car. You can tell it's a Patrick Assenheimer car with Auto Arena written on the door. He's the driver we haven't seen in that car as yet, and one would feel that since Julian Apostolos did the second stint, Lucasandro Tresh did the first, it would be Patrick's turn. They'll wheel him out, put him on board.
Certainly just done a driver change, certainly.
Right, still that battle for effective third place now. Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini, Michele Di Martino. What a save. He ran off the circuit, he didn't panic. Corner was turning, arcing very gently to the left. He ran all 4 wheels along the grass, and the grass strip is only as wide as the car. Kept it off the barriers, but all along, while that was happening, and I would suggest before that was happening, Andy Soucek closing in for Walkenhorst Motorsport. His BMW now just about half a second. Many years now racing on the Nordschleife, but hopefully he can get his heart rate back down and understand why he went off. But it goes to show, Peter, at this point in the race, we've got many areas where there is fluid, there is liquid, there is a slippery surface, and we're having drivers going off accordingly.
Well, it's always the same here at the Nürburgring, isn't it? It doesn't matter whether it's a 4-hour NLS race or a 6-hour race, 12-hour race, 24-hour race. Any combinations of hours, it doesn't matter. It's always going to throw different things at you all the time. It's always changing. So yellow flags now down at Foxhole. Double yellow wave there. So, and slippery surface. Into a code 60, catching out for a minute. Not too much of a problem, but catching out the number 3, Sven Muller, Falcon Motorsports Porsche. Hammonds took up behind 330 BMW very dramatically, waiting for the green to get out the other side, looking poised either side to do that when he gets the green flag, but he can't do it just yet. I don't know what that red that is for down in the foxhole.
No, just having a glance, but it's, oh gosh, in fact, Michele Di Martino very nearly clipped the rear of the Porsche just running up in front of him, which I think is the Huber Motorsport number 25 car that's effectively a lap down. And that these moments when you come into a slow zone, you've just got to be on your toes, haven't you? You've got to bear in mind the car in front. And just if you think, oh, I'll just check my gauges, you don't do that around a twisty part of the circuit. And the Lamborghini very nearly took itself into an area of problem. They're just going past the point where there is a flatbed truck, and still that's the point where we lost our first 3 runners with oil dropped, well, everything dropped onto the track. The fluids were very, very serious there, and the first 3 cars went off accordingly, one on its own juices. That was the car that pulled off after Callenhart. It was the Schutzlam Racing Mercedes, and a shame. Great to see that team, you know, the team supporting this championship so fervently and having their car at the front. It was a brilliant opening stint by Phil Ellis, wasn't it, Snowy?
It was extraordinary. It was a brilliant start, let alone a first stint. But you had him third on the grid. I didn't have him as third on the grid. I had the.
No, he was second in the end because number 5 went backwards.
Of course, that's why.
Got the penalty and got moved out.
Yeah. So he dived down the inside of the pit and took a very brave move to sort of Never mind elbows out, it was breathe in.
Sorry, third on the grid. I can't read my own writing. The number 5, the Phoenix Racing Audi, went up to second on the grid.
Yeah.
It was the 34 Walk on Horse Motorsport BMW in pole position. Alongside it was the Huber Motorsport Porsche, but that got put to the back of the group plus a penalty. And so everybody else moved up a position. And looking, Patrick Assenheimer, just having a quick glance, he's taking over that number 55 Landgraf Mercedes in third place. Still waiting for the field to be released from various moments, but up front, just looking for the opening part of this lap. Oh boy, is the gap going out. Vincent Kolb was clearly not running too smoothly in that Team Phoenix Audi, number 5 in second place, and it's all guns blazing for Sven Muller, 30-year-old German, in the lead of the race. And number 3 Falcon Motorsport Porsche, looking fantastic. He's gaining with every single sector around this lap. His lead was 11 seconds at the start of this lap. Well, I'm just trying to work out what's going on there. Suddenly we've had the Huber Motorsport Porsche is a lap down. It's let Di Martino through, and suddenly Di Martino, instead of having really close company from Andy Soucek, has got a car between him and his chaser. And it was almost though, right, I've got the restart, off I go. But for Andy Soucek, he's coming up the hill towards the carousel, and he's just got to, he's not going to pass the Huber Motorsport car. So this is buying time. This is relieving the pressure for Michele Di Martino. He's probably still a bit rattled from his run over the grass. A long way. I reckon he was about 50 to 100 metres running along the grass before he rejoined the circuit. And that was what allowed Andy Soucek onto his tail. But now, having got past the Huber Motorsport Porsche, suddenly Di Martino's bought himself a gap. Clever.
Now, this is always the problem. You've got 3 cars in the same class here running line of stern. But of course, the middle one of the sandwich, the meat and filling in that sandwich there, is a lap down. But it's the same pace as the other 2 ahead of it. So why should he back out of it, or she? But as the third place car there, you kind of want to say, get him out of my way, get him out of my way. I'd be on the radio saying, get it shifted if you can, because you're not actually in the contention of the race. So why spoil it for everybody else? But you want to make a way up again.
You can tell you're nigh on halfway through the race when you come across another car that's almost entirely swathed, the rear end, and swathed and swaddled in duct tape, and that was the Matilda Racing VW Sirocco we saw taped up not once but twice. But by now, maybe what they could do is they could use a different colour tape for each the time it comes in to get repaired. I think they used black to start with, then they moved on to white, so just to keep us informed. But so difficult when a car is damaged aerodynamically. Good to see, though, the Pro Sport GT3 Aston Martin, I was going to say is on the track. As I say that, it peels back into pit out. This was a car that had its problems for Jean Glorieux. Guido Guimaraes taking it over, and he comes in, so at least they've got 14 coming up to 15 laps on the board. At least they didn't throw in the towel, because we were worried about the body language in that pit garage until we worked out, of course, they share the pit garage with other crews. That's why the other crews were sort of saying, is it 2 sugars or 1, as they walked around the garage. But the Aston Martin crew from Pro Sport Racing got the job done. It looks like a standard stint, and hopefully the rest of this race, still 3 hours remaining, still a long distance race in anybody's mind, they have got to go out to play, and we'll get some really decent mileage under the wheels of that green and yellow Aston Martin. Now, how much is Sven Muller's advantage going to be? He's pulling clear corner by corner. He's just coming up to complete lap number 21. And does that mean a dive to the pits is due? Nope, sir. Another time round. So his lead was 11.2 seconds over Vincent Kolb in the number 5 Phoenix Racing Audi, but it's Falcon Motorsport Porsche number 3 leading and going away every single sector around this lap. He was gaining 2, even 3 seconds, so I think he could be the best part of 20 seconds. The good, maybe even more. Just waiting for Kolb to complete lap number 21, then we'll see what the gap is, and also how much Patrick Assenheimer's car, he's only taking it over. He'll have fallen back a bit. In fact, we will have Kolb 19 seconds down in second place. Michele Di Martino another 7 seconds back in third. And in fourth place, Andy Soucek getting back up to pace again. He's another 1.3 seconds further back. So the top 4 cars covered by 28 seconds. Then a bit of a gap. And then it should probably be, I'm not sure if it's going to be Patrick Assenheimer in the number 55 Landgraf Mercedes. No, indeed. Tim Heinemann has gone through into 5th place overall. The second of the Falcon Motorsport Porsches. That's car number 4. Cup 2, it's all now got a car up into the lead of that class, into the top 10. And that is car number 112, Christopher Brook, been running very well throughout this race, so he's got the advantage at the moment of quite a tidy advantage in class, actually. So sitting pretty in number 112 from K. Kramer Racing, leading the Cup 2 class.
I think the class leader from that actually was the Fricadella car, wasn't it? Was it second place? That's just swapped, I think, from Klaus Avelin to Jules.
Yes.
She's going to the pit, so I think that was one further ahead. I think it's just it's pitted earlier than the others, I think.
Yes, it has, because the others had 2 pit stops under their belts, and that's got the third one done. Yes, if you scroll up and down the timing screens looking for little vignettes, you can often get the wrong end of the stick if one has just made a pit stop before you scroll down to sort of outside the top 30 on the timing screen, where necessarily a lot of the classes are. Right, SP9 Pro-Am. We've got SP9 Pro-Am and Am. Pro-Am is being led by, I'm there, Lorenzo Rocco di Torrepadula. Lion Speed by Car Collection Audi at the midpoint in the race. That's in 6th place overall. Leading SP9 Am, scroll down the screen, to Arno Klaasen, car number 50, the twin bush by Keep Vitesse Audi.
Now here's a question for you. Do we drop the Torrepadula bit? Because on the entry list this weekend, it's Lorenzo Rocco.
Yes.
But is that because the font's not big enough, small enough to go onto the entry list? Or does it just take up too much space in an Excel spreadsheet cell?
I think he's probably trying to stop me saying it. But,
exactly. I did wonder, but the problem is that if you stop saying it, you'll just pass the baton to me, and we'll still do Lorenzo Rocco di Torrepadula.
Yeah, it's just one of those magical names.
Yeah. I think it's worth a mention of when he's not in the race. We have to ask why Lorenzo Rocco di Torrepadula is not in the race.
Indeed. But you know what? Back in the long time ago's, in the Autosport office, you get news of a new racing driver, you go, fast name or slow name. Some people just didn't have it. And back in the days of doing Jim Russell Formula Ford races back in the 1980s or whatever, one guy turned up and we just went, however quick he's in the car, that name is costing him 4 seconds a lap. It just wasn't a rapid one.
It's like being back at school, isn't it? It's an instant decision on the name, just instant classification.
You always felt, though, that certain drivers, Italians, always came out of it very well. A lot of their names sounded very, very quick indeed. But Lorenzo Rocco di Torrepadula just sounds, he's of Torrepadula. You can't go wrong with that. So, right, another slow area on the circuit. The drivers really have to be on their mettle. You're homed in on the car in front. You're zoning in and looking where its advantages are, where your advantages are. Then you have to slow right down because still course vehicles, I think they're still trying to remove the slick that was put down at the corner where we lost our top 3 runners. And for the BMW in frame there, that's Andy Soucek, running now in 4th place, probably due a pit stop at the end of this lap. That car, not with him at the wheel, went off, and just exploring the wild beyond. One moment you're just trying to gain 1/10 of a second, the next moment you're across the grass and heading straight for the barriers on the outside. We think rotation probably saved the day, but whoa.
I'm still trying to work out what's going on at the barriers there, because we've got one of the sort of Unimog intervention type vehicles on the side of the track with its trailer on the back. All the material's been put down on the track. We've got a slow BMW on the Dottinger hazard flashing. Looks like a front right has gone on that, time-wise.
Definitely a puncture car, never running in a straight line. But I can't work out what more they can do. They've put down all the sort of...
And the barriers look intact.
Yeah.
There's spare barrier sections on the trailer, as you'd expect, for whatever's required. But it looks to me like the work's complete. I'm not quite sure why they're still there. There's obviously a valid reason for it, but you and I are both missing it. Therefore, we can't inform you. I don't quite get it.
Well, what we do know, of course, is the drivers who are on the track at the moment have all been past that many times. They all know not to go high on the circuit there where all the oil is. They go below where the cement dust is. It may still be a little bit slippery, but they'd have to be fools to think that, hey, let's go high, because they've all had a chance to see it. They've all understood. Their teams would have told them, look, the front 3 runners went off on oil. And everybody else, frankly, the next car in line, I'm trying to remember who was 4th at the time, was incredibly fortunate indeed. It probably actually was the number 3 Fulco Motorsport Porsche that's leading the race, I would reckon, was in 4th place at that time. Or maybe the number 5 Phoenix Racing Audi that is running in 2nd place at the moment. But these things can undo all that has been good, all that you've done right. But for now, on we go. We started the race with 121 cars. I would think at the moment we've got about 115 left in play. Plenty to be going on with. We're in the second half of this race. And for Sven Muller, pulling clear in the lead. The car in second place, Vincent Kolb, nearly 20 seconds back, 19.2 to be precise. And around this lap alone, losing yet more time in each of the three timing sectors they've been to. That gets them halfway round the lap. And soon, Michele Di Martino at this rate will be onto Vincent Kolb's tail in a battle for second place. At the moment, it's first, second, and third, all well spaced. Then Di Martino has got plenty of company. He's got the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW behind him, just a second and a bit down. Andy Soucek getting back up to speed, I reckon has the pace to catch Di Martino and pass him, but they've both got the pace to catch the Phoenix Audi, number 5 in second place. But you know what? We're suddenly going to get our timing screens filled with red, which means cars are coming in for pit stops, because 22 laps on the board means for a lot of them they could have run 3 lots of 7 laps, or 2 lots of 7 and an 8. So expect busy times in the pit lane. All the top 10 have done 2 pit stops. So, sorry, all the top 6 runners down to Lorenzo Rocco.
Well, interestingly, on that, Bruce, leading cars, Falcon and Shearer have done, Muller and Kolb have done 6 laps apiece in their stint. Di Martino aboard the Conrad Lamborghini has done 7 laps. Andy Soucek aboard the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW has also done 7 laps, as has Tim Heinemann and the Falcon Motorsports number 4 car. Rocco has done 23, car number 23, has done 6 laps. So those are your top ones. So most likely there, you're looking at the Conrad Lamborghini and the Walkenhorst BMW. I wouldn't be at all surprised if those 2 pit line astern now.
Yeah, well, you got down to 6th place. It's worth noting in 7th is a car that has done 3 pit stops in the SP9 class. Yep. That's the Landgraf Motorsport Mercedes. Patrick Assenheimer winding it up towards speed now. So, of course, that will swing its way back up the charts.
As indeed has the car right behind it, number 6, Haupt Mercedes.
Yeah, Haupt Racing Mercedes. Arjun Maini's taken that over, car number 6, and its best lap of the race, 8 minutes flat. So it's competitive, very competitive indeed. And for Indian racer Arjun, you know, again, his career, I would suggest, has really blossomed since he put a roof over his head. And you know, with each season, he's going faster and faster as he learns what life is like in a GT racing car. And here, of course, you know, you can do the sprint races, but when you come here, you get more than a sprint when you're one of, let's say, 3 drivers in a car that's going for 6 hours. Right, back up to full racing speed as the cars wind their way through the Tiergarten. Vincent Kolb pressing on. Will he come into the pits this time around? And will race leader for Falco Motorsport, the number 3 Porsche, dive in when at the end of lap 22? Nope, coming down the start-finish straight, unless that's another car with an aquamarine nose. No, it isn't. It's a white. In the background, the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini dives in with Andy Soucek right behind. 3rd and 4th go to the pits, but the first 2 seem to come through. Yeah, they have come through. 28 seconds apart now. That has been a huge, huge gain. Another 8 seconds, 8 3/4 seconds gained by Sven Muller, who's just dialed in that number 3 Porsche.
Then last 2 laps, the Conrad and the Walkenhorst BMW, 8:42, 8:41. Just a second apart on that last one. I said they dive in together, and indeed they have. As indeed has Tim Heinemann in the second of the 2 Falcon Motorsports Porsches. That's the number 4 car. Tim Heinemann couldn't covered himself in glory in his first stint in that car, did he not? He's done a great job, I think.
No, he has, and it's precisely what the team would have wanted from him. And let's face it, on a track that was a little bit slippery, or very slippery at certain points, and slightly slippery at others, and very, very easy to trip up. It's easy to trip up when all is perfect here on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, but certainly he did a decent job, and that will be handed back to Alessio Picariello, who was very impressive in that opening stint, getting that car up into 2nd place overall, having started, you know, some way down the order in 7th position on the grid, immediately behind the sister car, the number 3 that is now leading the race. So next time around, expect our race leader in. He'll be pressing on to see if he can have a really good in-lap. That's Sven Muller, number 3 Falco Motorsport Porsche. Certainly Vincent Kolb has been struggling since early in this stint, but let's see if he can hang on to that 2nd place. One feels that when the Landgraf Motorsport car comes through, the BMW number 55, that will suddenly be right back at the sharp end of the field.
Engine cover off the Conrad Lamborghini, but they always do that because they go and check the oil level on it in there. It's just it's pretty routine. Just looks dramatic for a minute when they take the engine cover off, but it takes time to do that. But it's well. I was going to say it's well oiled. It's a slick. It's a slick operation, shall we say? I just can't stop, can I? Choose a metaphor. Pick them. Go on.
I have to work with this.
I know, I do apologise, I'm sorry.
He brings,
Amateurs.
Brings
amateur
cake
hour.
and he doesn't offer it. It's downstairs.
Oh, no, that I do object to.
You did hand it over.
I handed it over immediately
You did.
to you. To take home for you and your good lady.
Or the puppy dog.
Well, indeed. Except we haven't done an on-air mention of Moose yet.
No, Moose is hopefully not on the loose. He's being looked after today.
Looking forward to his lemon drizzle cake, I'm sure.
Yeah. Or the arm of the postman or something like that.
Ah, so meat first, cake second.
That's right. He's got manners.
Absolutely.
We do have vague
I
standards.
expect nothing less in your household. So, Falcon it is. A Porsche at the front. Third, fourth, and fifth are in the pits now. That's Di Martino, Soucek, and Heinemann. Lamborghini, BMW, Porsche, Conrad, Valkenhorst, Falcon. Teams respectfully. And Falcon leading it from Vincent Colbert's had a great run in that Team Phoenix, as you'd expect from him so far. But it's still all to play for with just under half the race distance to go. I still would not say. Now. Position swap there, going out to the pits. The Valkenhorst BMW has got ahead of the Lamborghini, leaving the pits on the pit stop there. These two were the other way round when they came in, so that is for position effectively. Although further down the order now, we need to let this lap settle out. And of course, at the end of this lap, Kolb and Muller are going to have to pit as well.
Right, what we've got there in that battle, I sense the pace is slightly better from the BMW, but Andy Soucek has stayed on board, so he's up to speed, almost has a little bit of a scare going through turn number 4 in the Grand Prix loop, whereas Maximilian Heckländer has taken over the Lamborghini from Michele Di Martino, a very slow-moving car as they go to the Grand Prix, the cut-through on the Grand Prix loop, driving at walking pace. But they both go past it without any problem, but I sense right now Soucek is probably going to be the quicker of these two drivers. It'll take a lap or two for Maximilian Heckländer to get up to speed in the Conrad Lamborghini, and that is just the opportunity that Soucek wants. And for Walkenhorst Motorsport, they did a great job in the pit. They got their car turned around faster than the rivals from Conrad Motorsport. But this is what we want. It's a long race. It's 6 hours. We've got nearly 2 3/4 hours left, and we have had incident. You can be absolutely safe in that, but bearing in mind the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW that Soucek is driving went bounding across the verge when the first 3 cars, covered by just over a second, all went off on the oil from the leading car. Sudden explosion by the looks of things, and that's out the race, and that was the Schnitzelarm number 11 Mercedes, and really felt for Miklas Born there. Bang, it went, and off the track it went.
Well, Andy Soucek taking capitalising completely on that familiarity of being in the car, not doing a driver change. He's all dialed into it, fresh tyres and a different fuel load, of course, but he's used to that as part of his driver's brief. Whereas Lamborghini just struggling a little bit by comparison going down the Hatzenbach, and this is where Andy Soucek has really made out some, 10 car lengths easily, and continuing to do so as well.
Yeah, I sort of felt he probably would, because that car has had its setbacks, but bear in mind that when it had its problem, it was fighting for the lead of the race. It was about half a second down on the race leader, whereas at that point, before the incident, had the first 3 cars going off, the Lamborghini, I think, was down in 6th or 7th position. Of course, it was 7th, wasn't it? It was car number 7 in 7th position.
That's right.
So, in terms of the pace they've been achieving with that, then I think they've been, there's a natural pattern there, and the sort of primacy of that group. But lap times at the moment, because of the various areas on the circuit where there are still course vehicles parked, instead of lapping, we'd expect at this point in the race about an 8-minute, 3-second lap or so for a pace-setting car, occasionally some quicker ones, but settling down to that average. Last time around, the lead car, 8 minutes 26, and that was fast. Second place car, 8 minutes 34. Third place car, 8 minutes 42 seconds. So lap times really down away. Now we've just got a new yellow flag, or one being shown for the first time at Callenhart exit. That's Marshall's post 108A. Have I gone mad? No, there are that many Marshall posts indeed. I think we get close to 200 Marshall posts around this long lap. Still the yellow flag, still Peter's got a very clever map. He opens and closes it and may identify whichever car has gone off at Callenhart. But
207 Marshall posts.
207, very good. There we are.
More importantly at the front, I think Sven Muller and Vincent Kolb are going to have to pit on this lap. They completed 7 laps. They're going to have to come in this one. So that's going to shape the order up properly towards to happen with the Lamborghini, BMW and Porsche of Conrad, Valkenhorst and Falcon respectfully. So that'll be good to see what happens there with those two once they've done their stops.
Just had an interview with Conrad Motorsport driver who just vacated the car to give it over to Maximilian Heckländer. That was Michele Di Martino, but he was actually all smiles, and I'm quite sure that Patrick Simon was just saying, now, to what it's like, what's this car like on the track, and what's it like next to the track when you were bouncing down the grass and just missing the barriers? It was super close. And in fact, looking at the right side of the car, there is no damage from contact with the barriers. That was probably the save of the day. The other save of the day, or moment of the day, to my eye, was the acceleration by Philip Ellis from third to first, going through the gap a whisker wider than his Schnitzelarm Mercedes to take the lead on the run to the first corner. That was really, really committed. Ex-Müller, yellow flag there now. Verscheifen to Marshall Post 114, 115. So it's still busy out on the track. Arjun Maini suddenly got lots of company. Just to get a glance of his bright yellow and blue Bilstein livery car, because you know what? Hold on a second, he's got the number 4. Just trying to check, he's got the number 4 Porsche tucked in behind him, and that should be a lap ahead. Picariello trying to pick him off. So we've had the cluster of changes in pit stops, and I do rather feel for the number 3 Porsche is leading the race, has just dived into the pits, as you suggested. Sven Muller's brought that in. The sister car going really, really well. Should be on a different tactic, but that was the one that served a stop and go in the pit. That's why it dropped down the order, but Picariello's really going very well in that.
Colbin too. We just saw a great little bit of a camera shot there, to finish that Conrad debrief there, of Michele Di Martino sitting down on the chair, just giving a bit of debrief with these technicians, and he's describing this and that and the bits about the track. Then he did the bit that all drivers always do, the imaginary steering wheel, and they do this and they turn the wheel as if the engineer can understand that. It's just in the air. It's like air guitar, isn't it? It's completely useless, but we all do it.
There we go. You heard it here second. But no, indeed, it's part of a driver's balance. And of course, what you can't explain is the feel of getting through the steering wheel. Maybe just the angle you're turning it, but the feedback.
It's a great visual. You try and describe it. It does this, and you're doing this. The engineers, well, I need data. I need something a little bit more concrete than two hands in the air going, well, it does that.
Yeah, and a driver who's acting like a rock ape in the car wouldn't do it with their clenched fist. They'd have almost their right little fingers up, aren't they? I was so light on the steering wheel.
Exactly.
Yeah. Right, number 5 Phoenix Audi in the pits. It always looks, if you just turn onto a broadcast, look into the pit lane, think, oh dear, looks they're almost retiring it. But the cars are parked in echelon formation in front of the pit garage, because there's not much space in this pit lane when you start with 121 starters. But that should be Frank Stippler getting on board. No, Vincent Kolb is staying on board. So Stippler did sort of almost like a short stint, 2 other stints, and Kolb is going to do likewise, but he's obviously hoping the fresh rubber they're putting on his car will give him a bit more grip. Dacia Logan into the pits. There we are. Sound the klaxon.
The last sighting we had of that, it was going back through the Grand Prix loop anyway, an hour or so ago. So obviously it's gone back out onto the track again. Good to see it out again. One of the series favourites, almost as popular as the Foxtail, Opel Manta, which will return, I understand.
Yeah, I sort of expected this time. Right, now...
it's been a little bit too burnt, I think, from its fire just before the Nürburgring 24 hours, why it didn't take part. That was supposed to be its last ever race.
Ah, yes,
for the 50th edition. So what they're doing is, apparently it's coming out again next year for the 100th edition of Nürburgring, so the centenary of the circuit.
Right.
It's back out again next year, hopefully, is the belief.
Well, you've got to go with that.
So Lion Speed car collection, Audi in as well, with Lorenzo Rocco at the wheel.
Right, just going to look down through the classes a little bit. The Cup 3 class, always really, really fiercely contested, and 969 is leading that. And it's obviously one of the Porsche Caymans. It's a class of Porsche 718 Cayman GT4s, and it's Mauro Calamia, Ivan Jacoma, and Kai Reimer, and it's Kai at the wheel. Sorry, Reimer. In 24th position overall. He's got a margin of 17 seconds, so that one's been bobbing up and down, but most times I check that Cup 3 class, the 969 is in the mix, and at the moment it's leading it. Sharp intake of breath there, because going to the final sequence of corners, Maximilian Heckländer, 2 wheels on the grass, and that's allowing the chasing Andy Soucek to get closer and closer to the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW in its wake, but not in front as it goes past the pits. In fact, not much gain, half a second between them, I'd suggest, but still in the mix. Another car into the pits is Lorenzo Rocco. It's coming from 3rd place overall. So the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini still pressing on. Maximilian Heckländer at the wheel, but being pushed very hard by Andy Soucek. Soucek will be handing over the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW car number 34 at the end of this stint. He's done a sterling job, but it's really been a bit of a seesawing race. But at least what he's got up ahead of him is a car he can fight with, and that Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini. Just going down to the cut-through on the Grand Prix loop is 2.5 car lengths, anything between them under acceleration and braking, ahead of that BMW. But traffic up ahead of this pair means this is possible opportunity for Andy Soucek. He's having to go the long way around the outside, so every time he gains a bit of traffic doesn't help him. Being well read there, I'd say, by Maximilian Heckländer. More traffic. When they get to Little Kink, then they'll go up the rise to the Wiedol chicane. That's the point at which, Peter, you go, has he seen me? Has the person, he or she in that Porsche Cayman, seen me? They saw him, but then couldn't get out of the way at all of Andy Soucek between the first part of the chicane and the second part. The Spaniard must have gone, oh my word.
Yeah, the game changes sometimes. It's not a question of have you seen me, it's got to be coming ready or not. And that's it, you just got to get on with it. There's different levels to this, though. They've got the Lamborghini ahead, and you've not just got it's for position, but it's for pride as well, because those two are the other way round coming into the pit stop, and that's going to niggle. I just know that's how you'd feel, and you've got to keep that emotion in check, actually, because you shouldn't be sitting there saying you should be racing this guy ordinarily, but it should. You don't want to do that. You want to get back ahead again, because it's not actually for a place. It's actually your rightful place. The pit stop. That's where you were. And it's a very strange mentality. You've got to be really careful, and that's where you've got to manage your thought process and not get into making silly mistakes because of pride getting in the way, and you can't allow for that in a racing car.
You certainly can't. Nicholas Bourne has made it back to the pit lane. He's being interviewed, but I'm trying to gauge, lip read, imagine what he's saying, bearing in mind that his Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes was in the lead of the race when we're fairly sure it had engine failure it went off on its own juices, and then immediately behind the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW went off, and the number 16 Phoenix Racing Audi. They were covered by about 1.2 seconds halfway around the lap, and then the second two were passengers, but so too I think was Miklas Bourne. His eyes aren't full of joy, but then he wouldn't be, because that car was sitting in a really good position. Phil Ellis started it with a firecracker of a start and rocketed into the lead. Marcel Marchewitz was waiting to take it over and doesn't get a race today, but half a smile as Patrick Simon finishes his interview, but really it was a case that it could have been the biggest day of Miklas's young career to date, and alas, with that engine failure and the car pulling off at the side of the circuit. Not to be so difficult for a young driver in a race like this. 6 hours, this would have been a prestigious one to win. For the young Swiss racer, this could have been his big day. Certainly it was looking very handy, and knowing that Phil Ellis was going to be able to take over in the later stages of the race after Marcel, that would have given it a really good opportunity. However, racing is full of howevers.
Well, I'm going to throw in another however at the moment, and it very, very much is a however in speech marks, bold, italics, everything. But there's rumour of, I haven't just haven't yet, that on the higher parts of the circuit there's bits of rain, which would make things even more entertaining.
Ooh, and you know that thing, rain on oil?
Well, yes.
They've done their best to...
It's a great mix. That's what I did there. It's good, that, wasn't it?
It was your best so far today.
Yeah, I know.
He's on fire, ladies and gentlemen.
Don't put me out.
He asked for it himself. Right, but up front, however, the number 3 Falken Motorsport Porsche, it's looking like it could be a very good day, looking as though all could turn up trumps for them. Both cars, that and the sister car, 3 and 4, looking really, really good from the first into the race. Number 4, the sister car, however, had that time by visiting the pits to be held for a transgression that has really come back to bite them. That's really unfortunate for them, and that, it turns out, was for changing tyres on the grid before the start of the race. It's a fairly standard rule. And for Falken Motorsport, there should be no mysteries to rules here at the Nordschleife, because they've been doing the long-distance races for year upon year. Might have been a miscommunication, but it's almost like it was somewhere they really oughtn't to have gone to in the first place. Easy for me to say, I'm not the team manager. Yellow flags at Wipperman and Hedvigshöhe. That's around the 3/4 distance of the lap. If we've got 207 marshals posts, and it's to posts 157 and 155. What I can tell you is that number 3 Porsche is leading, and handsomely. The Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes continues to press on with its recovery drive. Sorry, not the Schnitzelarm, I beg your pardon. Yes, I do mean a Schnitzelarm car. Because there are two of them.
Well, this suggestion of rain is just on the approach to it's Starstrecke, which is just before the Caracciolo Carousel.
Oh, okay. That would sort of tally with where the yellow flags are, would it not? Okay.
We haven't had weather affect an NLS race this year, apart from the cancellation of round 2. So not affected during the race.
Yeah. Well, that seems extraordinary to say. Normally it's been such a feature. Now, Schnitzelarm, I sort of stumbled down that path because they, of course, they've got two of those in the race. Peter Terting is at the wheel of one of them at the moment, and Carrie Schreiner, his teammate, has just got out of one and looking actually pretty pleased with life. And stepping up to an SP9 class from what she's raced before has been, a big ask, and I think she did a really very good job. But Peter Terting, just with years more experience, is also getting going around the circuit at decent speed. But of course, for Schnitzelarm Racing, they wanted their lead car to be the one that was doing the winning today, and not to be for them, unfortunately, with that engine failure that I still can't quite work out how it didn't remove all three of the top three. In the end, it was merely two of them, with the Phoenix Racing Audi number 16 also not making it back to the pit lane.
Or the yellow flags at Wipperman that you've just highlighted, Bruce, actually the repair truck, the barrier repair truck, heading back to the paddock with an intervention car behind it as well. So that's why those are there.
Yeah, just having a little quick look to see what else Carrie Schreiner's done this year. She's raced in SP8-2 and now SP9, so moving up the power band, and been racing quite a long time now. It's Lamborghini Middle Eastern Pro-Am champion back in 2018. It's amazing what you can find on the interweb. So that's all looking very good indeed.
Always looks so happy to be involved or interviewed around a racing car, doesn't she?
Yeah, and that's why people like Giti Tar have been very, very happy to sponsor her over the years and bring her on. Some people, whatever their pace in the car, are even quicker out of the car. Not because they're exaggerating, they're just really good. They light up to the camera. And, it's not in everybody's sort of nature to be that good in front of a camera, but if you are, it's a huge helping hand. And if you can communicate, and also from my side as journalist turned commentator, if people could be honest with you, we all know people have bad days, make mistakes, own up to the mistakes, and you know what, people won't major on them.
Now there's a metaphor for life. You heard it here first.
If you listen long enough, you hear it again second. Right, Patrick Assenheimer leading the race by just not very much at all, by half a second. Has that been reversed? Is the number 3 Porsche going through into the lead of the race? No, Landgraf Motorsport half a second to the good. Third place behind the number 3 Porsche is the number 7 Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini. But Assenheimer is on borrowed time. Half a second to the good. 2 car lengths clear of the chasing Joel Erickson. And just in terms of setup and everything, that the Falker Motorsport Porsches just look to have the right car for the right conditions today. And they seem at ease with what they need to do. Half a second down on Patrick Assenheimer. They've got nearly 30-second advantage over the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini. Conrad Lamborghini 2.5 seconds clear of Andy Soucek. I thought Soucek by now would have caught it and passed it. We saw Soucek ending up on the wrong side of several equations. So he's still out in 4th place, and Assenheimer just couldn't get the front end of his car to turn in the second of the Sabine Schmitz curves. That was a horrible moment, because it almost looks so the barrier is hard across the track at 90 degrees to the angle you're going when you get to the second part of the Sabine Schmitz curve. But that was understeer, and then, well, he just
snap oversteer, and I'd have looked in the onboard, the amount of steering input going in to save that. It was a huge save. It looked big from the outside. From the inside, it must have been a Code Brown moment.
Oh, absolutely so. I mean, the fact he had to take his hands off the wheel to pray halfway around that corner was, didn't make life easy. But Patrick has been racing here, winning here for so many years. But even so, that was a biggie for him.
But he caught it, and he's managed to get on with it as well. So he still hasn't got this Porsche, hasn't got past him just yet, which I thought that was the golden opportunity. Which it certainly was, but he tried it, but just didn't quite make it. Patrick Assenheimer, just phenomenal car control there.
You always wonder with something like that, it's what we used to call MBLTJ, more by luck than judgment. But with his level of experience, you just feel, no, that was judgment, and that was experience, and that was bringing it back together. But it wasn't how he wanted to put that Mercedes Landgraf Motorsport. And Landgraf, a new team, great to have new teams coming to the fore, but that was a bit of a moment. It looked like repairs. Order the new car, please.
Well, you were just talking about different drivers and interviews there. Wouldn't that be great to interview Patrick Assenheimer after that and just say, just talk us through that, please. Just remember it's a family show. And the mic over.
Well, you could be sure there'll be a huge amount of the old racing driver steering wheel fiddling in the sky routine.
Oh, he's got caught out now. He's definitely got that. That's really hasn't worked. It hasn't.
But the reason we suddenly
heavens above.
we had a sharp intake of breath. The positions have changed. There is that the very point of the track where the cars had bunched up ahead of Patrick Assenheimer. He went the high side. What did he find? He found the area where they put the quick dry on top of the oil that came out of the race-leading car, the Schnitzelar Mercedes. He went high. You could see the car twitch away, and now he's lost position. He's got one car between him and the new race leader. Into the lead of the race goes Joel Erickson. I'd love to see another inboard shot of that footage. It was a case of I haven't got this under control.
I hate to say it, Bruce, I think it's the other way around. I think Assenheimer stayed to the left to stay off the quick dry, and it was Joel Erickson who went round onto the outside of it and ran through it all, had a massive twitch and got all the way around the outside of it. It was,
well, let's look at a replay of the replay, but the positions have changed. I would still suggest it was Assenheimer who lost the ground there. His Mercedes is dropping back.
Oh, definitely lost the ground. It's which side they went.
Yeah, but he ended up on the high side. He ended up drying over the quick dry, which is the top part of the track. That's why I was saying, because the drivers will see it, they will now know to stay on the low side of the track there. And anyhow, one save of the large variety in the second part of the Sabine Schmidt serve, and then one of an even larger variety for Patrick Assenheimer when he went up high and suddenly found those barriers weren't quite as handsome as he thought.
Not content with a 7 out of 10 save on the hats and back. Let's go for a full 10.
Well, get it in early in your stint, I suppose, but it doesn't help your tyres, doesn't help your nerves. But now there's about 3 seconds between them and a back marker who's actually quite quick. So is it a Porsche Cup car between them? But it will be hauled in, but again, you have to choose your moment, and the high shot shows the car moved across the line in front of Patrick Assenheimer. Another car between them, it's a BMW. So picking them off, putting them between each other is absolutely... Oh, in fact, it's an Audi. I think it's number 14 Audi. Haven't seen too much of that today. That's the Racing Engineers car shared by Bernhard Hensel and Nick Wustenhagen. And that's running in the Pro-Am class, and clearly not of the pace, but in a straight line, of course, it's very much as quick as a well-driven Mercedes.
There's another school of thought on that sort of manoeuvre there, that you've got a certain amount of tokens you can use in a race, and once you've used them all up, one, you're out of tokens. Okay, that's it. Another way of looking at it is, well, what have I got to lose?
Your reputation, your fortune, your family.
That, yeah. It is classified as something else in a driver's mind, but that's not broadcastable. But it's just 2 very simple words.
Mojo. There we are. I fill in
exactly.
The gaps. Right, Patrick Assenheimer lost a fair bit of time getting past the number 14 Audi, driven at the moment by Bernhard Hensel. That hasn't helped his cause at all, because I would reckon that having taken the lead, Joel Erickson has probably gained about 5 seconds before the Landgraf Mercedes got through. Still second on the road, but has lost a fair bit of time. Right, yellow flags now at Galgenkopf. Right, important corner, the one that leads the field, leads the lap, the track, onto that long run. The longest lap straight off the lap at Dottinger Hurt. So don't know who's taken a tumble there, but our front runner's getting around towards that part of the track. Joel Erickson will be the first to get there from our leading group, because he is definitely working this lap the better than the chasing Patrick Assenheimer. Assenheimer had that 2 scares so far this lap, both going on the high side. Looking down through the class, he's still got, now got 2 Cup 2 Porsche GT Cup class cars in the top 10. Christopher Brook, K. Kramer Racing, that's car number 112, and 120. It's Travis Bickle. No, it's not. It's Avia W&S Motorsport, and it is Daniel Bickle.
We've got something very slow on the Dottinger Hurt once again. It's a bit further. I don't think it's even reached the kink. No, it hasn't. It's staying over to the right-hand side, quite courteously indicating right as well. I didn't get to see what that was. I've got a horrible feeling it might look like an Aston again. I hope it wasn't. It was a very, very long shot, so we'll have a look at what that is. Let me see if I can identify the car for us.
Okay, while you're looking at that, I was just waiting for the next timing interval to get the gap between Joel Erickson back into the lead of the race. Bear in mind, at the start of this lap, he was half a second, 0.6 of a second down on the Landgraf Mercedes, driven by Patrick Assenheimer. The order was reshuffled out around the back part of the circuit, and looks so he's gained about 5-6 seconds, maybe more by the end of the lap. The car was quicker, but it was in that second place. Then it made the move when Assenheimer got it in a wobble on the high side. Oh, you're quite right. Almost the slowest of the slow. That Porsche came and limping its way
it's
back
a
in.
420 4 motors bio-concept car.
Oh, right, okay.
GT4 CS.
Well, it's been passed by Assenheimer, who's got a Porsche Cayman right on the nose of his Mercedes as he goes into the combination. The weather is continuing to get a little bit greyer all the time. It was bright blue skies with fair weather cloud at the start of the race, but that was 3.5 hours ago. It's certainly much duller now. Still warm. Right, what's the gap first to second? Joel Erickson, 6.7 seconds to good. He started the lap 0.6 of a second down. He's working his way through some back markers. A BMW, a Porsche, picks them off through the initial loop, turns 1, 2, 3 and 4. So he's going well, and he's got Sven Muller, who's been, mighty in his stints in that car, waiting to take over when that car next reports to the pit lane. Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini is still in third position, actually gaining a lot on the cars ahead. I think when the slow zones are cleared up and the waved yellow flag areas, he certainly gained. So Maximilian Heckländer crosses the line. He's 24 seconds down the race leader, 17 seconds down on Patrick Assenheimer in second place, but he took respectively 5 seconds and 12 seconds off Erickson and Assenheimer respectively. He has company though. They may be far in front and he's closing in, but Andy Soucek is right onto his tail, just 1.2 seconds down, fastest of the lead quartet last time around. So it's Porsche, Mercedes, Lamborghini, BMW, Porsche. And the best of the Audis is in 6th place overall. It's the Team Phoenix car. Vincent Kolb, that will be handed over fairly soon to his teammate, Frank Stippler, and then it really, really will fly.
Just trying to establish who's at the wheel of the 420 Bioconcept Porsche. I think it's Bolashlev at the wheel of that.
I'll take a little look for you. I'll scroll and scroll and scroll and scream some more.
But don't be sick.
Indeed. Christ. Okay, it is... Yeah, you're right. It is Bolashlev.
Can't actually find 420 on the entry list, but I know it is in a unique class, and maybe that's why I've missed it. So it's not necessarily in order, but I just want to give the forename as well, rather than just his surname.
Special class of Bioconcept. There's probably actually sometimes the experimental classes are nearer the front end of the entry list than down at the back. So, what is happening out on the track? Conrad Motorsport car still, the Lamborghini still holding down third place overall, but he's really having to fight. Andy Soucek in the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW is close at hand, and every instance is closing. He's 1.5 car lengths down in the rears, and going past the Porsche Cup class, it's down to about the length of a bonnet, no less than that, almost a layer of paint. Third and fourth, Lamborghini against BMW. Andy Soucek looking for whatever drag he can get, anything he can do to unsettle Heckländer, but Hecklander's settled into his stint now. Half a chance up the inside. Soucek takes a look, doing what a good pro needs to do, unsettle the driver in front, going past the number 14 Racing Engineers Audi. No problem at all for the pair of them. Still third place Conrad Motorsport, still fourth place Walkenhorst Motorsport. It's Heckländer from Soucek, and they're both faster than the car in second place. They will be getting closer to Patrick Assenheimer's Landgraf Motorsport Mercedes, but out front Joel Erickson looking very comfortable indeed. Number 3 Falcon Motorsport Porsche leading at the start of the lap by nearly 7 seconds and going out, extending that all the time. So looking good for that. And the sister car, number 4, still trying to recover from having to report to the pits for a stop, not a stop and go, a stop and hold, is in 5th place. And you know what? Quickest driver on the track, Alessio Picariello. So he... Well, actually, I'll tell you what, he could be on the back of the battle we're looking at for third position very soon indeed. He's only 5 seconds behind. Little bit of traffic plus his pace, he could be right with them very soon. Oh, magical.
And just to extend the courtesy, the 420 is being driven by Henrik Bolashlev.
Well done. And what was the class? Do you want to define the class that was in? The class for people with number 420 on their door?
AT brackets G.
Ah, okay, there we are. That's what one
Alternative fuels.
Yes. It's well worth going to the vln.de website and taking a look at the entry list, there's so many little facts and figures, and for someone like me who's a bit completist, I like the facts. You find out where they all live, and I tell you what, if you're really completist, you can even find their racing licence number to add to your mix. Don't do that, children.
There's a slight stalker element coming into your commentary there, Bruce.
I try and keep it
I know where they live.
Oh, I see what you did.
It's the plurality of that as well that worries me. Not they, not just where I know where you live.
I'm just trying to add a little interest.
It's of the wrong sort.
Yes. Right, but what is interesting
Kerry
in this race
shaking her head
is that
Rob, being significantly younger, is looking worried. And rightly so.
Joel Erickson leading, pulling away. Second place, Patrick Assenheimer, not entirely safe. Third place, very tight between the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini, Maximilian Heckländer, doing actually a very good job, because I fancied at the start of this stint that Andy Soucek, because he'd done the previous stint, had the performance. But actually, as the race goes on, the Lamborghini is actually looking better and better. I really think the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW was looking good at the start of this race. It was handling well. But in that initial stint, if you remember, suddenly we had a close-up shot, and we had the Schnitzel Mercedes looking super comfortable, and I commented on about lap 2 that the front end was already starting to wash out a little bit in the tighter corners from that Walkenhorst BMW, and I sensed that maybe the setup isn't as sweet as it could be, because I just think qualifying was a little compromised. The qualifying session was interrupted, and when your lap is
it was unfinished long, business, wasn't it?
So it potentially was an inaccurate grid if they'd all been given a clear run of things. However, you take what you can, and that Walkenhorst BMW started on pole position. However, I think it maybe in terms of the setup they got for the day, some of the other crews have got a better setup, but it had an inferior qualifying time.
And I'll tell you somebody who has got a setup just right, Falcon Motorsports, with the number 4 car, Alessio Piccarella, who was less than 5 seconds behind this. He's going to join into this group very soon. He's within range already, and we're going to have a 3-way battle soon. It's only, I would say, it's about 10 car lengths away.
Yeah.
When they get on the Dottinger Hoa, that's going to end up, before we know it, we're going to start this next lap with these 3 line astern: Conrad, Walkenhorst and Falcon, Lamborghini, BMW and Porsche.
Yeah, he's just, as you were saying, that came into the rear of a shot. Admittedly some way back, but looked slightly less than the 5.6 seconds or whatever it was. So Cariello could yet get a top 3, and he's sharing this weekend with a driver new to the team, Tim Heinemann, who's done a very good job so far. But the sister car, however, number 3 for Falcon Motorsport, 6.7 seconds the good at the start of this lap, but pulling ever further clear of Patrick Assenheimer, who in time will almost be into the front of this shot for the battle for 3rd position. In fact, I think he's in front of shot now. I think they're closing in on him at the handover fist time, and 2/3 the way around the course this lap. Suddenly we could have a battle. We could, if things are lucky, within the next lap, have a 3-way battle or 4-way battle even for 2nd position. However, at the moment it's still Assenheimer holding on in the Landgraf car, the Mercedes number 55, and being chased and being caught by those behind, which is the Heckländer Lamborghini from Conrad Motorsport and the Andy Soucek Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW, and both those in turn caught by the number 5 Falcon Motorsport Porsche, with Alessio Picariello at the wheel.
You just look at the intervals between the top few cars there, as you say. It's not the gaps across between the top 3, top 5. There, 6 seconds, 17, 1.2, 5.6, and 11, and then 3.4, 3.9. That's the top 7 cars.
What do you do when you're catching someone? You flash your headlights, and that's precisely what's happened for the driver in 5th place, Alessio Picariello, just about 2 seconds down on Andy Soucek, who's been busy for a long time now trying to catch the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini. Ooh. Over the start-finish line, it's nearly 10 seconds, 1st to 2nd. Landgraf Motorsport losing a little bit more time. That's Assenheimer to Erickson, and then comes the battle for 3rd place. In fact, at the end of that lap, they've actually fallen away a little bit. The Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini, bump across the line. He's 16 seconds down on Assenheimer. He's 3/4 of a second to good over Soucek, with Picariello in 5th, just a second further back.
Now, that gap I said was 5.6 seconds between the Porsche and the Andy Soucek BMW in front. It's now 1.6. He's taken 4 seconds out on that lap alone. What my sharp intake of breath was for was as the Assenheimer Mercedes came down the pit straight, and he went through a couple of back markers, flashing his light to get down to into turn 1. Absolutely right. Golden rule of racing is coming out of the pits, never cross the blend line. 330 BMW coming out of the pits, minding his own business, and all of a sudden he gets a Mercedes. You can cross the blend line on the track when you're already on the racing line. took that across. It was it's the thing with the Mercedes today. They like that little bit of pit wall there. It's obviously a bit of a Mercedes magnet, isn't it, at the end of the pit wall there?
It is. The manufacturer pays the price, and they can go down that line for one meeting and one meeting only. I joke, of course. However, it does certainly, while you get a little bit of a side draft or whatever, it does give you opportunities for all sorts of disasters. But at the moment, it's a Porsche leading the way. It's Joel Erickson, number 3 Porsche for Falcon Motorsport by the margin of 10 seconds.
Können wir progressiv beschleunigen. Schön gefühlvoll und eingelenkt.
Falkenreifen.
World's First Asphalt Watch. Die ersten Zifferblätter aus echtem Rennstreckenasphalt. Auf dem Asphalt wurden Legenden geboren und magische Momente erlebt. Cobbler.
Liebe Fans,
besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle
von Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen zu NLS.
Falcon Motorsport number 3 leading the race. Falcon Motorsport number 4, I do believe, has just moved up a place. It's got the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini in front, and that was running in 3rd place. So it looks as though Alessio Picariello has just managed to pick off Andy Soucek's Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW, and they will be almost nose to tail as they sweep their way onto the Dottinger Hoa, the sister car, the number 3 Porsche from Falcon Motorsport, all on its own. It was nearly 10 seconds to the good in the lead of the race last time around, and again has run untroubled at the front of the field. 2nd place, the Landgraf Motorsport Mercedes. That is lapping sensibly, but not as fast as those chasing, and there's been, well, it is nose to tail. 3rd, 4th and 5th, the Lamborghini with Maximilian Hackländer. Alessio Picariello has now moved himself of Andy Soucek's Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW, and riding with Alessio Picariello, he is getting a fantastic drag as he goes towards the kink. Is he going to look to the outside? Pretended not to, covered off by Maximilian Hackländer. There is a BMW just up in front of them, and Picariello was desperate to dive up the inside into the sweeper. He's surely not going to try it into the final corner. No, he doesn't. Discretion, the better path of valour. Now, where is that BMW going to go? It's forced Picariello to sweep to one side of the track and had a compromised exit from the final corner, and that has allowed the BMW he just passed, the BMW with Andy Soucek at the wheel, to tuck in behind him. He had a better exit from the corner, may even dive to try and get 4th place back. He's having a look down the inside into the first turn, and at that point so does Picariello. Dives inside the Lamborghini. Both of them go inside the Lamborghini, so I don't know why Hackländer left so much space, but one grabbed it, and as so often, Peter, the car in 3rd place in that group thought, well, I'm coming through as well. You're offline. Don't pull back across on me. And so he didn't.
Follow the money, follow the gap. It's there. Go with it. Somebody's already done the hard work. Just tuck him behind. The loser on that one, the Lamborghini in this case, has got no choice. He can't turn on one car. Can't turn on 2 cars.
Well, entirely so. Further back, some great racing. Number 5, Audi. Phoenix Racing, Vincent Kolb at the wheel now. Arjun Maini all over him. 6th and 7th they are. That's Phoenix Audi from Haupt Racing Mercedes. You know, when I think across the races we've covered in this championship over the years, Peter, this one seems to have had almost the most interest. It's often you might get a battle for the lead or a battle only for 4th or 5th, but here we've got battles the whole way down the top 10. We've had incident. We haven't had excess of incident, but it's always been something to keep the drivers on their toes. And for the TV director, they actually need to have at least 3 sets of cameras so they can pick out all the action as it's happening, because we've got brilliant class battles. And right now the circuit is living up to what it should do. We've got just over 2 hours remain of this 6-hour race. Yes, bonanza time here on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And even as we speak, there's a place change potentially coming up and being pulled off. Hold on, let's just say around the outside into the first part of the Vidal chicane. That doesn't happen very often without tears, tantrums, and drivers ending up with their cars beached in the gravel. So Arjun Maini around the outside of Vincent Kolb. Yes, it's for 6th place, but it's a position gain. It's done. And Alessio Picariello, boy, oh boy, is he taking risks as he tries to pull clear in 3rd place. He was 5th at the start of the previous lap. And then he came into 3rd at the start of this lap, got past Maximilian Hackländer, we saw down into the first corner, and he's picking off back markers as though they're not there, but they very nearly were there, very nearly to the detriment of the front end of his Porsche. So suddenly it's looking, instead of 1st and 5th for Falcon Motorsport with their Porsches, it's 1st and 3rd, and going away 3rd.
Just confirm that round the outside of the Vidal chicane was, my eyes don't deceive me, but I'm just asking you to clarify, the number 6.
Yeah, there was Vincent Kolb being picked off by the number 7, 6th and 7th. Yeah. Sorry, number 5 and number 6.
Yeah.
That's the
Haupt Racing Mercedes.
Yeah, going past Vincent Kolb in the Team Phoenix Audi that he shares with Frank Stippler.
I knew that was right, I just couldn't quite believe it, because it's mainly taken a front-engined GT3 Mercedes around a Phoenix-driven Vincent Kolb mid-engined R8 Audi.
Right. Cast your mind back. Yeah, no, I know.
It just, I'm saying it slowly, deliberately to allow you to absorb what I'm trying to say. But that just shouldn't work. Physics just say that shouldn't happen. The other way round, yes, I've got it, but you'd have thought the least nimble car to go round a mid-engined R8 Audi, well driven, well prepared, Phoenix, Vincent Kolb. You can't get much better than that. just drove around the outside. He did kicked a little bit of dust to do it, but clearly well within track limits. So what a stunning manoeuvre to set that done, and also lay a marker down before you get to the Nordschleife. Job done.
Oh yeah, no, totally. There is that air of desperation. You sense it year in, year out. Or get it done before the Nordschleife. It becomes 10 times harder if you don't. But at that point, I think also really hats off to Vincent Kolb. He suddenly realised, oh my gosh, he's going to go around the outside. If I keep going deep into this corner, then we possibly both going to go off. But for Arjun Maini, I would suggest that that move was born of two things. It was born of desire to get past, and possibly really born of inexperience. That is a place where you put yourself at huge risk in terms of an accident, being on the outside line into a chicane, but the gravel was not welcoming and he didn't go into it, and he was very fortunate indeed. But again, full marks for trying, but I just thought absolutely that was primed for failure rather than success.
I'd say for Arjun Maini that's a definite nomination for move of the race there. There are others as good, but that's a definite nomination. Could be on my shortlist.
Yeah, so if the marshals there were already unsheathing their yellow flags to start waving, they've obviously put them back and could save them for another day. But hey, I was saying this race has provided something. Didn't matter if the battles for the lead, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, doesn't matter where. But in the SP9 class, the lead class alone, there really has been something of huge interest all the time. However, the battle for the lead of the race is not something that is closing in. It's going out, and by some margin, because Landraff Motorsport Mercedes, Patrick Assenheimer at the wheel, multiple winner here in the long distance race, is losing ground all the time to Joel Erickson. Which I'm just checking. Yes, he actually gained it the first part of the lap. The middle part, he's lost 10 seconds in one of the sectors alone. So that means that Picariello, Alessio Picario, will be closing in, and really with a handful more laps, maybe actually before the end of his stint, he should get pretty close. Another car we haven't talked about too much is the leading car in SP9 Pro-Am, and it's Lion Speed by Car Collection, number 23, and it's Klaus Cook at the wheel at the moment. That's in 9th place overall, and the number 120 Porsche is leading the Porsche 2, the Cup 2 class at the moment, and that is Tim Shearbart, who's back on board. He did the early stint, took over from Daniel Bickel. David Yarn did the second stint. That's the Avia by W&S Motorsport crew, sitting on a margin of, hold on, let's check how many pit stops they have, because it's 2 minutes and 30 seconds, 2.5 minutes. No, in fact, that's interesting. They have, a tidy advantage, but they've both done 3 pit stops.
We've got a code 60 at Exmoor as well. That's for the 735 entry, which is the Sven Erpen-driven Hoffer Racing 325i BMW from Class V4. That's got an intervention vehicle behind it. It's immediately green altered at post 116. I'm not sure why that's off at the moment, but that's where that is.
You do need several sets of eyes and ears to watch and listen and discover when cars go missing. And on a circuit, say Silverstone, you've got X number of corners. You can identify quite quickly where things might have fallen. Some corners are magnets for trouble, others less so. But here on the Nordschleife, pretty much any corner is a potential point of calamity. That's half the appeal of this circuit. Slow zone, yes. Now, Versailles, Marshall's Post 114, halfway round the lap. And at the moment we have, just double checking anyone running completely out of kilter in class. What's quite confusing, you look at how many times cars have pitted, and that number 4, a Picariello driven Porsche from Falcon Motorsport, is listed only 3 times, but we know full well it came in for a stop and hold penalty for that tyre infringement on the grid. So it should really say 4 to me, but obviously it didn't make a pit stop, so it doesn't count. But it would be quite handy, I think, if the time you're not on the circuit, or the number of occasions you're not on the circuit. However, anywho. So, 17 seconds, the gap between first and second. I think we'll find out quite soon. It's probably gone the other side of 20 seconds. And is it time? Where are we on the cycle? Must be getting towards the end of this stint. It'll be 28 laps on the board for the race leader when he comes through, Joel Erickson. The number 3 Falcon Motorsport Porsche.
Yeah, he's on Ericsson's, and he's gone 5 laps.
He's gone on further lap. He's just crossed the start-finish line.
Yeah, you'd say he's only on 5 laps at the moment. The Landgraf number 55 in second place, Patrick Assenheimer, has completed 7 laps, so he will need to come in again. Whereas Hacklander, Picarello, Suchek have done 5 laps, and Kolb has done 4. Arjun Maini in the Hout Racing Mercedes has also done 7 laps. So basically, first and 6th, isn't it? going to need to pit on this lap.
Okay, so Assenheimer, as we say, comes in. But
first and seventh, my apologies.
Yeah, but of course I keep getting thrown. And you get used to the sort of constant figure. 7 laps is the stint they always have in my head. But once they very quickly, on their second stints, moved up to 8 laps, that changes the mathematical equation somewhat. So Joel Erickson now leading. It's a Porsche, Falcon Motorsport Porsche 1-2. There's 36 seconds between them. And of course the second place car, bear in mind, did have that extra visit to the pits to serve a stop and hold penalty. So it just emphasises how good their performance has been. In and falling down the order now is the Landgraf Motorsport Mercedes, making its 4th pit stop. Likewise, the Hout Racing Team, the number 7 car that Arjun Maini so boldly took around the outside. It was only the start of this last lap, wasn't it? Has also reported to the pits. Maybe they've called him in thinking, don't let him do anything more like that. But we enjoyed it, and the TV director picked it up absolutely beautifully. Because, you know, sometimes you're just accustomed. There is only really one line into a corner. You see someone taking a different line. I'll wind the clock back to, let's go back to 1996. Portuguese Grand Prix, final corner at Estoril. And Jacques Villeneuve overtook around the outside. Everybody else hugs the inside line. And afterwards people said, no one overtakes her. He goes, don't they? You know, the sort of inexperience. And of course he'd been racing in the States for a long time. And I think his junior Formula 3 racing never took him to Estoril. And, you know, I just love the sort of insouciance of youth.
It was very much Jacques Villeneuve's style as well, though, wasn't it? Do it differently.
Yeah. I mean, if he had a choice, he would, come what may. Now, at this point in the race, various cars bearing the scars of battle, not too badly, but the number 733 BMW in great gold livery there, sitting with clear tyre rubs up the side. This is an unusual name, Dr. Stein's Phaeton Motorsport, and that's Dr. Stein himself and Maximilian von Goertz. Great looking car. I love the ones that, you know, largely the sponsorship is from their own pocket, and they can choose however their car looks. I'm actually becoming quite a fan of gold racing cars. Don't know where this moment's come from, but certainly looks good, but not quite pristine anymore. And the pit stop's not quite the slickest thing in the world.
It'll polish out, it's fine.
But it's about, you know, it's about people having a huge amount of fun, and that's what this series is about. All too easy to focus on what's happening up at the very sharp end of all of that, but you know, we forget a lot of people do it because rather than doing, you know, little sprint races, they can get into the swing of things here and get up to speed. And also, there is an element that, you know, you actually get to nurse your way around a problem as well. That's for some drivers, they find that remarkable. They'd rather not have the problem, but you can get the hero badge if you can work your way around it.
When you say that, a huge amount of fun, but in a very well-disciplined series as well. We talked before about the ring license. You can't just tip up here and just say, I'm going to have an M2 or an old 333i against these GT3 cars. You've got to go through a process of due diligence to get your ring license and be considered safe on track for everybody's benefit. And it's great to see. So yes, you can have the fun. It don't have to be as serious in the money you've got to spend to do a GT3 car, but you've also sort of got to keep out the way and earn your rights to be there.
Oh no, that's very much part of the mix. Yes, I hate you to think I thought people would just rock up and have a bit of a laugh. It's serious when you're out there, but you can do things seriously, you know, sport, all sorts of levels, be as professional as you can. But if at the end you're camping at the circuit tonight, or maybe last night, or better still have a motorhome and you get the barbecue going, you know, and you're with like-minded individuals, you know, what is not to like? And I you know, we picked up earlier on the crew with a couple of Kiwis on board, showing with a driver from one side of the Ripple, that is the Pennines, and you know, they've come a long way to do their racing. And it's also, you think about over the years, we've had crews from Thailand competing here, we've had crews from Japan. A lot of people just come for the challenge, some from the States, and I think now that, you know, the pandemic that has restricted travel in recent years is hopefully gradually subsiding, but maybe not so, is going. It's great to have people coming up, and they go home, and you can be sure wherever they return to, there'll be massive sort of evangelists for the glories of racing on the Nürburgring. But as you say, it takes planning, it takes some money, and you need a certain level of skills. But I would guarantee that even in just, if you did one race here, you'd leave with, well, certainly more experience and certainly skills you never had to have before. Because anything where you're racing, today we had 121 starters, we have had races here with 160 starters. It's very busy, it's multi-class racing, it's tricky. And I think, you know, if something is hard, you get more benefit from doing it, and more, you know, more pride. I think you've achieved something really, really difficult. So yeah, go for it.
Yeah, you've got to have a challenge, haven't you? Otherwise, you're just driving around for the sake of it, really. You've got to have a challenge with it, whatever level it is. And some of these guys start low and work up through. Some stay where they are. But Adrenaline Motorsport, I think it's 4 years in a row they've won their championship now. Good for them. Absolutely brilliant. Got on there and do it. I'd also like to see them almost just go up a category in a car and say, "Come on, then. You've got the experience. You've got the strategy. You've got it all working now. Why keep winning the same thing?"
Yeah, I agree. But sometimes, at whatever level you're at, some drivers, in a trio of drivers who like to race together, one or maybe two might go, "Oh, no, let's stay." And another one's, you want to have equal ambition, but it also means often equal-sized pockets or the loot there within to afford that next level up.
That's the next bit, isn't it?
Yeah,
yes.
The money is always an issue. But I think if you can find something in which you're competitive, you've got good class rivals, you can have a proper battle, that is where I think you should race. And we've all seen it, drivers starting at the bottom with ambition way beyond their pocket and their talent, and they end up not being enormously happy. But if you're in something where you can be competitive, I think that's where the glory comes.
And there's the alternative view, isn't it? If it's not broken, don't fix it. So you've got a winning formula, quite literally, no pun intended. You've got a winning formula, stick with it. For VLN stroke NLS titles, it's something to be proud of. Have that on your CV and just in your back pocket. Very nice, thank you very much.
Well, the odds are stacked against anybody having multiple wins here. You need to dot everything and really get your ducks in a row and any other little combinations you may wish to choose. But right now, though, the team that's got everything going right for it is Falcon Motorsports. It's Porsche's running first and second, and in the next, I think, couple of laps now, we should have them coming in to make their pit stops. Certainly, the Landgraf Motorsport Mercedes, that's made its fourth pit stop. That's back on the track, but it had been passed and dropped into the wake by Joel Erickson, by Alessio Picariello most recently. And actually the Picariello battle with the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW, number 34, and the number 7 Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini, they were really, really close, and it is now 3.5 seconds clear of the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW. Maximilian Heckländer has fallen back in that grouping, in fact by some margin. Snow, he's fallen back. He's 8.5 seconds down on Andy Soucek. So Heckländer, did he go too hard too soon? And was Soucek nursing his tyres? They were very even on times, and then the Lamborghini started pulling away, and now it's dropped back to 5th on the circuit.
Yeah, it's just I'm not quite sure about that one at the moment. Yes, it's time. It's the Lamborghini's 2 seconds down on Sector 1 and Sector 2 consistently.
Because there I was, not so long ago, saying, actually, look, it looks the better of the pair at the time. It was dropping Soucek, but maybe Soucek has worked out how to keep the tyre life the longer in his tyres.
What it's doing, though, is it's also putting it into the clutches of the Vincent Cole Shearer Team Phoenix R8 right behind it. That's only got a 4-second gap.
I've got it 22 seconds.
My apologies, being the wrong. Yeah, sorry, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, no, it's quite a large one. Right, onto another lap goes Alessio Picariello. Let's see what the gap is to the leader. Bear in mind he had that extra visit to the pit lane, but across the line he goes. And Andy Soucek dives in the pits in the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW. So that was in 4th place, having got ahead of the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini and dropped it to some extent.
Bruce, just very quickly going back to the Haupt Racing, I've got Love in the car at the moment.
Yep.
Not on my entry
Jordan
list.
Love.
Jordan Love, yep, thank you.
Yeah, the original entry list had Hubert Haupt, and then he took it over, and Arjun took over from Lucas Stoltz.
But his first sector was 4 minutes 5 when it's everybody else's 1:05, 1:06.
I think that might that includes the pit stop time, does it not? I think it does, because I think
it does. You're right, absolutely. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, yes, sorry. The one above it now done exactly the same. Thank you. It just caught my eyes being standing out there. I thought, whoa, hang on a minute. So this is what I do. You see, I raise the drama level. You put the facts in. It's great teamwork.
It is. One sets it up. It's a bit like a volleyball match. Yeah. One does the whatever you call the plant, and the other one does the smash.
It's Morecambe and Wise.
It's not that good. The legendary, but suddenly the pits are busy. 3rd, 4th and 5th into the pit lane, but those Falcon Motorsport Porsches, 28 seconds between them, with the gap coming down as a lot. 8 seconds gained by Alessio Picariello on the race-leading Joel Erickson. So it's a 1-2 for them. Erickson being slightly obscured and obstructed there by a Porsche Cup 2 class car, but he gets around it not long after the exit of the Hatzenbach sweepers and goes on his way. But you could see actually a little bit of caution being exerted there by Joel Erickson, deciding not to just risk too much. He knows his teammate is closing in on him, and I would reckon this time around, you might disavow me of this, Peter, the number 3 Porsche should be coming in for its pit stop. It's on lap number 30, and I would think...
Number 3, it's done 6 laps at the moment.
Has it? Oh, one more. Okay.
One more to go.
Yes, I keep forgetting the number 3 car did a 7-lap opening stint. I was thinking it was one of the group, the majority that came in after 6. We had the race leader at the time, the number 2 Schnitzelam Racing, sorry, the number 11 Schnitzelam Racing Mercedes, just doing 5, which we thought 5 laps for its first pit stop. We thought that's a little bit short. Was leading the race. And a lot came in after 6, a lot after 7, and since then, in full racing dudgeon, if you will, the rest have been doing 8-lap stints. So, wow, again, just checking on the pace. The gap between Erickson and Picariello started this lap 28.6 seconds. First stint, 0.4 of a second gained by the chasing Belgian on the Swede. The next stint, next sector of the lap, another 2 and a bit seconds. So he's taken 2.5 seconds already in the first part of this lap. But I think we will see that lead car coming in to the pit lane. Christian Cronjes goes back out in the number 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW. That's the car that came in with, a short while ago, and that's been handed over to him by Andy Soucek. Therefore, probably the next one in the cycle will be third driver in that car who went in, who's actually started the race, Ben Tuck.
Yeah.
They'll have Ben at the start, Ben at the finish by the looks of things.
Well, yes, but it's not going to be the finish yet because it's a longer race, isn't it?
Yeah, no, but Christian Cronjes is taking over now. He'll do his stint.
Apologies,
and then...
sorry, I missed the Christian Cronjes bit.
Yeah.
Okay, Soucek's done 7 laps there. Hacklander's done 7 as well. Kolb is on 6 at the moment. So Ericsson and Picarella's done so Picarella should be in the number 4 car soon as well, because that's done its 7 laps. Should be hanging back over to Tim Heinemann, I think.
Yeah, Tim Heinemann showing that car. Obviously, what Falcon Motorsport did is it had 2 new runners in its cars. They split them between the pair. So Joel Erickson joining Sven Muller, who I think probably wins the prize today for the most attacking driver. Certainly when it came to traffic, he wasn't, taking no for any answers at any point. I mean, by small margins. Maybe it was just when the TV directors caught him in action. Right, TCR class.
I think Philip Ellis was quite attacking at the start.
He was, but he was attacking himself, if you will, because he was in the lead of the race. So he did the first 200 metres, he was incredibly attacking. Thereafter, he didn't have to fight with his rivals because he got into that position that most drivers like, leading the race and dropping those behind. They did start to close in again, but...
it's in the job description. Drive fast, don't crash.
Yeah, it's a simple thing.
Not every driver I've known has followed it.
Mysteriously not. Imagine that emotion getting in the way. So, running down through the classes, we know that it's a 1-2 before this next round of pit stops for Falcon Motorsport. The number 3 car driven by Joel Erickson, the number 4 car closing in Alessio Picariello. Third place over, and let's go down to SP9 Pro-Am in 9th place overall, still in that position is the number 23 Audi. Lion Speed by Car Collection Motorsport, and at the wheel at the moment it is Klaus Koch. Leading Cup 2 in 10th place overall, it's still Tim Shearbart in that number 120 entry from Avia by W&S Motorsport. SP9 AM is still in the hands of the number 50 Twin Bush by Keep Vitesse Audi, and that is Michael Heinrich at the wheel at the moment. That'll do for now for the top class. So let's look down to Cup 3. That's always fiercely fought, and first in that is Mauro Calamia, the 969 Schmickler Motorsport came, and this is the one we saw with Ivan Jacoma really getting lost when he went off the circuit just on the Grand Prix loop in the cutback, when he sort of managed to recover an incident as 3 cars were fighting for the lead in the class. And then when he tried to go back on the track, he realised he was on the wrong side of the sort of escape road tyre wall and had to do a very tight series of turns to get round it. But clearly the class is in that car, and it's got itself back into the lead of the class. That's Cup 3. Actually, let's go on down. The Fugels always go well in that BMW M2 CS class, which is fiercely fought, and they're leading it yet again. So they're having a really good season. Car number 885, Dominic and Marcel Fugel, and they are down in just inside the top 40. And actually, we haven't really talked too much about TCR. Number 811 is leading that. That's Max Cruiser Racing and inverted commas Peter Hansen, top of that class in their Audi RS3. And actually, I think they've got a fairly big advantage in the TCR class. Yes, it's some distance back to the best of the rest. In fact, their closest chaser in the pits at the moment. And we talked about a gold racing car, and alas, it's one without the left rear wheel at the moment because that's parked on the grass. The car is on the right-hand side of the track from the driver's point of view. Just if they could wheel it back, I don't know if they're allowed to do that. And that's von Gortz. We saw it taken over from Dr. Tveten. But clearly something has either hit that or it's come off of its own accord, the 733 BMW at the side of the circuit.
Yes, there's rear bodywork damage on that bumper, which it suggests to me that perhaps the wheels come loose. Although why it would stay on for so long, don't forget these are 5-stud wheels still. They're not like the GT3 cars where they've got a centre lock and you're allowed pneumatics. They're still on. You can have an electric drill, but it's battery powered, not air. So you've got to make sure you charge the batteries up. So it's got 5 studs. So it's highly unlikely a team would not tighten the wheel nuts up, or that the car would get all that way around again and virtually complete the lap. So
exactly,
I would suggest more like a hub failure or something, or a wheel itself failure.
Look, you'd start to feel it a long way out, and if you're going in a straight line along the Dottinger Herd, they got towards the end of it and the drivers pulled to the side of the circuit, which is wise, but for a left-hand tyre to end up on the right-hand side of the road is a little unusual, probably overtook them, but that was Maximilian von Gortz. But luckily a rescue vehicle just pulled up behind it. There is a gap in the barriers just a little bit aft, probably about 50 metres aft. Maybe they can get it onto the verge. I know you're supposed to go with the line of traffic, the direction of flow, but scary moment for von Gortz there.
Yeah, but a car sitting on the crest of the rise on the Dottinger Herd that is supposed to be behind the barrier, then that's the far more preferable solution.
Exactly. So, right, still waiting for Erickson and Picariello, Joel and Alessio to come in with their Falco Motorsport Porsches. But if this race is going to have a change in the lead, I can't honestly believe with an hour and 40 odd minutes, 43 minutes left in the race, Picariello's car, the number 4, can catch the sister car. No, Erickson not listed as having come in yet, but Picariello is from second overall. The gap was listed as 55 seconds. It was nothing of the sort. That was including it slowing down to enter the pits. So Erickson going for one further lap in the number 3 Porsche. Erickson at a standstill in the pit lane. Normal pit stop procedure being undertaken. I presume there's going to be looks like he's staying on for a further stint. Of course, for the Falco Motorsport cars, they only have 2 drivers apiece, whereas if it was a 3-driver lineup, Alessio would have got out to make way for one of his teammates, and clearly it seems as though Tim Heinemann will take it to the end of the race, but after this stint will be the time he gets back on board.
Yeah, that's interesting, because he did the first 3 stints in this car, Alessio did.
Yeah, well, it's a short stint to start with.
No, it was 6 laps.
Yes, okay, but does it count as a stint when he came into the pits and then stopped for a stop and go and got going again? As a stint? I think it probably doesn't, but I'm just querying.
So 6 and 6.
Okay.
Heinemann, then Tim did at 8. He's just done a 7-lap stint.
But obviously within that 2-driver pairing, you would give the lion's share to your faster driver, your more experienced driver, and that is undoubtedly the Belgian racer Alessio Picariello. So he'll be back in the race, but how far down the order that will drop. But the general trend for Falco Motorsport is they're working their towards a potential 1-2, but for the number 4 crew, with that setback of the penalty being given to them for having tyres changed on the grid, which is a no-no, it's going to be a big ask. I think a top 3, if they can get a 1-2, would be an absolute miracle. But certainly the pace of the 4 has been quicker than the pace of 3 in the last stint. Slow zone code 60 now at Ruhr-8. In fact, Ruhr-8 hasn't really got in on the 8 today, has it? It's been quite quiet in terms of incidents out there. Interesting looking at the front right-hand corner of the number 4 Porsche. There's been contact with something or someone, but it could even be a tyre wall. There's no rip to the splitter, but it's a massive kiss with the tyres.
Because there's a lot of time arc on that turquoise paint there, but the anti-dive planes are still on the front right, so they would have gone if that had been in contact with something more solid. So you're absolutely right. It's hit a tyre wall, soft, absorbed it. The anti-dive plane's got a little bit of damage on its edge there, but it's still there, the bulk of it. But yeah, that's was that with the oil? Well, no, we didn't get to see that one. Just gone off.
It's it could right. It's that corner.
Part of the corner.
Yeah. I'm amazed those little straights on the front wing haven't been more damaged. There's slight damage to the outer edge of one, but it shows the compression against that tyre wall. Again,
all depends on the angle, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's the equivalent of a great big lipstick mark on a collar, a great big pucker-up moment, a great big circle Got away with it.
I think you say a kiss describes it well.
Oh, did I go too far? I'm so sorry. Right, so Joel Erickson should be in next time around. Falker Motorsport getting the gear ready for the next pit stop as the number 4 rejoins the circuit. That gives them, well, it effectively gives them about 5 minutes before the sister car will come back round at the end of this lap. The race leader, Joel Erickson, and he's had a really cracking run today. He will hand over the number 3 Porsche back to Sven Muller, who was so mighty in the opening stints of the race as those Falker Motorsport cars work their way ever more forward up the order. Haven't checked in on the progress of number 25 for a while. Just coming up to 14th place overall. Enzo's brought that Huber Motorsport Porsche in. The reason I pick it out is because it's not even in the top 10. It's because this was the car that qualified second fastest and unfortunately got sent to the back of the class order, and then once racing got underway had to come in and serve a 2-minute stop and standstill penalty, and that was for speeding in code 60 during qualifying. Code 60, there's a clue in the name, you're allowed to go no faster than 60 kilometers an hour. Speed achieved through section 116 kph, so there can be no complaints. It wasn't, oh, I was out by a whisker, so the teams had to take it on the nose, and for Huber Motorsports, they've just got to get on with it. And Nico Menzel, I think, has just gone back out on the track. Let's double check that. Yep, pit stop complete. Nico Menzel back on the track. In 14th, will continue to climb up the order because there are 3 Cup 2 Porsches ahead of it. And also, they will be quicker out on the track than the number 14, the blue and white Racing Engineers Audi that's shared by Bernhard Hetzel and Nick Wüstenhagen. So, still with an hour and 38 minutes remaining, there is time for that position at least to change. So it could even get towards the tail of the top 10. Alessio Picariello continuing after that pit stop. Next time the car comes into a pit, I'm sure he'll have his new teammate Tim Heinemann back at the wheel. Up front though, Joel Erickson presses on. Decent times through all the sectors. Actually, I was going to say, are we going to be clear of yellows for a while? As I say that, there are suddenly slow zones, yellow flags, so at Brunchen, Exmüller.
Exactly what I'm just looking at. I think my GPS is teasing me here because at Exmüller I've got lagging. I'll tell you about how much is lagging in a minute. I'll tell you which car it is it's identifying. It's telling me we've got a code 60 at Exmüller for the 002 number, which is a Schnitzel Mercedes.
Oh, blimey.
We're lagging by about 3 hours.
I thought you were going to say it was Hans Stuck in an Auto Union. It's lagging by mere 85 years.
That's what it's telling me. So that's a definite GPS glitch, because that car's been out, what, good 2 hours, I'd say?
Yes, I mean, we've already had the driver being interviewed back in the pits about an hour ago, and he probably had the walk through the forest, staving off bears.
It is there. I'm not going mad. Look, it just says...
It does indeed. Peter is not making it up in heat of the booth. So, just looking at the pace, you get a couple of laps. You get the sort of slightly slow time on an in lap, and then you get the slow time on the out lap that includes the pit stop time, and then you can see the driver changes. Who's really getting up to pace? Car we haven't talked about for a while is the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini, and at the moment 6th on the circuit, 4 pit stops made, and of those in the SP9 class, only really Joel Erickson, the race leading number 3 Porsche from Falker Motorsport, has only 3 pit stops on the board. But with 4 pit stops on the board, Jelmer Berman is 15 seconds down on Frank Stippler's car. What's happened there? The number 5 Phoenix Racing Audi has had a much better pit stop, has swapped positions. It's moved up to 5th ahead of the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini. Why was that Conrad pit stop so slow? Well, it was almost identical, actually, in terms of the Walkenhorst BMW. That also was very, very similar time in the pits, about a second apart, but a lot of time gained by the Phoenix Audi crew. So Frank Stippler, who's taken that over. The number 5 car from Vincent Kolb should take it through to the finish of the race. Job well done. Joel Erickson into the pits, and I would presume out of the number 3 Porsche, and hand that back to Sven Muller. Let's wait and see. 1 hour 35 minutes on the clock remaining in this 6-hour race. Yes, 6 hours. We normally have shorter races. They're still long, but this is much, much longer. It's been packed with incidents from start to finish. Some brilliant chases, some great and unusual overtaking manoeuvres, which we quite like. Around the outside into the Vidal chicane, Doesn't work for everyone, but it certainly worked for Arjun Maini. And, you know, Snow, so many times you get a brilliant move and then the driver brings it in at the end of that lap. But at least for him there, he still had another 20 kilometres to enjoy the revel in that moment before he reported back to the pits in the Haupt Motorsport Mercedes. But it made me chuckle.
Now I'm just looking, this number 2 car, stroke 002 or 2, is of course the Schnitzelauer Racing Carrie Schreiner and Peter Terting car. That's the car that has stopped at Exmoor.
Ah, I see.
That's why.
The sister car, right.
Yes, the sister one. That's what we got confused on. So apologies. It is car number 2.
Okay, that also explains why we've got a Cup 2 class car up to 9th overall.
Because that was running 9th or 10th. I think it was actually running 8th, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, we've had them 9th and 10th. And any moment now, when Carrie Schreiner's car is passed by the end of the lap, as we speak, that's happened. Tim Shearbart is now in 9th. The 120 entry from Avia W&S Motorsport, their Porsche Cup class car, leads Cup 2 by, oh, crikey, quite a lot. 1 minute 18 seconds from K. Kramer Racing. That's the number 112 entry there. So actually, yeah, things keep on changing in that class. The sky keeps on changing as well. Suddenly we had blue sky at the start, we had grey clouds, and now we've suddenly got a really deep shade of blue as you look up the start-finish straight towards the final sequence of corners in Nürburgring Village beyond. Will we have anything?
Well, I've mentioned it already. I've mentioned it already about
rain.
It's due in about 30 minutes, a bit less than that now, apparently. So it might be enough to affect the need rain tyres for the last little bit of this. That's all I'm hearing at the moment. It's just let's see. But
so that's why Joel Erickson is looking hot but contented and knowing he's handed over a potential curveball, not from his point of view, but to his teammate, because Joel Erickson was handing over to Sven Muller. But that was a really, really good job from Joel, joining the team for a first run out with them, bringing his car in on a sizable lead. Had there not been the penalty for the sister car, I think this would have been incredibly closely fought. But in a set of Falcon Racing overalls that looked as though they were made for somebody else, a little on the large side, Joel Erickson strides to the back of the garage. He could be proud of that run. And certainly he's been busy in recent years, mainly in the ADAC GT series, but for DTM before that, once he crossed over from single-seaters about 5 years ago now, and settled in very nicely indeed. So his car back into the race. As we speak, Sven Muller crosses the line to demarcate the difference between the pit lane and the circuit beyond, and the number 3 Porsche. Though it's dark in the background, as the car came down to the first turn, light still glinting off the front wings, so sun in one direction, but possible trouble coming from the other. Let's wait and see.
Well, it would be the final twist, wouldn't it? We've mentioned already that this year we've had, with the exception of the one cancellation due to weather that was done on the Wednesday, ahead of the race on the Saturday. This is the NLS2 that's now going to take place on the 5th of November instead, on that slot they had at the end of the calendar. But we've had nothing but fine weather.
Problem, the number 4 Porsche should have been coming back round to second place, or fitting back in second place, going slowly along her act, being overtaken by cars left and right in the middle sector of the lap alone. He shed, Picariello shed, got to find him on the screen. Yeah, he lost half a minute in the middle sector of the lap. He's weaving around and, looks like a puncture. The front end of the car is a little higher, rear left, by the looks of things to me. Oh, dear me.
Yes, completely flat.
Well, it's going so well, I thought...
and it's coming off. There we go. It's just starting to go. This is Alessio Piccarello. That it was I'd say it was going slightly quicker than I thought it would be for a technical issue or something, but it is the tyre. It's now done that thing where the inner sidewall has now failed and the tyre's moved out across the rim. He's keeping it well out of the way. That hasn't flailed yet, so he should be fine to get that back to the pits. But it's just such a frustrating race for them.
Well, he's lost 25 seconds in the 4th of the 5 timing sectors, and even more in the final one. But I suppose the small consolation, it happened at about the 3/4 point of the lap. If it had happened early on and you have to limp around 25 kilometres, then that is where life becomes very, very difficult. But any chance of a Falcon Motorsport 1-2, clearly with an hour and a half to go, is out of the window, barring disasters for others. But what a shame, they fought back so well from that penalty, really did the hard yards. But Picariello will go back out, the tyre will not. That is almost off the rim.
It's trying to depart the scene now already, isn't it? I think it's going to just stay on, Bruce, into the pit lane, or just get away. Just cross the 60k line.
Yeah, where in the pit lane is their pit garage? I think it's actually near pit in, actually, which is possible help for them, or is that someone else trying to flag a driver down? No, they were near pit in, which at least is some small mercy, a little less time on what is left of not very much rubber.
Of course, now luckily they've got air jacks, these cars. They didn't get it. No, they're doing a driver change, taking that opportunity. Bruce?
Tim Heinemann about to take over, and it's actually quite difficult to reach in and get to the centre lock nut when you've got to reach the whole way in within a tyre that's folded out. The outer edge is on the inside and the inner edge is flapping around, almost like a big sleeve, a big hole for the driver to dive down into to get the air gun on.
There is collateral damage, Bruce, because they're looking inside the wheel arch on that car now. There's a big split in the top of the wing there where it's just caught on that. That's not the end of the world moment, but there's something going on inside there where it's your inner bodywork, inner wings, and the result into the use of a big hammer to knock something out of the way, which obviously that tyre is caught on before the putting. So I'm just trying to imagine what that would be actually down inside there.
Well, you know, down inside there, that could actually be the inner wall of the tyre. You could have this great big lump of rubber that hasn't managed to be freed because the carcass is waving around, or it could have been something that caused the puncture in the first place.
But you can't leave in there, obviously, because that can come out and do other damage, let alone to other cars. People come out flying out the back of that at whatever pace. But
right, okay, the lap time was 12 minutes 46 seconds. I think that was the outlap, as far as I recall.
50% slower, wasn't it?
Yeah, so they shed a minute and a bit with limping back. But Picariello out of the car will be feeling a little rattled, and then just when the car is trying to get underway, it's held a moment longer because another car coming into a neighbouring garage. I think that's the line speed. Yeah, by car collection Audi, as chance would have it, but another second loss isn't really going to make the biggest of differences. And the car's at this moment diving into the pits, and even at this late stage in the race, most of the drivers have done at least one stint already and have had one pit in. Cars sort of tripping over each other. Anyhow, no contact, and they get into the pit lane. But suddenly for Falcon Motorsports, trouble for one car, the number 4, that's outside the top 6 now, and will fall further. And no problem at all for the race leading car. We've just seen Sven Muller take that over from Joel Erickson, mainly a DTM driver, but has been driving in ADAC GT Masters in the last couple of years and going well here. Alessio Picariello is trying to put on a brave face as he's caught by Patrick Simon there, but at what point did that problem happen? I think he was really enjoying the hunt, seeing how much he could close down the sister car. Certainly bragging rights would have been him if he could have brought his car back from that penalty that brought him into the pit lane. But actually, he got the car back to the pits. That maybe is much more of a sort of performance than people realise, Peter, when you've got a car that is so clearly hampered.
Absolutely so. It's the most difficult thing. We've said this before, because racing drivers, it's not in their DNA, nor are they trained to drive slowly. And you've got to put getting that car back and back out into the race and getting a result as a priority. But it is so difficult, and you don't know what that tyre's actually doing. That one was very lucky. We've seen far worse. The inner wall had failed, and it was moving out. You can see it was moving across to the outside as it went through the Tiergarten, and it was moving around and over and back. But it hadn't done too much damage. We've seen other ones that have done catastrophic failures and taken loads of bodywork with them in terms of collateral damage. At that point, the car's vibrating so much. Do you continue or do you not? Because you don't know what that noise is. If it's just tyre rubber flailing around and doing a bit of fiberglass bodywork damage, it's not the end of the world. If it's suspension, you wreck the car and do more damage, and you make yourself very popular with the team.
Yeah, I mean, Gilles Villeneuve famously used to bring cars back with not much rubber left on them, but of course they couldn't flail against bodywork. But no. We've got a fantastic battle for second place all of a sudden. Patrick Assenheimer, the Landgraf Motorsport Mercedes, has got a quarter of a second advantage over Christian Cronje, the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW right behind. Yep, Frank Stippler, he's hunting them down. It's like the early stages of the race revisited. And again, great. Yes, we've got the Porsche leading, Mercedes in second place, BMW third, Audi fourth, and Lamborghini fifth. So we can't really argue about that at all. Great to watch with this second place battle, picking their way past Porsche Cup class car. 1, 2, all three of them get through. You put your money on Frank Stippler at this particular point. The BMW from Walkenhorst is pushing very hard onto the Landgraf Mercedes, but Phoenix Racing, been there, seen it, done it, and certainly for Frank Stippler, he is the one that has been and seen and done and won.
Interesting, from the interview they just had in German with Alessio Picariello, it appears that he had a little bit of contact with another car at Brunchen enough to just, if it just rubbed that outer, I'm not surprised why the inner wall would have failed then though. So, that's an odd one. Because there was a tiny bit of damage to the bodywork at the top. We saw that when the camera went on it on the pit lane for us, but that would have meant the outer wall would have failed, and it was the inner side wall that failed. So I'm not.
Yeah,
it doesn't quite add up for me. I'm not saying that Alessio Piccarella's in the car, not me. So I'm sure he knows what's happened. It's an odd continuation of that. If it is a contact, then I'm just a bit. I can't quite work that one out.
So I've found it so funny over the years when a driver tells you something happened categorically, and then alas, TV shots show quite clearly they were the assailant.
Exactly.
Quite reverse. So when they go, oh, all right, I've been caught.
It's one of the funniest things ever is to ask two drivers involved in an accident to their version of it, and it's you may as well put them on the other side of the hemisphere because they're always going to be that far apart.
He jumped, I pushed. No, he pushed, I pushed.
Yeah.
Well, there we go. So
did he push? No, he pushed me.
Well, here comes the move. Frank Stippler doing what he's done before. Down the Ruhr-Pokal, and he picks off the Walkenhorst BMW, no problem at all. Then suddenly up the inside of the Landgraf Motorsport Mercedes. More performance in his car. He's used that double slipstream very well indeed. The Landgraf
BMW back again, though.
Well, yeah, exactly, because he immediately tucked in behind Frank Stippler and then got a tow as well. So suddenly for Landgraf Motorsport, started the lap with Patrick Assenheimer in second place, finished the lap with Patrick Assenheimer back down to fourth. So it swings one way, swings another. But again, that was a real case of Frank Stippler using his experience out of Galgenkopf, getting the tow, the double tow through Ruhr-Pokal along the straight there, and then slingshotting past. But for the BMW driver Christian Cronjes, that was very good indeed. Having been passed, having been demoted, he just looked up, saw the Audi was now going to challenge for second place, get past the Landgraf Motorsport car and dive through the gap when it opened up. And let's see how Patrick Assenheimer manages to hang on, or will he fall away in fourth place? I sort of sense he's already dropping back, so he's not going to be able to close enough to use a tow hereinafter around this lap. But maybe rain will be his friend, because it's getting darker and darker if you're looking from the pit exit end of the pit lane and looking back towards Nürburgring Village and the tower and the final corner of the lap. It's very, very dark beyond.
And the other element of that, Bruce, of course, is that we're entering the phase of the race now where the pit table starts to change and the shorter pit stops. So if it's going to rain, all the team strategists are sitting there thinking now, do we take a pit stop sooner? Do we take it later? We've got a shorter, but it's really starting to come into play with an hour and 20 minutes to go.
It is. I mean, it would be complicated enough if the lap was short, but the consequences of getting the wrong tyres or not changing soon enough or changing too soon on a 25-kilometre lap are enormous. But then, as you point out, you've got that sliding scale of mandatory pit stop time. The closer this is the crux, the closer to the end of the race that you can pit, the shorter the minimum time you should have to expend during the pit stop. It's the flip of what happens in the first stint of the race, where the shorter your first stint, the shorter your pit stop. So this could really make the pendulum swing a big way. And the difference between stopping one lap and one lap after is about 23 seconds. So the later you can pit, you could get those 23 seconds presented on a platter to you.
Which, when we talk all the time in hundredths and tenths at best, let alone thousandths of a second, 23 seconds it's a nightmare.
It is, but as we know here, Peter, of course, you've got the fickle nature of traffic, how it can affect you, and some drivers just some days don't get the brakes. Right, news from the helicopter crew: the dark clouds we've spotted over Adenauer will pass by. Well, we'll judge that at the end of the race, but that's
exactly.
A comment from the helicopter crew.
It's pretty good intel from the helicopter pilot, isn't it, to tell us?
They've got survival instincts.
Well, exactly. It's quite important, isn't it? We're talking about racing cars. They're two-dimensional. Helicopters are three. When the ropes stop, watch it plummet.
Still, the laws of physics, I do have to sort of work my way back. Helicopters, should they stay in the sky?
Well, they don't have a very good glide pattern, do they? Helicopters.
It's a fairly basic one, it must be said. Short on gliding.
Yeah. So, the number 3 Falcon Motorsport Porsche in a class of its own. It's race of its own. It's just lost the sister car, which came in.
Don't jinx it, Jones.
43 seconds to the good. Hour and 20 minutes remaining. Been able to lap consistently on the pace. And so Sven Muller now with that fourth pit stop under his belt, untrammeled in the lead, but looking around the course this lap, he's still gaining a little bit more. And a little bit more with every lap. And no wonder Joel Erickson looking so pleased with life when he got out and was interviewed, because he did a really good stint in his first run with the team and could come away with a victory for Falcon Motorsport at his first attempt with this illustrious team that has such a rich record of success here on the Nordschleife. But so far this year hasn't been one of their glory years, but getting their act together here big time.
No, I'm just relishing this battle for second place, which is Frank Stippler in the Phoenix Audi and Christian Krones in the Valkenhorst BMW, and I think this could get really quite interesting. They've got the Landgraf, they've got Patrick Assenheim in the Landgraf Mercedes just a little bit behind here, but just crossing the line the last time, that is 0.3 and 0.5 of a second between them. They're going into the slow zone, and this could get interesting now, Bruce, because they've got this slow zone with all three cars lining up. Patrick Assenheim are not quite close enough there. They've got to maintain exactly the same speed here, all three of them. It's the whole point of it. They've got to do their 60k max. Obviously a limiter on the wheel, they press a button, does the job for them. But what an opportunity here for Christian Krones to get past Frank Stippler. Frank Stippler will be wise to that. If anybody can pounce and defend a pounce, it's probably Frank Stippler. Of course, Patrick Assenheim, no stranger to all this. He's sitting side in the Landgraf Mercedes, waiting for either one of those to get embroiled in fighting one another. I don't mean contact, just so busy out-cycling one another. We've said it before, you don't take one car, you get two of them done at one time.
Yeah, but what I'm really sensing is that Landgraf Motorsport Mercedes just doesn't have quite the legs at the moment, and so it's hanging on because they're fighting. But I think as soon as they get clear track ahead of them, Landgraf is still a young team, and Lucas André did a good job, Julian Apotelos did a good job, but I just don't think the car is quite there today.
I'll tell you what has got
he'll
the
fight
legs.
as long as he can.
Sector 1 fastest is the Jelmer Berman Conrad Lamborghini. He's just set the fastest sector, so that's got some legs again, the Lamborghini. That'll be good to see. It's not done yet, it's running in 5th.
Yeah, and Jelmer you generally look at Jelmer racing all around the world in GT3, GT4. He's been a Mercedes man for a long, long time now. So good to see him in something different. I would suggest he's gaining form, confidence, pace, call it what you will. It's all of those together. And what's his next target? Looking at the track from Jelmer, but he's 30 seconds down on Patrick Assenheimer's Landgraf Motorsports. That's going to be a real haul to the end of the race. But we'll have to look at their respective times as they unravel. In fact, last time around they were within a few hundredths of a second of each other, so there's really not going to be much gain. But maybe as Jelmer settles in, he'll continue to pick up the pace. Well, we have got a Cup 2 class car up. I thought they'd only gone as high as 9th. They're up to 8th place overall. Tim Shearbart. Almost every time we mention that class, it's the number 120 GT3 Cup Porsche that's leading that class for GT3 Cup Porsches. Avia and WS Motorsport entry. Quite a tiny advantage over the second place car in that class, car number 102. That we're riding with 102, about to complete another lap. And it's Paul Harkema at the wheel of that, Dutch racer from Amsterdam. Black Falcon Team Identica, one of the cars that, one of the teams that is based just across the road from the main buildings. In fact, pretty much parallel to the Her-Acht. Not to Her-Acht, sorry, Dottinger Her, that long straight on the other side of the road where there used to be fields. Now there's an incredible centre for team bases, for tyres, for manufacturers, and maybe the original aim of this circuit was to get employment into the area. That was just to build the track, but now it really has brought employment. So, Peter, have you been to those factories and things on the other side of the track, all the team bases at Moispath?
Yeah, been to Aston Martin, unsurprisingly. Bruce, I'm just watching that 491. I think it's one of the Golfs. I'm not sure which cars, but it's dragging a lot of bodywork. Now is that the Scirocco that had the incident earlier on? It's got its rear window. No, its rear window's just taped over like it's a 24-hour race. I thought it was
it is something 91, which could make it the Matilda racing car. Yeah, it's bodywork hanging off the back.
191, I think.
Oh, well, no, it's a Golf. You're right. Yes.
But it's got
most of a Golf.
Well, its left rear is hanging off, and I'm sure the one that's following behind, which I think is McGann, he's going to be very wary of that bodywork suddenly coming off.
Car 491. Are we sure it's not 491? Is that not a
Could be. I think there's damage on the door.
What I used to call a Hyundai in my unenlightened days.
Yeah, the door we can see, the passenger door, the driver's door. I think you're right. It could be 491. Let's have a look at the bonnet on it.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is 491. Yeah, the door is heavily creased from some other impact in the time mark. That's why I couldn't read the 4. My eyes aren't going completely mad yet. Well,
very scary if you're running on behind. You don't want that great section of bodywork. Could be body whack, actually. Right, yellow flag shown at Kesselschen. So again, still incidents carrying on in this race. It's been like that from start through to the finish so far. We're not at the finish. We've got an hour and a quarter remaining. This is a 6-hour race. This is the ADAC Ruhr-Pokal-Rennen. 6 Stunden this time around. And we've got some big races later in the year where we go to double that, to 12 hours of racing. But right now, it's all about Volker Motorsport leading this race. Sven Muller, 42 seconds to the good. Next in line, Frank Stippler in his Phoenix Audi.
Können wir progressiv beschleunigen. Schön gefühlvoll und eingelenkt.
Faltenreifen.
Gesangverein.
Liebe Fans,
besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle
von Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen zu NLS.
The race started in sunshine. It's still a bright day. Depends which way you're looking. Through the windscreen of the number 3 race-leading Porsche from Falken Motorsport, Sven Muller. Lots of insect spatter there, picks off a VW Golf. Now, how clear is the track? We had the race-leading car from Schnitzelalm Racing have its engine blow. It took itself off on its own oil. It took off the 2 chasing cars in the brilliant 3-car lead battle. That put a lot of liquid on the circuit, a lot of slippery stuff. And even now, we've got cars at the side of the circuit, whether they've come off on slippery surface or whether or not they've just simply fallen off of their own accord. But the car that Tobias Muller and Paul Harkamer were sharing, the Black Falcon Team Identicar Porsche that was leading the Cup class, is listed in second place now.
Klostotol.
Is off at Klostotol. Okay, so that has suddenly had a problem. That looks more as though the car has just come to a halt, but whether it came to a halt because it had a spin and clattered the barriers, we cannot tell you. But it's already been hooked up to a course vehicle and is being pulled clear to the next gap in the barriers. That, of course, will delay some of the drivers and will not delay others because some would have already passed the scene of the crime and the crime may have been cleared up by the time they get there. But conditions very much darker as another lap goes on the board for the number 3 Porsche. And I don't know if the gap is going to go out or come down, but certainly it was a slower middle section of the lap for them. But that said, the chasing Frank Stippler has then got caught up in moments. In fact, he's now got company because Christian Cronjes is all over the back of the Audi in this battle for second place. Cronjes has suddenly come to light. I think a little bit of a slower zone has really hampered Frank Stippler. He was pulling clear in second place. Now he's got third, and blink of an eye later, fourth place, almost nose to tail. The car in fourth place is the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW. No, it's not. Sorry, I beg your pardon. That's in third place. It's the Landgraf Motorsport Mercedes. I don't know why I keep stumbling over those two. But 3 cars, second, third and fourth, covered by, I would reckon, about 2 seconds. There's still some distance behind the Falken Motorsport number 3 Porsche, but they're very close to each other. They're 44 seconds down on the race leader, so Sven Muller actually pulling clear little by little. Looks as though he's having a bad lap, but then again, traffic can do these things. But second, third and fourth, very nearly nose to tail. And the camera person couldn't actually really catch up with where the Landgraf Mercedes went. It went so wide at the opening corner, it went out of shot and eventually rejoined.
This battle between Stippler and Christian Krones, it reminded me of a Top Gun fighter scene there, a dogfight going on, the BMW just drawing in, sitting behind. He knows he can't intimidate Frank Stippler, and Frank Stippler's not going to do anything stupid either, so he just sat there and got closer and closer and closer. I don't think he got some tracing bay between those 2 cars. They went through the kink on the dotting over. And what that says about those 2 drivers is huge respect, huge trust between the 2 of them. They know neither's going to do anything stupid to take either of them out, either of their teams out, but just sitting there that close, massive respect.
It changes the complexion, doesn't it, a real scrap if you can trust the other driver.
100%.
If it's someone you're not sure about, particularly if you're in a 3-car scrap, you're busy paying attention to the one who you do know. You know where they'll put the car, what sort of things they might do. But if you've got the curveball, the oddball, if you will, then that's where your problems could potentially come. Oh, near contact between second and third places, weaving past the VW Golf. The Landgraf Mercedes closes right in, but Christian Cronjes, going through the Vidal chicane, had to really adjust his line. Otherwise, he was going to tip into the back of Frank Stippler, which would really play into the hands of race leader Sven Muller. Would let him stretch his advantage yet more, and then, as they say, yet more again. Well, great racing. We've had these moments where things suddenly heat up. And that was yet another. Frank Stippler's Audi looking a little bit tattered. I think it's actually just the bodywork, the front left corner. Looks so some of the coloured tape had been battered by lumps of rubber being thrown back at it. In fact, the chasing Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW also looking a little less than new, but that had the sort of burnt out shades on its side. So it's early in this race. It certainly looks raced and rallied.
And if you've never seen one up close, the Phoenix Audi that won the 24-hour Nürburgring earlier this year, it was at the Festival of Speed at Goodwood. And I went up close to it, and it's in that classic unfinished, as it finished the race. And you realise just how tatty it is. We talk about gaffer tape and cable ties and etc. And we talk about it, and we even see some images sometimes. It's not to actually stand by the car and just go, ooh, that's looking decidedly second-hand.
They look fabulous. I've always been a massive fan of racing cars with all the sort of insects and whatever else they've got spattered on their front. But it shows these cars are often just a tick away from a mishap. Talking of a mishap, the VW Golf coming in, it looks like the rear bumper's being dragged behind it, but mercifully that enters the pit lane. Right, let's just run you down. SP9 Pro-Am still in 9th place overall. Lorenzo Rocca di Torre-Padula leads that. SP9 Am have to scroll down to 20th position, so Heinrich working his way up the order in that class, a fairly thinly supported class. But SP9 Pro, it's all about Falcon Motorsport. The Porsche number 3, it's got the advantage. The sister car with a penalty in the pit lane plus a puncture is down in 7th place overall, but actually lapping back at a decent pace. So the question of what might be and what could have been.
Just trying to keep out of one of those ways there. They came and just let its older rival, bigger brother if you like, to come through.
Where are the changes going to come? I'm just trying to work this one out, because a lot of the lap times have been up and down. Suddenly for number 3 Porsche leading this race, it had a rather strange last lap and also a bit of time. Then it clawed it back. 44 seconds clear, so it's sitting on a tidy margin with just over an hour to go, but it suddenly found its form again. It's suddenly setting really good sector time, so I don't know what was going on. Maybe Sven Muller just decided, I can afford a little caution. I'm sitting on this big buffer of time, and has sort of decided not to take the risk that he certainly took in the early stages of the race, when he was sort of the man who would throw things around and take the risk. But right now he doesn't have any particular need to, but that also comes with its own set of potential problems. When you're not driving at 100%, that's the moment where you maybe just don't give it enough attention and you can just have that tiniest of slip-ups. But at the moment, Sven Muller driving very nicely indeed. And as I said, this lap has sort of found the pace to just gain a few more tenths of a second here or there around the course of the lap, and we'll just build that buffer a bit more.
Well, he's only 3 laps into his stint, whereas second and third place, Stippler and Krones are 5 laps into theirs. So that leaves Sven Muller in a very comfortable position in that Falcon car, as you've already said, Bruce. But it's these two in second and third. I think this is where the battle's going to be. And of course, Patrick Assenheimer in the 55 Landgraf Mercedes is on 6 laps into his stint, so he's got 1 more to complete, so he should be in the next lap. So as the Audi and BMW of Stippler and Krones still encountering traffic, just got a little gap open out a little bit there, coming up to the carousel, part of the famous NLS logo that is the Nürburgring Langstrecke series. This is round 5. Well, actually it's race 4, it's called round 5.
So that just gives you something to look up if you don't know why that is the case. We had a round that was, it got very cold during the week. Should have been the second round.
So listen to a quiz. There you go.
Yeah.
Variation on a pub quiz.
There we go. In 20 years' time, why did NLS2 2022 not go ahead? Aha, but it did.
20 years' time, why do they employ Peter Snowden? That's what they mean. More likely.
There we go. So, again, just looking for small increments. This battle for second, third and fourth, alas, has fallen down to just second and third because Patrick Assenheimer hasn't been able to keep up with that grouping. He was very close to it last time around. It's Frank Stippler, again, weaving his magic, getting through traffic like nobody else. Doesn't seem to take the risk, but he just seems to know where to put his car. It's years of experience of racing in multi-class racing. He seems to clock the potential performance of all the runners, the types of cars in each of the classes. He just works out where they'll be and he puts his car there. Giving chase, Christian Krones, I reckon, is probably the faster of those two, but he just can't get close enough to go past. And with Stippler just working the traffic so well. As I say that, he gets slightly obstructed, loses 1, 2, 3, 4 car lengths, and eventually just down to a car length between them. And there was a Cayman class Porsche, and for once I built poor old Frank up, and it was absolutely, he got stuffed. Every other move of the last few laps I've looked at when looking down at his car, he's just gained a little bit, then he lost almost all of that in one go.
Yeah, that eternal piece of elastic between the two cars when you get the back markers occurred, that he got 3 of those back markers just at the time that the BMW Christian Krones caught it, so it closed up and then it stretched out again. It's that eternal piece of elastic between these two, but they're back, they're free of traffic again for a few corners.
And yet, every time they get free, Christian Krones is able to close in the Walkenhorst BMW. Right, if you're just joining us at this point in the race, an hour to go, we've got fantastic manufacturer variety. We can offer you a Porsche, an Audi, a BMW, a Mercedes and a Lamborghini. 5 makes in the top 5 positions. But it looks as though today is going to belong to the Porsche mark with Sven Muller leading by 40-something. It was 44 seconds last time around. He's not in a battle with anybody else, so he's not being compromised in line. The person who is being compromised is Frank Stippler, a little bit. He's been chased very hard indeed by Christian Cronjes in the Walkenhorst BMW. And I'm sure the gap will be a few more seconds to good for the race leader for Sven Muller. But he has to bear in mind the sister car from Falken Motorsport was compromised not once but twice, and the second time by a puncture. So if it can happen to Alessio Picariello, no reason why it couldn't happen to any of these other drivers. So they have to keep on their toes, on their mettle. 46 seconds now, so yeah, 2 seconds gained in the battle for first and second. That's Sven Muller gaining it over Frank Stippler. But Frank's busy. He's got Christian Cronjes chasing him very hard indeed.
Nearly got down the inside of turn 1 there to the apex. Bit of a almost a run on from the apex to the exit there. Didn't quite get the job done. I'm talking about Christian Cronjes in the Walkenhorst BMW. He's looking for every opportunity for Frank Stippler to be held up, and this is what Frank Stippler's got to do. He's got to read this over. Now one each side. Frank Stippler goes wide to the left. Cronjes comes back the inside. Stippler goes high, wide, and handsome around the outside. You know where that comes from. To try and get it done, and to get now the Phoenix Audi there losing all front end grip, trying to turn into the return part, the NLS cut through as we call it, and the whole front end washed out, nearly took out the BMW in the process. I think the Audi's got a little bit of an issue with its front tyres at the moment. It's just 2 corners in a row. It's struggled.
Well, he had the tighter line going into the cut through, which makes it more of a compromise. But early in the race, remember when Vincent Kolb took this car over? I just think the setup's not quite right for today's conditions. Far more neutral in Frank Stippler's hands, but it really did seem a handful when Kolb was driving it. And I think at this point, the tyres have got back to that state. And it's a question of time, or is it?
Cronjes knows it. He's all over the back of this Audi. The Audi through the Vidal chicane there. He's just having to straight line as much as possible. Christian Cronjes can just literally point that BMW wherever he wants on the track. Totally different. It's got the power on the straight, but you can't get it done on the hats and back that easily. There's no safety net, as we said many a time, on the hats and back. It's really, really narrow there. The Audi's quick in a straight line, but it just hasn't quite got the agility of that big BMW behind, which sounds a really ludicrous thing to say.
Yeah, well, don't count anything out at the moment. We've seen all sorts of problems for all sorts of cars and drivers in the course of this race. And for Christian Cronjes, it's about trying to keep your enthusiasm in check. He's all but pushing Frank Stippler's Audi out of the Hatzens back. There's only half a car length between them, but he knows the Nordschleife is not the place to go. Just started taking a look as he half pulled out behind the Audi. He saw a slow-moving tail ender in the field and had to immediately tuck back. There wasn't going to be space for all three of them across the circuit. So great racing between the pair. But for Frank Stippler, how much comfort or discomfort is he feeling trying to get some hand and get some turn-in out of that number 5 Phoenix Racing Audi? Meanwhile, is what we say in this battle again, the race leader pulling ever further clear. Sven Muller, the number 3 Falken Motorsport Porsche, in a class of his own, in a battle of his own. He can concentrate on his lines. Frank Stippler is trying to pick up, predict what's happening with the traffic ahead of him, keep out of trouble, not lose momentum, because if he does so, and it very nearly happened before, Christian Cronjes is there, not just to pounce, but to pass.
But in a situation like that with Frank Stippler there, there's nothing you can do about it. You can't just only magic front end grip. I mean, it is, you've got what you've got to deal with it. And what you've got to do is adapt to driving around that and get a different style. And hard though it may be, and you hear this all the time in racing, that you've got a setup, you've got a deal. It's on paperwork in theory, but if it doesn't work on track for whatever reason, it's not working. There's no point in complaining and getting on the radio. You've just got to adapt around it, and it's exactly what Frank Stippler's doing. Anybody capable of doing it, he is. But Christian Cronjes, I'm amazed the way he could just move that BMW around. And I think he's playing mind games with Frank Stippler. As in, he's putting the car left, right, he's filling the mirrors. He knows he's in trouble. Again, big issue there for him. Frank Stippler having a bit of almost mid-corner oversteer then. And look how that BMW just pounced straight away.
Of course, while they're doing this, that should mean that Patrick Assenheimer, running in 4th place, should be closing in. He was 4 seconds down at the start of the lap, but he just doesn't have the pace.
This is a chance for Christian Cronjes. There's 2 back markers in front. He's right on the back of the Phoenix Audi. He should be able to make something of this if he can. He can't quite get it done there. That was an opportunity, but cars didn't fall quite the correct way. The traffic is kept out of the way. They're still in touch. Epic battle here with just under an hour to go, Bruce. Quite incredible. 2 totally different cars. Rear-engined Audi, front-engined BMW.
Now that is the beauty. One thing in GT racing, you get balanced performance in various championships. They try and get the lap time down, but it doesn't say how you achieve that lap time around the course of a lap. So it's fantastic when you've got visual difference between cars just in terms of how they look, but also how they handled. You can see, for example, you know that in a straight line in the GT3 competition, the McLaren is very sleek, that's very quick. The Audi is normally very good. But then you get to the cornering, and quite often the Mercedes in mid-speed corners is the pick of the pack. It's made to be smooth and kind on less experienced drivers. And you know, if you watch enough, you can start to appreciate where someone is being an absolute hero when they're actually catching the car in front. Whereas at this point on the lap, that is where the driver in the car in front would have a performance advantage. So it swings one way and it swings the other in terms of advantage. But certainly Frank Stippler is not only in second place because of his speed, it's also about his ability to close the door in that gentlemanly way of his and make sure the position is kept.
And gently is absolutely the perfect description. It hasn't put a foot wrong. It's absolutely professional driving. Superb job by both of these drivers. I just think, as you say, that Audi just isn't quite set up properly as they would like. Certainly got straight line speed though.
Yeah, and it's very, very impressive in that. Someone's just actually set the fastest lap of the race for them.
Oh, I think Krones might have just got down the inside there. Just as we switch to camera view, we've gone to our number 3, our race leader now, Sven Muller in the Falcon Porsche. And our camera was just following that battle between Stippler and Christian Krones. And I think he just had a little look down the inside there. There's a back marker in the way, so we'll come back to that in a minute when that does. Meanwhile, we've got our race leader intervention vehicle on track. Unabated speed, just straight past. It's there. We know it's there. It's fine. You're aware of it. White flag for that.
Yeah, the marshal's really very, very good here, and the drivers, if they came here and just thought, well, I'll concentrate on yellow flags if I see them, the white flag is one they have to heed as very much as well. It's a slow-moving vehicle on the circuit. There's another vehicle parked on the verge on the right-hand side of the track, halfway around the lap as well, so you just need to react to all the visual cues that you are given. But you couldn't do this race successfully, safely, without the input of the marshals. And you know, everyone always so appreciative. But it's about the drivers understanding the rules as well.
Well, back to that Stippler-Krones battle. That Krones did get alongside, but not enough to capitalise on take. But he was certainly equally alongside Frank Stippler. It is still in the Phoenix Audi that's got the position, which is P2 for this. Remember, this isn't even the battle for the lead of the race. This is for the podium, second and third of the podium.
Yeah, well, you know, some races you just find.
I was just going to say, Stippler very messy and slow coming out of the carousel. Reason that being it's straight into a code 60, so well read by Frank Stippler there. And of course, Christian Krones didn't collect the back of him. He just managed to stop in time. So, where's our code 60 for that?
Okay, and again, when you get a high shot and then suddenly the car in front is doing something a little untoward, you think, have they just lost it? We've been talking about the lack of handling for Frank Stippler at the number 5 Phoenix Audi. However, it's because they're standing on the anchors big time, but sitting on that lead of about only a second, if that, over Christian Krones. But Krones has looked very, very good indeed. He's a driver who's really improved in recent years. He hit the big time winning the Spa 24 Hours, you know, quite a few moons ago. But since then, he's really matured and you know, has a full-time job on top of this, sort of old school in so many ways, and I really approve of that.
It's my apologies, it wasn't a carousel, it's Schwalbenschwanz, the code 60, and that's for the M240i of Adrenaline Motorsport. That's the number 651 entry, and just have a quick look who's in that car at the moment, because there's quite a big crew in that.
2018, by the way, was the year that Christian Krones won the Spa 24 Hours for Walkenhorst Motorsport. I still remember the emotion in the pit lane afterwards, sharing with Tom Blomqvist and Philip Eng. And here comes the move. Up the inside goes the 34 Walkenhorst BMW. Nose in front, around the outside in turn 2. Nose stays in front. Frank Stippler simply doesn't have an answer there. He's worked that out. There's traffic up ahead, and the BMW's in the right position to capitalise on that. So that was remarkably easy in the end. But from the outside, we don't realise what a great job Frank was doing. He's probably hanging onto a car that just didn't want to go where he wanted to put it. And that front end has been a big problem for a while with that Audi. Again, we see that at the cut-through. It's still washing away. He's
using considerably more exit curb than Christian has to in the BMW.
Sorry, did I fail to mention their little scrap? Okay, they had that little slow zone they went into and had to back off. They lost 12 seconds, the race leader. So Sven Muller now, best part, well, he's almost precisely 58 minutes to good, which in old money is very nearly a whole minute. And now that Christian Cronjes has got ahead of Frank Stippler, who's absolutely rocketing away, he's gained another second in the blink of about 2 eyes and 3 corners. Yeah, no, looking far more comfortable. Yes, again, he's nice and neat and tidy. They go into the first of the Sabine Schmitz curves and he stays on the track, whereas Frank Stippler's running out onto the white line slightly beyond on the circuit exit. So again, it's one of those things you really struggle to see. In fact, he nearly had the tail come around on him on the second part of the Sabine Schmitz curve. So clearly not just the front of that car not wanting to play, but the rear is now starting to go, you know what? We've got 49 minutes to go. Do you want to come in and do another pit stop, get some fresh rubber? Maybe make it safer through to the end of the race. 57.996
well, these two
seconds.
are both, sorry,
first to second. That is a huge wedge.
Sorry, Bruce, I cut across you there.
No.
Stippler and Krones have both done 7 laps on these tyres now, so they are going to need to come in at the end of this lap.
Okay, well, time is due. Will there be any other incidents around this lap? Will there be any problems? We had, of course, one of the Falken Motorsport Porsches picking up a puncture and losing a whole host of time as it limped its way back in the hands of Alessio Picariello. That is now being driven by Tim Heinemann. It's down in 7th place. It's lapping faster than, well, you know, last time around it was faster than every other car than the sister car, the Falken Motorsport number 3 Porsche that's leading the race in the hands of Sven Muller. And so it really is a story of what might have been for Tim Heinemann and his teammate Alessio Picariello. But a call in for a penalty and then later a chance to limp around slowly with a puncture and for bodywork repairs to take a while. No wonder that's down in 7th place, but it really could and should have been a 1-2 for Falken Motorsports today. But you know what? They'll take just the car that's winning. They'll be happy with that. So many successes over the years on the long distance races here for Falken Motorsport, but actually in recent years it hasn't been such rich pickings as it has in 3 or 4 years ago, where they were winning left, right and centre.
Yeah, it's just sort of faded a little, hasn't it? Through probably no fault of their own. And it, as you've said many a time in this broadcast, Bruce, motorsport is cyclical. Different teams come and go, different brands come and go, and you're always going to get that sweet spot where a team picks the right car at the right time, runs it correctly, you just suddenly find the ease of it, and then all of a sudden, half a season later, or even a year later, what was the best package this time last year suddenly isn't, and sometimes it's almost unquantifiable, and that's part of the game, understanding what that is, knowing what to do with it, and also how to react to it. Because you can't just go and spend more money and say, oh, we can't just go and always buy the fastest car, because then you've got to go and learn that car as well. So there's a whole knowledge base to go with it. And by the time you've learned that might not be the fastest car.
No, exactly. It also we were saying just at the start of the broadcast today that Falken Motorsport made their own life hard by running both a Porsche and a BMW in recent years at the same time. However, I'm just quickly flicking back down my list.
It's going to dilute, isn't it, that?
Falken Motorsport's last victory, as far as I can see, was the final round of 2018, the Münsterland Pokal. Klaus Bechler and Martin Ragginger, but they won on a far more frequent basis a few years before that. But time moves on, but I always used to look at these Langstrecken and go, okay, so this is before the rise of the Grello, the Manthey Racing green and yellow Porsche started getting into its pomp, but it was Falken Motorsport who were always at the front end of the field. But the number of years starts to add up from then to now. Black Falken had their time at the front end as well, and others. I like the fact it comes and it goes, and we have different winners from different teams at all sorts of times, but no Manthey Racing this weekend, so really the Porsche Chargers being led by Falken Motorsport. They're 2 cars, they could be running first and second, but problems with the number 4 have left them down in 7th. No problems whatsoever, and brilliantly driven. Sven Muller sitting on a lead. Well, it's going to be a minute clear with 45 minutes remaining when he completes this lap. And also the good news for Sven is the fact up ahead of him, he's got that thing called clear track, that rarity, that hen's tooth. And he'll maximise.
The driver's dream. A clear lap anywhere, but a clear lap around the Nordschleife GT3 car. Oh, yes, please. Can I have 2? Can I book 2?
Yeah, 1 and 1 for luck. It's a good approach. But even as gets towards the end of the lap, the really quick corners that take you around through Flansgard and Schraubenschwanz will be coming up. It's clear for the race leader. That means his sector time is going to be brilliant. And suddenly at this late stage of the race, we've got Christian Cronjes banging in the fastest middle sector anyone has managed all race. So he may be able to, now rocket clear in that second place. Patrick Assenheimer, fresh out of the car, still with the imprint of his, the front of his balaclava on his forehead and his cheeks, but looking pretty happy with life. But he can't be convinced this is going to be anything other than a day for Falken Motorsport, surely. with their Porsche so far clear. But, you know, it's good to have Landgraf Motorsport in here, and Patrick's had, you know, a lot of success on the Nordschleife. But, you know, sometimes the world moves on. New team, it takes a while to find its form, find its, you know, place. But I'm suggesting that Falken Motorsport have stepped up several steps this weekend. Maybe they guessed the conditions right, but actually, you know, we're not guessing rain or no rain. We're guessing, you know, set up on the car. And I think they've absolutely nailed it on both of their cars.
Yeah, and of the cars of the two to not have an issue that's the leading one, you want to stay out there, don't you? Volkenhorst, the Pro-Am car out in 14th. That's the other GT3 car they got out. That's just gone out of the pits. Von Bohlen at the wheel of that, car number 36. 34 sitting at the moment comfortably in, I'll say comfortably in third place. It's 0.1 of a second of being second place. But there's that slight obstacle of one Mr. Stippler at the wheel of a Phoenix Audi right in front. It might only be a tenth of a second, but it's a monumental task to get past him. That gap, I think, has opened up visually now quite a bit more.
Yeah, just looking for the sector times. But that's with Christian Cronje's car going faster and faster. But anyhow, no debating about the pace of the race-leading car. 37 laps on the board. Rivals...
Landgraf having a slow sector 3.
But Cronje's streaking clear now in second place. Stippler back in third. So we've had a change for second position. It was coming for a while, and that is why Unleashed Christian Cronjes has banged in that really brilliant, fastest middle sector of the lap. No one else actually been terribly close to that at all. But it's almost time to dive to the pits, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a look. And as I say, that in comes from second place Christian Cronjes. Fantastic stint for the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW. Clearly the race leading Porsche continues on its way.
And Stippler right behind him.
Stippler behind him as well, coming in to make that pit stop. So the place change on that lap, second to third. Will that order still be the same? And bear in mind, of course, the later you make your final pit stop, the shorter it needs to be. So our race leading 911 from Falken Motorsports, if it comes in next time around, will gain another 22 seconds or so. So really, they've worked their tactic very, very well indeed. That's the mandatory time for each of the pit stop. You can go faster than that if you want, take less time, but then you'll be penalised accordingly after that. Conrad Motorsport still in the hunt, but maybe they will get... Will they be able to catch... no, I don't think they're going to be able to catch the Landgraf Motorsport Mercedes that we've just had Patrick Assenheimer get out of, well, and Apostolos come in, the Lamborghini, clearly at this point. So anybody who can stay for an extra lap will suddenly gain much more of an advantage. And for second, third, and fifth, the last thing they wanted was for the race leading car to gain a bonus 22 seconds, which is the amount of time by which its final pit stop is allowed to be shorter.
So second, third and fourth in, that's Christian Cronjes, Frank Stippler and Jelmer Berman in the Volkenhorst BMW, Phoenix Audi and the Conrad Lamborghini in that order.
Right, another thing I just want to point out, by dint of having had that puncture, it does mean that the number 4, the other Falken Motorsport Porsche, when it comes in for its final pit stop, will be maybe another lap even beyond that. So they'll gain back a bit of their deficit, but certainly not all of it. And in fact, to finish in 6th place would probably be quite an achievement if they can manage that.
I think given the calamities they've had this race, then yeah, absolutely, 6th would be phenomenal. I'd have put them outside the top 10 with that puncture, whatever, as in just on pace. They've obviously got it sorted.
Yeah,
great job.
Apart from the two problems, they have run, it sounds a stupid thing to say, but they have run really, really smoothly. And not just that, they've run with great pace. I actually reckon that car, particularly in Picariello's hands, was the pick of the meeting. It seemed to be faster than number 3 by small margins, but then he's got a new teammate, Tim Heinemann. That was always going to, as Tim got up to speed, knock them back a little bit. But certainly if you compare the two new teammates, Joel Erickson in number 3 and Tim Heinemann in the number 4 Porsches from Falken Motorsport, you'd understand that Ericsson would have less of a performance disadvantage. But I think that was almost counterbalanced by the performance of Alessio Picariello. However, it's not their day today, but it could be their team's day. So let's see, can Falken Motorsport stroke it home for another 40 minutes or so, then the checkered flag will be unfurled. Cup 2 at this point, we've probably still got some more pit stops to come. David Yarn leaving that. We've got this sort of elements of it going one way then going the other. 120 and 102 have been the cars sharing the battle in that, but at the moment it's David Yarn leading for 120, the W&S Motorsport crew.
Very bizarrely, you've just seen that this battle here for in the BMW class, there's a 674, which is the Schnitzelhelm Racing BMW. I'm just trying to have a look who was right behind him. This is 677, which is the ADAC Hessen car, and he was indicating, Schnitzelhelm car was indicating to the left down the pit straight, and I thought must just be caught on whatever. Surely can't be getting out of the way for him. And I thought as we go through turn one, it'll still be on. It's not. The indicator was off. So almost like he must have just caught it, surely, but surely it wasn't indicating to let somebody through.
Not at this point. 6-hour race. You're into the final hour. Just under 40 minutes remain. 39 minutes and falling. But this is a battle for second and third in the class for M240Is, and it's always a competitive class, but now they've got traffic coming past them. They have to watch out because those are the cars for 4th and 5th place overall. It's the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini,
Di Martino back at the wheel of that.
Yeah, and it's got ahead of Julian Apostos in the Landgraf Motorsport Mercedes that has just gradually been falling back, and as I say, that suddenly Di Martino is back behind it again, so it's sort of going one way, going the other. But I think they're just fresh out of the pits. No, yes, they're both fresh out of the pits. No, Di Martino, sorry, is a lap further into his stint, so he's had that longer final pit stop.
He's got his 24-hour Cyclops central light on that Conrad Lamborghini, just to illuminate the way and let you know I'm here. We talk about flashing. It's flashing the lights at the cars in front to let them come through, and not let them come through, just warn their presence. And until you actually see it on track in these, we talk about these M240Is and 330Is, and their bodywork is absolutely standard. It is the shape that you'll buy stock from the showroom. And then you sort of get a GT3 car coming up behind you, and a Lamborghini or an AMG Mercedes or BMW M4. They're big cars anyway. When you see them in GT3 spec, they are massive.
They really are.
It's a massive footprint of that car. You've sort of got that coming up behind you on one of the narrowest circuits to have with the smallest runoffs.
Yeah, and one of the ones with the shortest distance between corner A and corner B. And I'm starting to see some raindrops on the lens of the helicopter camera with, what are we saying, 37 minutes
they would pass through.
Yeah. They didn't look behind them. More fool them, but it's not heavy yet. Easy for me to say. I was also looking at track surface thinking, is it a little darker? Then I saw the things on the screen, but actually when you look over the Nordschleife, you've got new sections of tarmac and less new, and you can see them going from black surface to grey surface, but definite flex in the second half of the lap.
I think in fairness, in a racing car I'd be looking in the mirror behind me, but in a helicopter I would be looking down just to see how high up we are.
Yeah, couldn't we be less down?
Can we have less altitude, please?
Yes.
I don't like this third dimension. Stop it.
No, absolutely so. And if you've never flown in a helicopter, you should, just to experience it. But it is something that goes counter to your brain and the way it works and how you should do it all. But
well, in the stupidity of youth, I've actually jumped out of a helicopter. But there we go. That's another story.
I remember... No, I shan't go down those stories. But out of a helicopter, that makes you perfect for the job of working in motorsport.
Put it on the CV. There it is. Ran out of the back of the helicopter. Really did.
Sorry, you haven't quite got the job. Can you offer us anything else? The helicopter story, that'll do. You're in.
You're in, exactly.
Right, race leader. Still not a minute clear. Only 59.7 seconds to good. Sven Muller and Christian Kronius has really worked hard today, the BMW driver for Walkenhorst Motorsport, and looking very tidy. Wave blue flag. Still the marshals work so hard through the course of this race. They have to wave them from about the second lap of this race as the front cars in the front group catch the tail enders for the first time. The tail enders in the third group, and thereafter is lapping the whole time. The blue flag waved to warn a slower driver or a driver in a slower car that someone faster is coming through, and thereafter, as well as the yellow flags being waved for incidents, the yellow and red for slippery surface, we've had all of those, and the white for slow moving vehicle on circuit, we've had some of those as well. But I must say, when I consider what they have to deal with in the Langstracken Series race, the way they clear the incidents I think is so impressive. They've got 170 plus corners, you've got 121 starters, you've got only so many gaps in the barriers to get the cars back through should they go off, and of this circuit, the distance between the edge of the circuit and the barriers on the Nordschleife is one of the shortest of anywhere you go racing. That's a lot of the challenge to the drivers, a lot of appeal to the drivers, but it just means there will be incidents that begat other incidents. No.
Just seeing there, a lovely bit of in-car footage of Sven Muller there, our race leader, just as you were talking about him, Bruce. And there's also an inlay to that in-car footage of a camera from the opposite side looking across at Sven Muller. So you can see his hands, not on the wheel, but you can see the belts and the helmet. And down the pit straight, he just casually takes a hand off each side of the wheel and just tightens his belts up. So, because they do stretch under the brake, they do stretch. And I remember thinking, it always seems like the strangest thing to do, but you don't feel completely comfortable in the car with the belt. It does stretch. So it's quite natural on the straight. One hand at a time, by the way, you just do one side, but pulling down, and that's serene, calm, knows what he's doing, it's straight, pull the belts down.
Is it also a bit like a comfort blanket, just feeling a little more secure, but also it could be saying, and now we get serious, but since he's sitting on a lead that I think will now be over a minute over Christian Cronje's BMW, but
it's the equivalent of not letting go of your pint in the pub. Nobody else can take it then, you see. Hold on to it. These are my belts. I want them. Tight.
But again, that's been one of the things in the past 30 years, the improvement of onboard cameras and what they can see looking forwards. And I love some of the camera angles looking back at the driver. It's a chance you would never have got in years gone by once drivers became increasingly sort of hidden from outside view. It's not like the 1950s where you can see precisely what drivers are doing in Formula One cars. Of course, the body sides came up, the drivers sat a little bit lower, but it's great to see the drivers, and some are so super calm, and others just look a lot more hot and flustered. But when you can see how hard they're working the wheel, you just realise some drivers have got a handling issue they're trying to deal with, and others are just on top of their car, their input super smooth, and it really does augment the understanding of how hard a driver is having to work. I'm not saying you look in the car and they're not working hard at all, but if their car's handling well, and it's got all its tyres inflated, which isn't always a guarantee around the Nordschleife, then things are looking good. Sky's getting darker and darker. The battle for second place is suddenly down to next to nothing. Frank Stippler's gone from 2 seconds back to about 1/10 of a second back in the battle with Christian Cronje. And I'm sensing there's a little bit of damp surface coming through the final sequence of corners. It suddenly looks darker than before, and I thought I saw a bit of a glisten, but then it's a very dark tarmac there. Then they go into the lighter tarmac at the start-finish straight, but whether the track is wet or dry as they go past the pits, there is no doubting Frank Stippler is right into the battle for second now.
And I would add something to that. Christian Cronje on that last bit of Tiergarten, there's a right and a left. They go side by side into turn one, and there's got to have been, surely there was contact there, or did Frank Stippler just acquiesce and go off over the curb just to miss the side of the BMW? Just going back to what I was saying, Bruce, and your little bit of glisten on the track at Tiergarten, the last bit is a right and a left onto the pit straight, and I swear Christian Cronje had a little bit of a drift and power oversteer, rear wheel drive oversteer on that BMW, just going through the right hand part. It looked like he just had to catch a little bit of opposite lock, which I wasn't expecting.
Right, you might go, what are we talking about? Would it be more minutes advantage? The advantage for the race leader, Sven Muller, is now 2 minutes 58 seconds. But of course, at the end of the previous lap was the time that Christian Cronje and Frank Stippler came in to make their pit stops. They're tiptoeing around. They're into their final stint now. But by stopping even later, as much as 2 laps later, the gap between first and second is going to go out and out, because the fifth and final pit stop for the number 3 Porsche will be shorter than those that came in 1 or 2 laps earlier. He could gain as much as 44 seconds on top of what he already has in the bag. So it is a dominant run. It's how you slice the cake in so many ways in the Nürburgring Langstrecken series. But here we have just over half an hour remaining in this race. Battle for second, fabulous, but the battle for the lead of the race is effectively non-existent, because the number 3 Falken Motorsport Porsche is so far clear. He's got this one in his control, but we all know there can be elements that come in that are not in your control, and the weather could still be one of those. Still specks of raindrops as we look down from the helicam, from the helicopter, but it's actually on a bright, shiny track. So, in terms of sunshine now.
And just looking at watching these 2 cars going round, the BMW of Christian Cronje and the Frank Stippler-driven Audi, where he can, i.e. there's room to do it, Frank Stippler in that Audi is having to use so much more exit curb on the corners. He can't in some places like Sabine Schmidt's curb, because there isn't one, it's a barrier. So there he can't, which means he's losing time. He's using that curb to get the flow, open out the radius and keep the car momentum going, but the BMW isn't having to do that at all.
Just before he came in to make the most recent pit stop, when he was going through the second of the Sabine Schmidt's curves, the tail of his Audi came right out, and that's the moment we saw earlier. It was Patrick Assenheimer, wasn't it, who had a big moment. This was a similar moment, but we saw it from a different angle. But really your options become very limited. But Frank Stippler's, if not a try, he's suddenly got himself right back onto the tail of Christian Cronje. At certain points in the circuit, we know in the straight line their performance is really good.
Sicherheitsfunke wird progressiv beschleunigen. Schön gefühlvoll und eingelenkt.
Falkenreifen.
World's First Asphalt Watch. Die ersten Zifferblätter aus echtem Rennstreckenasphalt. Auf dem Asphalt wurden Legenden geboren und magische Momente erlebt. Cobbler.
Liebe Fans,
besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle von Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen zu NLS.
Yeah, so Bruce, what I was just trying to say was we had some in-car footage there. We're talking about were there spots of rain on the screen or was it insects more? That screen's been cleared now. They've got a tear-off screen like a visor on your crash helmet in open Formula cars, open wheel cars. So now we've got a pretty clear view. If we stick with some of that in-car footage we had last time, going down the dotting hole, we can see very clearly whether it's raining or not.
Yeah,
I'm not convinced it's going to, but we have 24 minutes to go. It would just have that extra element, wouldn't it? Or it might just be Machiavelli in there.
Right, as you say that, get a message from
rain
TV, rain on the Dottinghur, but certainly in the Grand Prix loop, it's light and it's bright. And as the cars head out of Hatzenbach, it's the number 3 Porsche leading the race, heading off into lovely sunshine, but at the end of the lap, less so. But the lead, we'll confirm it next time around, because obviously the pit stop has been served by Falken Motorsports with number 3, Sven Muller, staying on board. But the battle for second place is still very, very fierce indeed. And Christian Cronjes taking no prisoners as he's around the Grand Prix loop, trying to gain a tenth of a second, but nearly sideswiped a BMW backmarker.
I know,
so close.
I'm just glad that car's got the grip it has, clearly, because he could afford to change direction through the corner there and take the inner line and tighten up. You don't normally want to add lock mid-corner. It's something you just don't really want to do. You put the car on a trajectory and go for it. And whereas Stifler, is it Stifler still in there? Yes, this is still in the Audi. He did the opposite and used all the runoff curve. There's a bit of extra grasscrete there to do that, because he couldn't do that with that Audi, as we well know. But
yeah, but another thing to put in that mix is the fact that these cars haven't been that long since their pit stop. I think they're on the third lap since pit stop, so there still should be plenty of tyre life. But it just absolutely emphasises how whatever setup they've got on the Phoenix Racing Audi, it's not offering many choices. Certainly the BMW from Walkenhorst Motorsport is giving its drivers what you need most around here, not just grip, but option. An option comes with grip.
Yeah, absolutely spot on. It's what you've said all along, Bruce, that it just isn't giving you anything that the improvement a new set of tyres should give you isn't coming out in reality on the track, that car. And I'd love to be able to go and interview Frank Stifler after this and say, no, it's fine, it's normal. And then tell you after, give him after a couple of beers, then say how bad it was.
Yeah, well, actually, the person you want to ask you might be Vincent Cole, but first I thought maybe he was just having the problem, but actually once you saw Frank having them too, you knew it wasn't just a lack of confidence from Vincent, it actually was the fact that the car was not wanting to play nicely. But full marks, just looking how hard Frank Stifler is pressing on, trying his absolute hardest. He's sitting about a second down on Christian, and as soon as you get to a twisty section of the circuit with that extra grip, Christian is able to open it out. But then Frank is dogged, if nothing else, and he continues to chase. Maybe he's thinking, just maybe there'll be traffic up ahead. Maybe I'll gain a little back. But when there is no traffic, the BMW stretches its legs.
But the quality is evident in his driving. And I'm going to say something very strange about Frank Stifler. He's not hitting apexes the way you'd expect him to. That's not normally a phrase you would use somebody of his quality. Let me quantify that. What he's doing is he's adapted his style. He knows he can't hit those apexes. So the logical thing is to go in a bit slower because the car's understeering. The only thing that causes understeer is the driver's driving too fast. So rather than do that, what he's doing is carrying momentum using all the exit curb to keep it through. Miss the apex, it's fine. Don't have to do it every single time, but carry it out on the exit speed, on the exit curb, and that's where he's getting it slow in, fast out. That's how he's staying in touch with the BMW, and it's an absolute lesson in mastering how to drive a car.
And a high shot actually just shows the problems when you get a tail ender not deciding which side of the track to go, because about 3 car lengths were lost by Christian Cronjes there because he was delayed. He wanted to know for sure the car was going to stay on one side of the track or the other, and it took the middle and then eventually drifted over. And Frank Stifler wasn't troubled by that, so he gained about 3 car lengths, maybe a little bit more now, coming down to a tighter corner, so it closes down, and then BMW accelerates over the bridge at Adenauer and tries to pull away, and then gets a little bit blocked by Renault Clio, but not taking any taking loads of chances, not taking no for an answer. The Renault literally got put on the grass.
He clipped it.
He did clip it. Frank Stifler went up the inside and gave it a thump. The Renault slowed right down. The driver must be thinking, I've nearly got to the end of a 6-hour race, and then this happens. 20 minutes remain on the clock.
Just put him onto the grass. Mercifully, it didn't turn the Renault around, but the left rear he just clipped that Renault. I just hope that hasn't caused any damage on that Audi's left rear. It was the merest of touches. It wasn't a kiss. It was a clip.
Absolutely was. The track was a tight corner, but he committed to go up the inside. The Renault really had nowhere else to go, and unfortunate contact, but will that lead to a puncture? No sign of that as yet for the Audi. Frank Stifler continues to chase. He's about a second down on Christian Cronjes. We know the traffic can favour one or the other, and in that instant it very much favoured Cronjes, and just aware that he might have to go in behind the Renault, Stifler thought, no, I've fought too long for this, so he dived up the inside on the right-hander. There was definite contact, and the Renault Clio really had to back out of it. Going over the bridge at Adenauer, all neat and tidy. The BMW gets through, the track turns to the right, up on the curbing, and nearly got by, but left rear hits right front. Renault actually takes the grass. It must have nearly been in the barriers on the outside. Massive save, and let's hope there's nothing untoward. And certainly now, as we come away from the replay, Frank Stifler is just 2 car lengths down on the BMW. What a scrap.
Maybe it's put the tracking right. It was an issue on the rear end of that car. Maybe it's sorted it out for it. Yeah. You say it's not reduced the pace in the Phoenix Audi at all. Reduced pace and Frank Stifler don't usually go together in a sentence, do they?
No, you always feel that whatever he's doing, he's going to get 100% of what the car can give, right? Yellow flags at Klostertal and Flansgarten, but Neither of those involving, at the moment, the second place BMW from Walkenhorst Motorsport. That's car number 34 with Christian Cronjes at wheel, or Frank Stippler giving chase in the number 5 Phoenix Racing Audi. Their battle continues, about a second apart. Now, was it a this is a question. I thought it was a Renault, then I thought it might be a Golf, and our producer Rob says, wasn't it a Golf? But it was a helicopter
it's
shot.
Different game. It's just motor racing, it's not golf.
Easy mistake to make. Got my shorts on anyhow. Playing badminton later.
It's getting his putts missed.
Yeah, the BMW, they got absolutely chopped by a Porsche Cayman, which isn't a Golf, and in behind suddenly Frank Stippler goes, thank you very much. But it looks as though we're slowing right down. So we're going into a slow zone. This is at Flansgarten, presumably. We saw there was a yellow new slow zone at Flansgarten. That's come up on the screen. So slow to almost a walking pace, or so it seems as one looks down from the helicam. But patience, my friends. And off we'll go. Meanwhile,
I think this is for car 505.
Okay, big question here, though, while you're just checking that. Was our race leader, Sven Muller, able to get through Flansgarten before the slow zone was thrown? Because the last thing he needs is an even larger advantage, but it might have just been handed to him. It might just about give him, I reckon, about another 30 seconds. I think there were a delay for about 30 seconds there in the slow zone. If he didn't have to drop down to that pace, he would have carried on at full chat, but perhaps he too was affected. But I think that slow zone, no, it's still there. It hasn't been cleared, but they've got past it. This is the battle for second place. This is Christian Cronjes and Frank Stippler. Looking to see how clear the traffic is up ahead after we get their next sector timing. No, I think the race leader was also delayed. His no, maybe not. I'm checking his sector time. I want to see their sector time through what I have as sector 4 on my timing screen. And oh, they lost about 16 seconds. And Frank Stippler makes a move alongside and gets his nose in front. Christian Cronjes pulls across on him, but may be able to tuck back in or keep his nose in there. He's on the left-hand side of the track, and the track kinks to the left. He's pulling back alongside, half a length behind, half a length in front. Frank Stippler's been there, seen it, tried it, done it, and that time he realised he needed to be on the other side if he was going to be able to hold the position. Through the kink, Frank Stippler still trying. He goes to the outside into Tiergarten, the land of diminishing returns, but he gets his nose in front. That is fabulous, fabulous racing from Stippler.
That's how to get the job done there. He's been there, done it, seen it, as you said, but so has Christian Cronjes, and he wasn't having any of that. He stayed left through that kink to get that little draft through there, but it was a great job, rather like we saw the Van Tour brothers in the 24-hour going up into Tiergarten, one trying to go around the outside, the other. Frank Stippler blocks the line. Can Cronjes go down the inside? No, he's not, and this is where he did it last time. He got the outside run here, can't switch back, can't get the job done, but great driving from both contenders there, and it's now back in the Audi's favour again.
Well, it really is. I mean, it looked as though just a fabulous job done, Stippler, to get past the BMW, but Christian Cronjes was on the left-hand side of the track and just got level, his nose level with the rear bumper, past the rear wing, past the door, got his nose in front, but then somehow Stippler just kept on going around the outside and got the move done. But again, he hasn't got the handling, and certainly Christian Cronjes in that Walkenhorst Motorsport number 34 really does. Going through the cut-through on the Grand Prix, there's a slow car up ahead of them, not necessarily slowed by any problem, just not in the hunt in terms of the overall pace. It's one of the Porsche Caymans in the GT4 class. That keeps out of their way. But where the performance is required, Christian Cronjes has it. Where the handling is required, he's got it. The Audi is quicker in a straight line. That certainly helps it, but there aren't that many straight lines around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. By the way, I thought I'd throw this into the mix. 1 minute and 31 seconds is now the advantage for Muller, Sven Muller leading the race. So he gained 30 seconds or so in the pit stops, as we predicted by pitting later. He doesn't have to run at the ultimate pace, and in fact I think he was actually more affected by that slow zone than those after him. He lost 6 seconds to the chasers, but you can do that when you're sitting 1.5 minutes to the clear. Yeah,
and that slow zone was for the 505 QTQ race performance 330i BMW, which has got Robert Haub at the wheel. He's not pressing any pedals at the moment because the car's stationary. He's at the wheel still, but the pedals aren't doing a lot.
He's keen, very keen. Now suddenly Walkenhorst BMW, gets the wrong side of the Huber Porsche. I think it's a Huber Porsche. No, it's one of the Porsche Cup class cars, yeah. And drops back to 2 car lengths behind. This battle is going to go all the way to the finish, into the final quarter of an hour, and certainly that is far from finished. But actually it's almost as though Frank Stippler, having got back in front, has been rejuvenated. He's working the traffic very, very well. But for Christian Cronjes, super experienced around here, but a good decade short of the experience that Frank Stippler has. And he's just got to be cool, calm, collected. He's about a second and a half down in third place right now. But really the question is, will there be any more slow zones? And in many ways, I'd say a slow zone is the friend of the car in second place, of Phoenix Racing and Frank Stippler. At full unabated racing pace, it gives an advantage to the BMW. It's got more handling, it's got more performance at this late stage. In this 6-hour race, yes, you get used accustomed to the shorter ones, but 6 hours of racing, and it's been absolutely fabulous.
Now, what's happened to Christian Kronig there has dropped a good few car lengths back from the Audi.
Yeah, he went back to about a second and a half down, just looking at things. He's gradually a tiny bit back.
12, 15 car lengths. No, it's opening out, if anything. Maybe he's having a moment or two to think about it. We've got just under 13 minutes to go. So it's going to be this lap and another, isn't it?
Yeah. It is. I'm looking for any further change further down the order. Landgraf Motorsport holding down fourth place, Julian Apostolos, but he's being caught by the Conrad Motorsports Lamborghini, but only by a tenth of a second here or there. So they're fourth and fifth. Lucas Auer, the Austrian driver, nephew of Gerhard Berger, Hout Racing Team, in sixth place overall. And he's got next in line will be the second of the Falken Motorsport cars, the Porsche number 4 that was delayed not once but twice. Once by a penalty, once by a puncture. Tim Heinemann, in his first appearance with the team, is running around in that, but nowhere near close enough to catch that before the end of the race. The closest margin is second to third, and the second closest margin is fourth to fifth. So it's Cronjes trying to catch Stippler, and Di Martino in the Lamborghini trying to catch Julian Apostolos.
I'm just watching where our race leader, Sven Muller, is. He's just down through Wipperman, because obviously he dictates how much more this race has got to go for when he crosses the line. We're talking about second and third there. They don't get to decide that. Our race leader does. So he's just coming up to Brunchen, isn't he?
Yeah, so he's got 3.5 minutes till the 6 hours come to an end. But I would think within 3.5 minutes he will cross the start-finish line, meaning there'll be one further lap beyond the next one. So 2 more laps in this race. He could afford to back it off by a minute and just have one further lap to go, but that's not really how it works around here.
Yeah, the problem that backing off, it seems logical on paper, seeing it as a layman, just saying watching it, but that's when you start to make a mistake. And you think, oh, I'll stroke it home.
Yeah.
I'm leading this 6-hour race, and I'll just ease it up. That's when it all goes wrong. Keep at the pace you know what you, just keep doing what you know best. Now, the BMW of Valkenhorst has got back in touch again. This is Christian Kronig, got back on the boot lid of Frank Stippler's Team Phoenix Audi as they go up into Carousel.
Into Carousel, indeed. Also,
come out to Carousel.
Well, they went in, they came out, they're that fast.
That's good.
While you were speaking, but in and out is a good thing. But just mentioning, if you're sitting on a lead of 1.5 minutes, how much do you slow when you have a puncture? Could be way more than 1.5 minutes. Still got cars going off the circuit, so course vehicles packing the field up. It's one of the BMWs. That doesn't narrow down the field a lot. It's a bit like saying it's one of the Porsches.
No, it's not one of the M240. I think it's one of the 330i's.
And then the circuit clears up again, so the number 3 Porsche, the race leader, has just passed that car parked at the edge of the circuit, and in about a minute's time, the second and third place battle of Frank Stippler, the number 5 Phoenix Racing Audi, and Christian Kronig in the 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW will come across that incident where the car is at the side of the track with a rescue vehicle with it. They're nose to tail now, just 3 car lengths apart from each other, picking their way past a Porsche Cayman. And they will be coming fairly soon to that section of the circuit. We think it's around Flansgarten that was the case. So, yeah, that would just about work, because powering along the Dottinger Her in the lead of the race. But look at the top of the screen. We've got 9 minutes 30 seconds remaining. He's not going to take more than a minute to get to the start-finish line. He's lapping around 8 minutes 10. Well, actually, last time 8:36 with a 9:36.
No, 9:36 is the last lap.
With the slow zone. So this could be quite close if he can back it off. No, he's coming in. He's coming into Tiergarten now. He will sweep past, and surely we'll have 2 more laps to go. 1 to follow this and 1 to follow that. Unless we see him suddenly slowing almost to a standstill on the start-finish straight, but no, going past at unabated speed, about to put another lap on one of the VW Golfs. But this is as big a margin as I've seen in an NLS race, and the fact it's over 6 hours maybe, of course, stretches that, but it's also down to an exemplary performance from our race leader.
Well, I'd say across the line with bang on 9 minutes to go.
Yeah, so he could back off on this next lap and make it the last one, but if he runs at full racing pace, he'll be one beyond. I'm sure he can back off the 20 seconds or so if he so chooses. So this is the time you should have your earplugs in, listen to the crew on the radio. Second place, well, it's anybody's get. Oh, it's a very slow-moving course vehicle, intervention car just pulling off. Just as second and third came through. That Stippler being hunted all the time by that man, by Christian Kronius.
He's in the right position. He's got the run on the kink, but it's up into Tiergarten where the Audi was so impressive last time. Just approaching the kink on the Dottinger Höhe. Positioning nice draft behind the Phoenix Audi. Get a run for it. Can he go to the left-hand side? No, nothing can happen there. And again, we saw it again, that even this Porsche Cayman sitting there getting a good toe off them as well, because they're punching a smaller hole through the air, so they actually start to draw in the GT3 cars. They can't outbrake them or go quick them. They haven't really got more power, but aerodynamically-wise, they suddenly just get in that draft and they get sucked along with it.
Yeah, suddenly find
it gives them a great lap time, doesn't it?
Exactly, their best lap of the race, probably coming in that chase. Right, they're 1:19 now down on our race leader. So the race leader is Sven Muller, stroking it home for Falken Motorsport. But will it be an Audi from Phoenix Racing, Frank Stippler on board, that takes second place? Or would it be a BMW? The M4 going better and better. Been a really good year for the new M4 GT3 this year. But at the moment, their car is down in third place overall, but not for want of try from Christian Kronius. We've heard no more about any potential penalty for the 55 Landgraf Motorsport Mercedes that blew in. We couldn't find any meat to that particular argument, but it's still sitting there in fourth place. But look out for that, because who knows, there may be a retrospective race penalty, but they're pretty good here on the Nordschleife in the VLN, and then, sorry, the VLN, I've gone back a few years, Nürburgring Langstrecken series, about getting their punishments out of the way early on. There are some championships around the world where there's no point recording their championship positions and their race finishing positions on the night of the race, because they have so many late race penalties. I know it's difficult in endurance racing, but really you do find that it can be a bit of a bore. So if you are taking notes of who finished where, often wait another day or so, and then you won't have to get your rubber out and erase what you've written down already in the oldie worldly style that I occupy and perform with. Oh, he's lost, a spin from third place.
Christian just lost it coming out the Vidal chicane there.
Oh, well.
Don't know what happened there. Just got on the power and just lost. And he's going to go onto the Nordschleife. He had the option there, but just the most gentle, slow rotation round. But that settles out. Frank Stippler can back off now. Hugh have a big sigh of relief, but just don't know what happened with Christian Krones there. Most unlike him.
Well, really unlike him, but it's also, there was the car with the superior handling. Maybe at this later stage in the stint, suddenly it's gone back away from him a little bit, but either way, on one of the less difficult parts of the track, I think in the heat of the battle, just thinking I've really got to get close going onto the Nordschleife, and maybe I'll make a move here. Maybe I won't try an around the outside move like Arjun Maini tried earlier in the race, but just when we didn't expect it, round went the BMW, very close between part one and part two of the chicane, and literally, as he turned into the right-handed part, around it came.
Yeah, all on his own, no traffic, not avoiding anybody. Didn't even use excessive amount of curve. Nothing different to normal. But it just round it went, as you say. It didn't even snap. But now the trick here is it's still third position. Not throw away the podium. Not to get too excited. And he's not going to get back on terms with Frank Stippler. That's not going to happen. But you're going to be angry with yourself, and the team are going to be. Doesn't matter. Job done. Still in the same position. Just bring it home.
Yeah, I mean, you can't even pat yourself on the back and go, I introduced a long word, I had a lugubrious spin, but it really was. It was not a quick snap and round it went. It was in slow-mo, even in real speed. But the good thing for him there, if you're going to spin on the Nürburgring circuit, spin on the Grand Prix loop. There is space either side of the track. In fact, he didn't even leave the tarmac. But if he'd done that in the same area round the back of the circuit, it would have been very interesting indeed. But for the number three, Falken Motorsport Porsche, we've got 4.5 minutes left on the clock, and he's gone past Adenauer Bridge. He's halfway around the lap, and the sun is now shining. Any chance of any further spits of rain seem to have moved away. But is he going to get to the end of this lap before we get to the end of 6 hours? If he's backing it off now, he's got to slow it down a fair bit. But leading the race by 1 minute and 20 seconds at the start of this, the 42nd lap. It's been a dominant run from Falken Motorsport.
Well, it certainly has, and it's not for the lack of trying with their second car.
Yeah, the second car, the sister car.
Currently in Tim Heinemann at the wheel of that, with Alessandro
Alessio Picariello.
Alessio Picariello, thank you, in 7th place.
Yeah, but he's losing ground to the car in front as well, so he's not going to close in on Lucas Auer. So They've shot their final shots. Cars still serving their pit stops at this late stage. How late would you like to pit in a 6-hour race? Oh, about 5 minutes 55, and that's been the case of the number 112, which is now second in the Cup 2 class. They've been right in that hunt. That's the K. Kramer Racing entry, but Avia W&S Motorsport look to have that one in the bag. That is car number 120 with David Yarn at the wheel.
So I'm just going to see where our race leader is on the track. Currently, he is at coming down to Brunchen with exactly 3 minutes to go. So
it's going to be very, very close. He could control this. He could back it off, because I reckon he's about 2.5 minutes away from the end of the lap. But of course, he's got that long straight, which does actually give him one thing: gives him line of sight. Admittedly, the cars, if they come, if he backs it right off and he sees the next two coming, they'll be starting as very small dots. But it's an unusual circuit in which you actually do have a long line of vision. Well, of course, it's never easy to see backwards out of a racing car because everything's vibrating.
Just through Flensgarden, our race leader, Sven Muller, exits that, heads on down towards Schwalbenschwanz. Slow zone there now. This might help, actually. The slow zone there. It's a 60 going into Schwalbenschwanz. Depending how long that's for.
Right, well, yes. Now, again, that may... Oh, someone's hit the barriers. One of the Porsche Caymans is limping home, and that's at the final. It's the kink from the Dottinger Her, so that's another car crabbing in towards Tiergarten at the end of the lap. Again, the telltale sign of a puncture. And that's the Wolford Dalton Brakel car that had its problems earlier on. This is the car with the two Kiwis on board, but it's not got a lot of rubber on one side at the tail.
It's now got damage on its right-hand side as well, hasn't it? And collecting the barrier there.
Yeah, well, that will get through. It's got a minute and a half remaining in this race, but of course the end of the race for this car will clearly be served in the pit lane after that clatter into the barriers. But these small things, we worried about the arrival of a few spatters of rain, and here we are with suddenly, 1 and a bit minutes remaining on the clock. The sun comes out fully once more and all should be fine, but these little things can have really quite a big outcome.
With our race leader on the Dottinger Ho as well, with just coming up to a minute to go. And still, it's going to be very close, Bruce. Very, very close. I think he's going to start another lap.
Yeah, could do. Now, I tell you what's really good is a fabulous battle between 107 and 104 for second positions in the Porsche Cup class. That's Cup 2. Hendrick still just ahead of circuit expert Gabriele Piana, so they're having fun, but they're just going on to the Nordschleife now, so they could enjoy it at least for one more lap, maybe two. We'll have to see. Keep an eye on where the Falker Motorsport Porsche is. Well, it's got 45 seconds to go, and it's going into the final corner. There will be one further lap, and the number 3 blasts on past, and it will start that lap with, about 35 seconds under the 6 hours on the clock. Phew.
As if it wasn't dramatic enough anyway. Let's do an extra lap.
Well, I'm not complaining, because it gives Christian Cronjes a chance to play catch-up again after his moment. I'm just trying to see if his lap pace has dropped away since that spin at the chicane. Yeah, the second sector he was quite a lot down, but maybe he'll be chastened and the team will say, hey, but you've got another lap to go. He might pick up the pace all over again. Don't know what the state of his tyres would be, but it wasn't the biggest of spins. It was a slow rotation out of the chicane under, next to no provocation. That was the strange thing.
Of course, the Falcon Motorsports entry taking another lap actually plays into the hands of anybody that's in the pits and stuck at the moment, because obviously the race hasn't ended, so they can still get out and rejoin and do their bit. And I think that does affect a couple of our runners. For instance, 410, I think, is trying to do that.
Yeah, we just saw that come into the pits, having had the clatter with the barriers. They might yet get a finish. And I was just having a look how long the Pro Sports GT3 class car, the SP9 class car with Maxime Dumouriez on the moment. That was the car that had the problem very early on, the green and yellow Aston Martin. That's in the pits now. I don't know if it's been in long enough to worry, or it's just something where it's an in and out before the end of the race. But it'd be nice if they got a finish after, when you have an early setback and then go out racing for another 5 hours. It's quite nice if you do get rewarded with a proper race finish.
Well, just caught sight on the left-hand side there, one of the BMW's 330s just rejoining from the pits. Of course, the reason I mentioned that was that the pit exit closes when the checker flag is presented. So if you're in the pits then and the race leader's taking it whilst other cars have still got to finish, you can't rejoin and do that, because you can't do it after the race is finished. You've got to be on the track already.
Yep, exactly so, Peter. So we know this is the last lap of the race. I can tell you what the gap is between second and third. Of course, at the start of the last lap, it was 0.1 something of a second. I think it was 0.126. Now it's 3.774. But is there any fight left in Christian Cronjes in the Walk and Horse Motorsport Porsche BMW? Can it catch Frank Stippler's Audi? Just going to see through the first few sectors. Traffic may help, traffic may hinder, but there are still battles out on the circuit and still some cars working very hard indeed. 6 hours of racing, so many things can happen on a normal circuit, but nobody has ever called the Nordschleife a normal circuit. It throws so many things at the drivers. Today, remarkably little weather incident, a few little drops of rain. They haven't come to anything much. And also, when they're picked up by the camera on the helicopter, that's a little higher. Often you don't get the rain falling below. That sounds ridiculous on a hot day. It doesn't reach the ground.
The helicopter's a little higher. Well, that's good. It's doing its job then.
No, but sometimes you're beneath in a cloudy day is what I'm going. This isn't a cloudy day. If you're in a helicopter, you find rain that doesn't necessarily hit the ground. We'll move on to the racing now.
Oh.
So just looking down the classes, just run you down. Cup 2 comfortably in the hands of David Yarn, the W&S Motorsport car leading the Cup 2 class for Porsche 911 Cup class cars. Cup 3 is in the hands of the moment of Schmickler Performance. They're leading that class for Porsche. I'm going mad. Porsche 718 Cayman GT4s and driver on board 969. That's been the class car in the field. It's been up and down the order, but once it's settled, that car is always sort of at the top of that class. So they're enjoying that. And at the wheel in 969, it's Kai Riemer looking to take that through to the finish.
Well, there's Cup 2 battle for second and third, which is Still and Piani in the Team Motol and Black Falcon 911 GT3. This is cars 107 and 104. They're actually hammer and tongue on the last lap still, just like we had the Christian Cronjes Frank Stippler thing. It might be Cup 2, but the camera shot we're seeing now, the heli shot, doesn't do it justice. A few minutes ago, they were drafting one another with centimetres apart. And I think that's going to close up again now. They're taking this right down to the wire, these two, for Cup 2, second place.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a long time since they were in the channel. This class chopped and changed, but the number 120 from W&S Motorsport got clear. But it's a fabulous scrap, and then giving nothing doing. They're really fighting. But for Gabriele, an Italian racer, he's based himself in Germany for years now, and no wonder so many teams put him in their GT4 cars, their GT3 cars. This weekend in a Cup class car, and for Black Falcon Racing from just across the road in Moyes Path, they'd be very pleased with another top result, but they'd rather second than third, and it may yet come their way. Hendrick still holding on and coming on Porsche Cayman. They'll catch that fairly easily, but look, this is the last lap. They're halfway around the last lap. This is a time where risks will be taken. Let's see if Piana will be able to pounce. Over the curbs he goes, gains another half a car length. Hendrick still getting slightly blocked by the Cayman, but it blocks the two of them, so no disadvantage for the driver in second place. But Gabriele Piana, his white and yellow Porsche, looking very interested indeed in this fight. Do you know what you do if you're leading the race by the best part of 1 minute 20 seconds? You start the final lap. You could have backed it off and not had to do this final lap, and you bang in the fastest first sector anyone has done in the race. That's Sven Muller for you.
Proving the point, setting out your credentials, isn't it?
He heard what you said about Nicky Thiem earlier.
Exactly, yes. What he can do, I can do better. That said, he's at the highest part of the circuit now. Our race leader, Sven Muller, as you said, just set the fastest sector 1 of the entire race, so 105.316. He's through Houacht and down to Wipperman. Closing stages of this lap of 6 hours of NLS round 5. And what a corker it's been. Excitement right up to the end, Bruce, as ever, always the way on this circuit. The circuit delivers every single time we run racing cars around here.
It really does, and this is a race that's had these fantastic battles within the overall battle. Falcon Motorsport worked their way to the front. It could have been both their cars at the front end of the field. It's just the number 3, the sister car, had a penalty that brought it in to be stopped in the pit lane, serve its time there, and then later a punishment further to that, which was a puncture that made Alessio Picariello limp around the circuit. That's dropped down to 7th place. It's been Falcon Motorsport pretty much all the way. But don't forget, we had that battle in the lead of the race where the first 3 cars, in the blink of an eye, were suddenly 1, 2, 3 off the circuit, and certainly a couple of them hitting the barriers when the lead car, the Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes, suddenly we think, had its engine blow. What a disaster. Everyone else off on its liquid.
Now, code 60 at Flansgarten are going to Schwalbenschwanz for our race leader there. And just trying to see what that's for, actually.
Yellow flag at Döttinger Höhe. Just been through there, but anyhow, right towards the end of the lap. But it'll be no problem for the number 3 Porsche. Just means his last lap will last that little bit longer. But when you're sitting on a lead that was a minute and 20 seconds at the start of the lap, and unless a moment behind you is cleared up after you've been slow through it, you're not going to lose any of your advantage at the front of the field. So the end is nigh in this 6-hour race. Falken Motorsport, their cars started not at the sharp end of the grid. They started in would have been 8th and 9th positions, but then actually became one position further up. The Huber Motorsport Porsche that qualified second had its time disallowed, and the car made start from the back of the pack. We had that brilliant start with Philippe Ellis going from third into the lead, up the pit wall, literally scraping along it right at the beginning. But since then, the Falken Motorsport cars have worked their way ever further to the front. Walkenhorst Motorsport have had their fun with their BMW. Phoenix have been in the mix thereabout, but not had the handling in their Audis. But today, it really is all about the aquamarine and mid-blue Porsche number 3 for Falken Motorsport, picking its way down towards the end of the lap. The final run down the Döttinger Höhe, all clear ahead. The last few twisters to be negotiated, but it's as dominant win as you would see in the NLS. Race number 4, round number 5, race 2, called off because snow approaching, and snow it did settle, but into the final corner for the last time with an advantage. Even with backing off, will be more than a minute, will be the driver who will make Joel Erickson smile. It's his teammate Sven Muller down past the pits for the final time, accelerating hard, dabbing the brakes, flashing the lights at the checkered flag. A dominant win. But then who is going to finish second? It should be Frank Stippler. He started this final lap with a 3.5 second advantage over Christian Cronjes, who'd had that rotation just as he was challenging start of a lap and a half ago. But Sven Muller just strokes it round to the back of the pits. Coming the rear entrance to the pits, it should be Stippler from Cronjes, waiting to get sight of that, looking at their intervals through the various sectors around the lap, and its advantage slightly to Frank Stippler. So the gap should be 3 or 4 seconds for second place. Still intervention vehicles peeling into the pit lane. Their race is over, or is it, my friend? There could be other cars going off. But looking down the long run back to the pits, it's still the Audi in second place, and 2 cars between him and the chasing Christian Cronjes. That little slip up for the Norwegian racer will be a little annoying, but it's a classic battle. The badly handling Audi just managing to hang on there, and second place will come the way of Frank Stippler.
It's not that big a gap, you know. It's going to be, I think it's going to be under those 3 seconds as they cross the line. The Audi sitting behind the Fricadelli Porsche there.
Yeah, that's from the Porsche.
And there's the BMW. Now, obviously, I think Frank Stippler's backed it off a little bit there, but he takes the second place, and yet 2.7 seconds to Valkenhorst after that spin.
Okay, well, he was fighting back. Still cars being brought into the pits on flatbeds as everybody else comes through, waiting for 4th place. It should be Julian Apostolos in the Landgraf Motorsport Mercedes. It really featured well in this race, but it's still a fresh team, and he will take that 4th place because I think he had a decent advantage over the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini. Yes, he did. So well done to Frank Stippler. He used all his guile, his craft, his experience and his speed to take that second place, but he has got bodywork damage, and that is the side of the car that didn't hit the Golf. We want to see the other side that, about 5 laps ago, clattered a Golf just after Adenauer Bridge. We thought, will there be a puncture? Will we have an end to this brilliant battle for second place? But he kept it going. Still waiting for Apostolos. It just shows how the field has stretched out. BMW, one of the other Walkenhorst Motorsport BMWs, that's running in a different class, a little further down the order, coming through. And only now does the number 55 Mercedes come through, another minute down on that battle for second place. But, again, a good result for them to put in the bank. Yes, there were fallers. Yes, we lost the Schnitzelarm Racing BMW. We lost, Mercedes that led the race. We lost the number 16 Phoenix Racing Audi that had, don't forget, moved up into the lead of the Phoenix cars. And the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini comes home in 5th place overall.
Great to see that inside the top 10 and come to be actually top 5, and not that far off the off the pace. It did look like it might get on the podium at one point, but I'm just so pleased for them as a team. Actually, there's no favouritism. It's just so pleased for them as a team. If they didn't have bad luck this season, they wouldn't have had any luck. I know it's a bit of a cliche, but just great to see them in the top 5.
Yeah, you added a couple of unnecessary words there. This season, it's been with them for about 3 seasons now, but they've got the pace. But nobody had the pace to match Falker Motorsport today. It could have been a 1-2 for them, but problems with the number 4 left that possibly even a lap down in 7th place overall. But the bragging rights will go to the driver getting out, Sven Muller. Yeah, he's happy. He's on the roof of the car. The team won't be happy with that, but it looks good in the photographs. He'll be joined by Joel Erickson, who's made a triumphant debut with the team. So he's joined Falker Motorsport and helped them get back into the winning circle for the first time since the final round in, get this, 2018. And just looking down the classes, the SP9 Pro-Am, just waiting for confirmation that people have crossed the line in that. It should be Dennis Fetzer crossing in 8th place overall. Line speed by Car Collection Audi. Yes, I did see that in the background of a shot. They would take that honour. Second in class would be the number 25 Huber Motorsport Porsche that was made to start at the back of the pack. That probably had the pace to do otherwise. And then third in SP9 Pro-Am is the number 14 Racing Engineers Audi.
The rest of your life for the Falken Porsche squad. Well, I hope so. We have to see, but yeah, it's a good start at least.
Well, yeah, Joel Erickson saying it's a very good start. Well, it most certainly is. Join a team and give them their first win for 4 years.
He's also in the wrong seat. It's the first win he's had in VLN.
He's like me. He's a man out of time. Well, good to see the smiles all round and looking quite hot, but he really drove well. Sven Muller, brilliant opening stint to the race and a very good closing stint, but very different. In one, he was fighting hard and gaining places, and in the other ones, he was just protecting the lead. And then, as he showed on that final lap, first sector of all, well, that's banging one of the fastest first sector anybody managed in the entirety of the race.
It's the way to do it. So Nicky Team did it. It's been done before. It's going to be done again. But great result. And that's how long it's taken the second place car and third place car only arriving in Parc Fermé just now.
Yeah, well, it was what was it? 1 minute and 14 seconds was the advantage there, and that is tidy by anybody's margin. Of course, it could be slightly longer today because it was a longer race. We went out to 6 hours. And you know what? Later in the race, in the year, they've enjoyed this enduro so much. We're doing twice that. We're doing a 12-hour later in the season. Kai Riemer did come home to win the Cup 3 class. That's car number 969. Cup 2 was won by number 120, which was finished by David Yarn for W&S Motorsport. But Frank Stippler getting suitable commendation from his teammate Vincent Cole, because that was a mighty drive through to second place in the car that didn't clearly want to turn in the way he'd have wanted it to. An SP9 AM, by the way, 15th place overall. Arno Klaasen winning that. That was twin bush by Equipe Vitesse. So some happy faces for Andy Soucek. Slightly wide the long face, but of course for him, he wanted to come here and take a top result as he joined the Walkenhorst Motorsport team, and they ended up not at the sharpest of sharp ends because they ended up in that third position at the end. It could have been more, but it made for exciting viewing. And having two cars performing in a different way, Peter, always makes the viewing that much more exciting around a lap here.
It does. It never ceases to amaze me, no matter how much we watch it, and we should get used to it. And in fact, I'm glad that we don't, because it makes it dramatic and exciting each time. But you get a front-engine car like a BMW or a Mercedes, and it's going to work in a different way to a mid-engine car such as the Audi or the Lamborghini. But they all have their strengths and weaknesses. Then you see the two of them racing side by side, and it's fascinating to watch them. And certainly we've got two drivers of what I'd put on equal quality. In that case, Frank Stippler in the Audi, Christian Krones in the BMW. There's not going to be error, there's not going to be any mistakes. Sometimes you can say a driver will drive it differently. There, it's got to be down to how you set the car up, how you drive it, and it still fascinates me every time just how brilliantly they can race these cars. And I know Christian Krones had that most out of character spin at the end there. I'm still not really quite sure what's happening. I bet he's not, but he's scratching his head still a bit.
Well, he is, but he might say it wasn't for want of trying. Bear in mind, he's about 1/10 of a second down on Frank Stippler, and he knew it was getting right to the sharp end of the race. Being slightly chastened, maybe not understanding why exactly it went around, but, accepting defeat there. A defeat, but, you get to the end, you've got to try. He did try, and it just went slightly wrong, and actually, no, the smiles there. Come what may, when you've had a brilliant scrap like that, Peter, around a brilliant circuit with rivals you really respect, like Frank Stippler, then what's not to like? Yeah, next time.
And as you said, not for the want of trying, which means they're pushing. So unfortunately, every now and again, it does get away from it. Even the best drivers in the world make mistakes. I'm not suggesting he has made a mistake, but it's just got away from him, and it can just catch you sometimes. You know, no big things. You said any part of the circuit to go and do it on the Grand Prix circuit. As it happened, it rotated within the track limits of the white line, so it made no difference at all, and just got going again. But I'd have loved to see some on board of that as he went round.
Well, it's been great racing. 6 hours seems a very, very good format for the NLS. And of course, we've got more races later in the season. But Frank Stippler taking the applause for second place. He has the decency to look as though that was a little bit of a hard job for him today. But what he doesn't know about driving really hard and fast in an Audi R8 LMS Evo, nobody knows at all. But we have more races later this season, rest assured, of varying lengths to keep the drivers on their toes. And do make sure you join us when we get to those. But today, I think it's been an absolutely classic day of racing. Drivers clearly enjoyed it. The weather was kind. And hats off in so many ways. We'll be back in the 11th of September. Looking forward to that. And that, of course, is a race that will be twice today's race, 12 hours in September, so look forward to that. Christian Cronje was the maximum he could do, by the way. He said we weren't the quickest in the straight line, but certainly through the corners it worked out very well indeed. But he just stepped over a tiny bit. But really, the day belongs to Falcon Motorsport with their Porsches, and none of the others could do anything about it. Clearly they had the right setup for their cars in the right weather conditions at the right time. And so they duly took victory. You have to feel for the crew that didn't take victory from the Falcon camp, because they certainly showed great pace as well. Alessio Picariello and Tim Steinemann, but Joel Erickson and Sven Muller, it was a job really, really well done today. And they didn't put a wheel wrong. Everybody else had a little problem here or there, but they just had a clear run, worked their way up the order towards the front end. By the first round of pit stops, they were up to third place. And thereafter, as their rivals had the problems ahead of them, they came through to take that victory. But that was an amazing day's racing on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Do come and join us. Next race in 2 months' time. It'll be for 12 hours. That's it from me, Bruce Jones, and from my great colleague and friend, alongside Peter Snowden.
Das machen wir dann gleich. Und so lange gebe ich noch mal hoch zu den Kollegen Olli Martin und Uwe Winter. Die haben auch noch ein paar Infos.